goalkeeper?
It's a work in progress. I think he's a work in progress. I think he's not assured. I think that's the one thing that Jordan Pickford was looking at and saying, there's a consistency with the back four, with the goalkeeper. It's not there yet. They're still tweaking. He gets jittery and looks for things to do. And you're there going, no, just stand in the goal and do nothing. It's a great option as a keeper, is to not affect the game. I feel like he feels like he has to affect the game to justify his place. The more success they have, the more clean sheets they have, the more assured he'll feel. It will take time. Whether he gets that time, I don't know.
Yeah. Pat, there's probably no stupider question in football than do Chelsea need to strengthen? But in this position, I'm going to ask it anyway.
No, they do. I think the whole back line needs strengthened. I think Gurrell is quality. Again, I refer you to my previous comments about Frogs, but a very, very good defender. And Gusto, a very good player as well. Centre back thing's not quite right yet. They need to get that done. And goalkeeper, I don't think it's 100% yet, but you know, it takes a little bit of time. And I think that's the next thing they'll probably look to. I don't think they'll look middle to forward, but those sort of areas. If you're asking the back line, I don't think Sanchez is the biggest problem. If I'm looking specifically this afternoon, if I'm Everton, apart from the usual, try and get the ball into dangerous areas, get the ball out to the left, to Ndiaye, and attack his ass. He's not a right full back. Ndiaye's got serious qualities there. They're going to get any joy again, they're going to get it there. I don't really think Sanchez is a massive weakness, even though he makes some mistakes. And not all Chelsea fans are having him yet.
Ali, two individuals inside Goodison Park have stood out to me. One guy who's just dressed as a massive blue and white Santa.
Just seen him, yeah.
Yep, and the other is Mark Watts is there, the executive chairman I've just seen with a blue and white scarf. So they are present.
Yes, well, we were looking out for him, or some representation from the Free King group. Obviously, there's a picture of him in the programme. So if Everton fans have opened that, then they look into the director's box around us, in front of us. They may well spot him. But as Julien was saying, in terms of Roma, they haven't been particularly visible there. Obviously, having just taken over the club, that seems like a very politic thing to do. He is the executive chairman. He is going to be the hands-on guy, as Sean Dyche was explaining earlier. And yes, he's inside the ground today. And as I was saying on a little social media piece earlier on today, Steve, if they have done their due diligence and proper research into the club, they will have come expecting weather like we've had today. It cannot make its mind up today. We've had bright skies, we've got icy winds, driving rain, but it's fabulous to be here again. We shouldn't forget that as well, Steve. You know, a big part of this is the move to the new stadium next season. 12 league games left at this great old ground, and this is one of them. And you can hear behind, can't you? The atmosphere is ramping up beautifully. And this is a big game. Everton, 3 points above the bottom three. Chelsea, if they win it, they go top of the table ahead of Tottenham, Liverpool.
Disappointing lack of Christmas music so far today. I think I've only heard one, so let's see what we can do with 4 Premier League games kicking off at 2 o'clock. Choice of listening across BBC Sounds and the BBC Sport website. 5 Sports Extra is Manchester United versus Bournemouth. Mike Minor.
No Marcus Rashford again for the third Manchester United game in a row. The Reds boss Ruben Amorim says it's his choice as he looks to see what his squad can do. Rashford watching in and amongst the boxes today. Has he missed him? Well, the Reds have already scored more Premier League goals under Amorim than they did under Ten Hag this season. They face a Bournemouth side who won 3-0 here this time last year, and in their 10 games, previous 10 games just gone, only Liverpool, Chelsea and Forest better the Cherries for points collected.
On the BBC Sport website and app, Fulham against bottom of the table Southampton. Chris Wise.
The new Saints manager Ivan Juric not officially in charge. He's watching from the stands over to my right. Regardless of the result here, Southampton will be spending Christmas at the bottom. Fulham could go level on points with the champions Man City.
Fulham away at relegation rivals Leicester. Tom Gale.
Leicester
looking to avoid the new manager bounce, Steve, and continue Ruud van Nistelrooy's unbeaten home form. A winning start for Wolves head coach Vitor Pereira moves them to within 2 points of safety.
Full time at Tannadice, Gavin Wallace.
And more like Christmas pudding than Christmas cracker for Celtic, who only for the second time this season have dropped points. They've missed various chances. They couldn't capitalise, but they are 9 points clear of Rangers. Dundee United 0, Celtic 0.
What's piqued your interest, Nathan?
No, it's fine. I'll play off air.
Oh, okay, fine. It was one of those don't come to me finger wagging. Nathan, Rob, Jules, thank you all very much.
Happy Christmas, everyone.
Great stuff. Teams are on their way out at Goodison, so remember Tottenham versus Liverpool in full on 5 Live at 4:30. But it's a new era at Everton, and Chelsea can go top of the Premier League table. Pat Nevins with Ali Bruce Ball.
Thank you, Steve. As atmospheric as ever at Goodison Park. Listen to that roar from the home fans as the two teams make their way out onto the field beneath us. The stands here are packed with blue and white. It's grey skies above us at the moment. Floodlights shining brightly at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The last day of Premier League football before Christmas. Don't panic. Obviously, it all gets back underway again on Boxing Day as well. No better man to have alongside us in the 5 Live commentary box this afternoon than Pat Nevin, who represented both of these clubs with distinction. And actually, Pat, you and I discussing being here at Goodison Park. You've not only sat in this press box, but you played out there. Surely you're going to miss this place.
Absolutely hugely miss it. It's one of the most atmospheric places. I actually love the pitch itself. We're talking about, you know, it was always flat, it was always beautiful pitch, even when pitches were rubbish. But there always was a great feeling about this place. And even coming as a Chelsea player against Everton, I look forward to it every single time. And especially when in the programme today, I don't know if you read it, about a 4-3 game we played here once. It's one of the most memorable games I've ever played in my life, because I remember doing something really skillful against the Everton team, and the Everton fans applauded me, and that doesn't happen many places. They love their football here, and they love their skills. By the way, freaking good. You've been in a good mood already. Roma have already played today.
And
5-0 winners.
there we go. Could that be a sign for Everton? The new executive chairman, Mark Watts, is in place. One little test for him, Pat, and I had to check this with you when I came in. There's a picture on the front of today's match programme, which is of a famous Everton centre-forward celebrating a goal at Goodison Park. You confirmed it was Bob Latchford, but if you wanted to do the test on the new owners, if Mark Watts could name him,
they'll have to learn a little bit. Come on, when you come into a club, you don't know all the history. I mean, we all know when we move clubs as players that you don't know all the history, but I'm tempted to say if you know your history, but I shouldn't say that phrase here because it's a very Evertonian phrase. But certainly there's a great history here, great history of centre forwards, and I suppose they're looking at one up front as well today, Dominic Calvert-Lewin.
Yes.
Not been scoring freely, but he could be really useful today for the...
Yeah, that's the funny thing with the Everton form at the moment. You could look at it either way. Just one win in the last 7 games, but just 2 defeats in the last 11. The defensive solidity is there. Scoring goals is proving a problem. An excellent point last week in the 0-0 away to Arsenal. Everton are unchanged from that game. Jordan Pickford, we were just talking about him between the sticks. Ashley Young, James Tarkowski, Jared Branthwaite and Vitaly Mikalenko. Ashley Young, one of those players who, if he picks up one more yellow card, will be suspended for the following game. Orel Mangala, Idrissa Gueye and Abdoulaye Doucouré in front of that back four. Jack Harrison, Iliman Ndiaye and Dominic Calvert-Lewin complete the lineup. The Chelsea players just getting in the pre-match team huddle. They are in a sort of cream, a slightly off-white away kit for Chelsea. Blue numbers on their backs, and Everton in the bright blue shirts, white numbers, white shorts and white socks.
That cream kit looks to me like a baseball outfit.
Another American theme, Pat.
Very American looking, but it's very smart there. Both teams are ready for it, and finally the game started. We were talking about the weather before. It was blowing a holy, as we say in Scotland, beforehand, but out there the flags are moving, so it might not affect the game.
Yeah, the ground is so beautifully enclosed by the 4 stands here. We sit in the Goodison Road stand. Opposite us is the Bullens Road, the famous Gladys Street end away to the left-hand side, the Park end away to the right. Chelsea have Robert Sanchez in goal. Axel Disasi comes into the side. Mark Cucurella is suspended. Christopher Kavanagh gets us underway. Everton kick the game off. Tosin, Levi Colwill and Malo Gusto complete the Chelsea back four. Early header away for Tosin from just outside his penalty area. Moises Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez in central midfield. Pedro Neto back from suspension gets the start. So Noni Madueke drops out of the starting 11. Cole Palmer, last time he played against Everton was in April at Stamford Bridge. He scored 4 in a 6-0 win. Jadon Sancho starts and Nicholas Jackson, the Chelsea centre forward. So we are 30 seconds in. Chelsea playing from right to left in this first half, in this sort of baseball looking kit as Pat Nevin has described. Caicedo's on the ball. just outside his own penalty area, plays across to Colwell, who strides forward. Palmer tries to get a touch on the pass, didn't get much on that. Branthwaite plays it back to Pickford, not huge amount of pace on that, but it gets to Pickford in time. He gives it a good mighty thump downfield, turns into a decent ball for Calvert-Lewin to chase down the right wing. Defender stands off him, so he's able to tow it back to Harrison. Harrison to Young. Young plays in field here to Mangala. He thought about a pass forward, and he's definitely feeling the cold. Aurel Mangala, the Belgian on loan from Lyon this season, because there's a sort of long, white, tight legging underneath the white shorts as well. Doucouré on the charge forward. Colwell makes the tackle for Chelsea, clears with his left foot. It's an Everton throw. Pat Nevin.
It was very interesting, that first ball. Long ball forward to Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Wasn't actually closed down very quickly. It was very strange. Colwell went with him, but Tosin just stood in the middle as if to say, no, that'll be fine. Took a little bit of a chance there, but it's a nice start for Everton. They've got on the ball a little bit, so that'll give them a little bit of confidence.
5 wins in the last 6 games against Chelsea at Goodison Park. So the recent record for Everton is a good one, and Jai has tried to take Disasi on for the first time, showed him too much of the ball. Disasi made the tackle. Quick challenge on Palmer, who's caught, and that's going to be a free kick to Chelsea inside their own half on the right, 0-0.
It's amazing how many teams do that against Cole Palmer now. Really early in the game, give him, as in the game chat, a dull one, a really hard, heavy hit from the back. And he used to just put up with that. He's got up again very, very quickly, but he gets a lot of that.
It was Idrissa Gueye with the tackle. Here's Palmer on the ball now, and Gueye is left in his wake. Palmer, edge of the area, lines up the shot and drags it well wide of the target. And it goes behind for the goal kick. It's Idrissa Gueye wearing the tight white leggings, by the way, and not Aurel Mangala. Early look at goal for Chelsea there, but Palmer just didn't quite have the radar tuned in.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing in a kind of more central role these days. He used to play a lot more at right, but much more central. But he's learning that role now, as in he doesn't stand in there. He waits for the ball to arrive, and he's almost languid the way he runs with the ball there. But players just seem to fall about each side of him.
Languid is a great word, Pat. I was actually thinking about his movement earlier on today, trying to find different ways to describe him. There's a sort of lope to him as well, isn't he? He's tall and lean. It's languid, and sometimes it's loping, but he covers the ground effortlessly. Gusto gets a very gentle nudge in the back from Jack Harrison. Chelsea win the free kick, and Jack Harrison complains to the assistant referee. 3 other games in the Premier League underway at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Just to remind you of your choice of listening, Manchester United Bournemouth at Old Trafford is over on Sports Extra. Leicester Wolves and Fulham Southampton. Commentaries available via the BBC Sports website and app. We will have updates throughout this commentary of everything that's going on, and then John Murray and Clinton Morrison will bring you full commentary of Tottenham-Liverpool, which kicks off at 4:30.
When you watch Chelsea quite a lot this season, sometimes teams go at them for 5 or 6 minutes, and then Chelsea are very, very calm, and they just play it and play it and play it, and then slowly but surely strangle possession and dominate possession. And Everton they're in danger with that.
Colwell's ball over the top. Branthwaite tries to cover it. Jackson has got onto it, and Pickford's off his goal line here and out of position. Play back to Sancho. Dummies across with his right foot, still on the right foot, curls it into the far post. That's attacked by Neto. He's beaten in the air, and Jai reaches the bouncing ball first, hoiks it away with his left foot. Caicedo, fabulous first time touch there as the ball was dropping high over his shoulder. Just grazes the laces, plays it back to the halfway line. Chelsea build again down the left. Gusto is making the run beyond Sancho. Harrison is back there doing the defending, gets a foot on the ball. Ashley Young helps out, scrapes a clearance away up the right-hand touchline, and Chelsea recycle possession. And Caicedo asks Tosin here to move on to the ball for Chelsea. Everton retreat for now, coming up to 5 minutes played in the first half at Goodison Park. And here's Neto's first run at Mikalenko. Takes him on the inside. Neto playing wide on the right for Chelsea. Caicedo across to Fernandes. Looks to slide one through. Branthwaite is there to intercept for Everton. Now they look to go on the break. The ball is at the feet of Njai. Njai, good skill from him. Absolutely skins Disasi. Pat Nevin, as a former Everton winger, will have enjoyed that. Njai loses his footing. He's actually been fouled by Pedro Neto, who was helping out Disasi. That's going to be a free kick to Everton.
I said that right at the top before the game started. You need to get, if you're Everton, you need to get Njai 1-1 with Disasi, right? Get him 1-1 with Disasi in the final third. it's just not fair.
No.
He is a classic skillful player in that area. He's a very good player. Disasi's not that type of player at all. So he's had 2 goals at him. That time he left him absolutely for dead, didn't he?
I think, Pat, I've lost count of the number of times you have told me during a commentary about in your career how you enjoy playing against the centre-backs, obviously
Loved
more
it.
than the full-backs.
Absolutely loved it, because it's a very specialised situation, and it's not Disasi's fault. He's not a natural full-back, but he's now playing against a very skillful little player out there in the way there is, and Everton will want to get him on the ball as often as possible and die.
Wind is blustery, it's cold, the ball is actually moving there before Jack Harrison takes the free kick, and loose scraps of paper, food wrappings probably, blowing around in the stands in front of us. Idrissa Gueye's right-footed ball is floated beyond the Chelsea defence, but actually the referee wanted to take the free kick again and start again. I think because the ball was moving. Sean Dyche throws his arms up in the air and can't believe it, and Everton will take their free kick again.
To be honest, I said beforehand I didn't think the wind was blowing inside. I'm now looking at the corner flag on the far side there. It's almost on the ground, so it's going to have some effect in the game if this keeps up.
Yeah, they've taken the free kick short this time. Gueye with the diagonal ball is headed away by Neto down into central midfield. Sancho finds Neto, who's now running at speed into the Everton half. Neto gets his head down, keeps going down that inside left channel. Rain is now driving on the wind inside Goodison Park as Chelsea play the ball across the face of that Everton penalty area. Palmer's involved, back to goal, lays it back to Disasi, but you can see the effect the wind is having even on the ball on the floor here. That goes through the legs of Tosin. He's closed down by Calvert-Lewin. He comes back to his goalkeeper, Robert Sanchez. So defenders at the back pack are going to have to be very, very careful in possession here.
In particular, if your team that's more direct and you go to put it in the box, the ball's going to be flying all over the place. That's a description of Everton when they're playing, certainly set pieces, but all balls played long. It's a nightmare for defenders.
Jackson looking to get onto the through ball from Colwell. Tarkowski got a foot on it, has diverted it towards his goalkeeper Jordan Pickford accidentally, so he's able to hold on to that, and the referee Chris Kavanagh's blown the whistle because something else. Now one of the cones that holds the replacement balls has now blown onto the pitch. There's paper blowing everywhere. You're right, Pat, that corner flag away to our right hand side is being rocked to its roots over on the far side of the ground, and the rain continues to sweep across Goodison Park, and the skies have got very dark now too.
Staying in Liverpool last night, it was actually quite horrendous the weather. Staying down by the docks, you were walking at a 45-degree angle. It was like being back in Glasgow.
Jordan Pickford, ball at his feet, forward to Gueye, miscued pass, that's okay for Everton though. Branthwaite is able to run onto it, prods it back to Mikalenko, long clearance downfield, great lead by Calvert-Lewin, flicks the ball on, and Jai is there, turns away from Caicedo, finds Calvert-Lewin again, heading for the byline on the left, cross into the far post, Sanchez grabs it at the near post, and he is dressed all in bright orange. You cannot miss the Chelsea goalkeeper this afternoon. Good clean catch, an easy one for him, and it remains Everton 0, Chelsea 0.
Fantastic leak there by Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Really brilliant. Nobody can stick with him. When he leaps correctly, no one gets near him. Nods the ball on there. Doucouré's the man who's going to get as close as he possibly can to him during this game. But you just seen it. The ball high defenders hate it. They don't know what's going to happen with it. It's bad for defenders. It's worse for keepers.
Yeah. 9 minutes gone first half. Pat Nevin with us at Goodison Park. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Goalless in all the other 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League so far. And Celtic now with a 9-point lead in the Scottish Premiership, held at Tannadice. In the lunchtime kickoff, Chelsea nearly give the ball away to Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Dundee United 0, Celtic 0 it finished. Good first touch from Jackson in the centre circle. Finds Palmer. Palmer glides across the turf. Releases it here to Neto on the right-hand side. Works it onto his left foot. Low shot straight at Pickford, who gets down and gathers it very easily.
It's amazing every time Palmer gets the ball, he makes the right decision. He always makes the right decision. He just drags players towards him, and I know if he's got 2 or 3 towards him or close to him, he's developed the space elsewhere, and he always finds it with a pass. Gives it to Neto this time. Not the best of shots you've ever seen, but he's at the centre of everything cool.
Pickford in the short sleeve green goalkeeping top, clips the ball downfield. Calvert-Lewin nearly got the flick on it, just cleared him. Gusto is there and plays back to Robert Sanchez. I set that little quiz question about Chelsea players that have scored 20 goals in a Premier League season. There's only 5 of them. 3 of them have done it twice, namely Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, Didier Drogba and Diego Costa. Frank Lampard and Cole Palmer, the other 2. But I know Pat believes that Nicholas Jackson could potentially be joining that list this season.
He's got a chance, but he needs to keep on giving them chances. He's not got a sniff yet.
Neto here has fouled Mikolenko. Everton get a free kick inside their own half. 10 minutes played, still goalless, and I think we're set for an entertaining afternoon. Chelsea looking to go top of the Premier League table. If they win this game, they start 2 points behind Liverpool. They will have played 2 games more than them. Liverpool play later on at Tottenham. That game kicks off at 4:30. Pickford's taken the free kick quickly. Tarkowski's won the header. The ball now dropping on the edge of the Chelsea box. Everton getting bodies in there. Chelsea have managed to scramble it away. Everton fans shout for handball. Chris Kavanagh agrees. Now that goes against Nicholas Jackson. Everton free kick.
That ball lumped in the middle's causing mayhem, absolute mayhem. No one seemed to want to go and attack it. The ball was coming towards Gusto there. He just stared at it. He had no chance of getting to it, and as soon as it bounces, the ball's being thrown about all over the place. This suits Everton massively in the way they're playing the game.
Waiting to take this free kick. It's in a central position, about 15 yards inside the Chelsea half. You heard a little blast on the whistle there. Ashley Young is getting ready to take it, making a 467th Premier League appearance this afternoon. Tarkowski nods it down. Tosin clears it away on the bounce. Young takes a touch inside his own half. Jackson's breathing down his neck. Young gets enough on it to get it back to Pickford. Uses Young again. Couple of touches. Gets it out from underneath his body. Plays forward here to Doucouré, who's running from left to right. And then Jack Harrison just lets the ball run over the touchline. It goes out for a Chelsea throw. So Ashley Young is getting very close to getting into the list of top 20 Premier League appearance makers. He is now 1 behind Peter Crouch and 2 behind Sylvain Distin. And will have his eyes, I think, probably on the 500. 39 years old, 2nd season at Everton now, and having a really good campaign. Here's Disasi, just outside his own penalty area. Neto's been busy so far this afternoon, comes towards the ball, back to Disasi, now Tosin. Chelsea comfortably knocking it around. The wind has actually now died and the rain has stopped. The weather is going to be...
It'll be back.
It'll be back. It's going to be very changeable. I got blown across Stanley Park on the way to the ground, having parked up just outside Anfield and made the famous walk across Stanley Park to get here today. Here's Enzo Fernandez on the ball for Chelsea. Everton stand off him. Levi Colwill receives it. Forward to Gusto. Gusto holds off the challenge of Harrison, who's knocked to the ground. Fernandez again, just inside the Everton half, curls a ball across to the right-hand side of the field. Disasi with the black gloves on. Plays to Tosin. Tosin comes back to the left and Colwill. Colwill's able to make some ground into the Everton half. Runs forward, stops for a second. Uses Enzo Fernandez. Caicedo is there. Forward to Gusto. Young snaps into the challenge. Wins the ball. Gusto goes down. Mangala back to Harrison. Good feet from Harrison. Keeps it, then pokes it down the right-hand touchline beyond Calvert-Lewin. And out for the throw into Chelsea in their left-back position. Let's get some early updates from the other Premier League games kicking off at 2 o'clock. Mike Miners at Old Trafford.
14 minutes played, 0-0. A shot on target for each. Ahmad for United in the middle of the box. Low shot saved by Kepa. Semenya for Bournemouth was outside the penalty area. A long barrier, cricket-esque approach from Onana to save it. It is Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 0.
Leicester Wolves is being watched by Tom Gale.
Also 0-0, Ali. Al-Khanous played Vardy in behind. Saw off his line to get there first. Appeals for handball outside the area. Replay shows it came off the keeper's ribs and shoulder. Leicester 0, Wolves 0.
Everton have won the ball just inside the Chelsea half, looking to make something of it. Curling pass into the feet of Doucouré on the left-hand side. Disasi's in front of him. The cross beats him. It was aimed at Calvert-Lewin. The clearance is hoisted up in the air. Young gets a foot on it. Then cleared by the left boot of Enzo Fernandez. Tarkowski wins the header. The ball drops in front of Calvert-Lewin. The flag is up. And that is going to be an offside against Everton. The other 2 o'clock kickoff in the Premier League at Craven Cottage, being watched by Chris Wise.
Quarter of an hour in, Fulham 0, Southampton 0. Fulham dictating the tempo. One chance, Alex Iwobi flicked away by the fingers of Aaron Ramsdale. Back in the Saints' goal today, Ali. He's been out for a month and a half, Aaron Ramsdale. I've just seen on his left glove, he's got 2 of his finger compartments joined together. Never seen that before. It's a new one on me. I don't know about for you and Pat. Fulham 0, Southampton 0.
I think I've certainly seen that with cricketers, Pat.
Once or twice with goalkeepers, but you know, those hands and those fingers are quite important to their job.
Yes.
It shows you how brave and how strong and how daft they are. Keep on playing when they get broken, broken fingers.
You often see it with the batsmen who get wrapped on the knuckles and then come out to bat and often have the fingers strapped together. Important to them too, but well spotted by Chris Wise. So no goals in the Premier League as yet this afternoon.
One thing I would say about the way that Everton are playing, it's a pretty high back line they're playing. Usually they sit back and invite a little bit. They're not doing it today.
Good run by Mikalenko down the left, and Jai tries to find him. Sliding challenge by Caicedo. Mikalenko goes in to try and win it again. Caicedo knocks it out for a throw.
Many times you've seen Caicedo over in that right back position so far in the game. He is constantly going over and covering there because he has to. There's a big gap there. Caicedo, very, very quietly, has been outstanding in this game so far.
Here's Harrison on the ball for Everton, just inside the Chelsea half on the right, just beneath our commentary position. Rain has eased off, wind is still blowing. Branthwaite brings it forward for Everton, and Jai back to goal. Hasty challenge from Enzo Fernandez, barges into him, knocks him over. Free kick for Everton, and in these conditions, definitely one where you could test the keeper. I'd say just over 25 yards out in a fairly central position.
And classically, if you can get this over the wall and down and bouncing in front of the keeper, that's what you're going to try and do. Get everybody following in. It's about 35, maybe 36 yards out, something like that. And if you can get it on target with a bit of pace, I mean, you really don't have to wrap it into the top corner here. Just get it on target. It will zip off the ground. It will be moving because of the wind, and follow it in.
Yeah, conditions today that I would suggest would test even the accuracy of Pat Nevin off the tee.
Steady on.
Free kick Everton. Harrison and Young stand over the ball. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Jack Harrison and Ashley Young still in conversation. Again, you can just gauge the strength of the wind. Their untucked shirts being tugged at in the breeze. Harrison takes 3 or 4 paces back, so does Young, and Jai makes a little dart forward behind the Chelsea defensive wall. Young takes a deep breath, hits this with his right foot, and Sanchez makes the ground across his goal line and makes a pretty comfortable save.
The problem is it didn't bounce in front of the keeper, and that's where the real problems would have come from. Gets on target, but not quite good enough.
Challenge on Nicholas Jackson, penalised. A couple of Everton players were in hungrily to try and win that ball. Jackson goes down and Chelsea win the free kick. So Everton 0, Chelsea 0. They take their free kick. Tosin is there. Colwell's in loads of space inside his own half. Comes trotting forward with the ball at his feet. Stops just short of the halfway line. 1-2 with Fernandez. Then Colwell chips one down the left-hand touchline. Gusto chases. Tarkowski's got it covered, lets it bounce a couple of times, holds off Gusto, and it goes behind for a goal kick to Everton.
I think Chelsea will be quite disappointed with their start. And considering the run that they've been on recently, they've been playing a very, very zippy style. They've been, very open. They've been getting down both flanks very well. They've been using a lot of Cole Palmer, getting on the ball. Jackson's getting chances all the time. At the moment, not a lot happening for them, really, apart from when Cole Palmer gets the ball in that central midfield area.
They've won their last 8 games in all competitions, 5 of those in the Premier League, 3 of those in the Europa Conference League. Tosin leans forward to win a header. Sancho thought about going back, then turns and sets off into the Everton half. Can't find Jackson with the pass. Tarkowski intercepts, floats his pass down the channel towards Calvert-Lewin, headed away by Colwell, controlled by Tosin, who turns away from Everton's centre forward, and then Colwell plays the ball up towards Sancho. Jackson fires a pass into Sancho, lovely touch to control it, and then Young sticks out a leg, catches Jadon Sancho, and Chelsea get the free kick just inside the Everton half.
I suppose this left-hand side, you look at certainly Jadon Sancho against a player Young who is anything but in a footballing sense.
Yeah.
In a foot race, who's going to win that one. So, and also, you've got a centre forward who's, obviously, he's quicker than everyone. That's the point. Absolutely everyone. So, if Chelsea can get the ball on this left-hand side into the gaps that are behind that slightly high back line, they may get some joy.
Looking to do it again down the left-hand side. There's a fabulous pass by Tosin. Finds Sancho. He's tackled. First goal in the Premier League games this afternoon has come at Leicester. Tom Gale.
Dream start for the Premier League's latest head coach. Leicester 0, Wolves 1. Vitor Pereira's side have taken the lead. The ball's chipped into the box. It's let to bounce. And then Guedes outstretched on the half volley. Right-hand side of the 6-yard box. Finds the back of the net. It's Leicester 0, Wolves 1.
Fulham 0, Southampton 0, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 0. Manchester United Bournemouth commentary on Sports Extra. The other 2 games you can hear in full via the BBC Sports website and app. Here's Disasi, right-footed pass out to Neto. Neto strokes this ball with his left foot, and Harrison's got it covered for Everton. Applause from the Everton fans, because they could see the danger. Jadon Sancho was making ground in behind Harrison. Harrison's already set off on his bike to try and chase this clearance from Jordan Pickford. He goes way beyond him and out for a throw into Chelsea.
Bit of a shame that, because I mean, Pickford, just that long ball up, if it's up through the middle, Calvert-Lewin, I mean, he doesn't even need to win the header. You know, just get close to him. Anything comes off, any defender might have a chance. The last thing you want to do is just kick it out of play, which he did.
So Chelsea have the ball again inside their own half. Curling pass over the top. Gusto's made a run here. Pops up and lays it off to Jackson. Jackson holds off the challenge of Doucouré, surrounded by blue Everton shirts, but finds Sancho. Trickery from him. Jackson in support again. Slides a pass to Gusto. Back it comes to Caicedo. Central position 30 yards out. Here's Palmer. Drifting in between those spaces, between defenders and midfielders. Neto involved again. Wide on the right. Back to Disasi. Everton have the gaps covered at the moment, so Chelsea come back into their own half. Forward to Fernandes, lays it off to Colwill. Colwill again, big long strides take him into that Everton half. Sancho cuts infield, lays it off with his right foot to Fernandes. Fernandes sees space on the right-hand side, lofts the pass out there. Neto controls it on his thigh. Left-footed cross comes in early, beyond Jackson, headed up in the air by Ashley Young. Sancho's there, first-time layoff here to Fernandes. Low cross is blocked by Doucouré, and it comes out to Sancho, and this is a little bit more like it, the kind of stuff we've seen from Chelsea so far this season.
They've just made a tiny little technical change, and it's made a big difference. Do you know Cucurella plays left full back for Chelsea? He spends his time inside left. He's actually now done that move. Gusto is now playing there. It's changed the game.
Here's Neto cutting in from the left, back to Caicedo just outside the Everton penalty area. Sancho trying to work it onto the right foot. Too many blue shirts in front of him. Scoops a little pass into the box. It's blocked. Then the rebound falls to him. Hits the shot. That's blocked as well. Miscue clearance from Branthwaite. He got lucky there. Ran to Harrison. Harrison clears. Calvert-Lewin cannot escape the clutches of Colwill. Caicedo turns into trouble, and then to try and win the ball back, he's fouled Mangala. And that is going to be a free kick to Everton. But yes, the first real sign of danger there, Pat. Suddenly Malo Gusto popped up. It's sort of in the number 10 slot.
Yeah, and he's done that 2 or 3 times in the last minute or two. And I think that's part of Chelsea's game plan. 20 minutes or so, see how the game goes, see where everyone is, let the opposition settle. And then from absolutely nowhere, the fullback is another forward. And that's Cucurella does it brilliantly. But Gusto, very, very similar, doing it now.
So Wolves 1 up at Leicester. Big game in the relegation battle. That one, a Wolves win would put them on 12 points. Level on points with Ipswich, who got thumped by Newcastle yesterday. Leicester are on 14 points. Everton starting today on 15 points. 1 point behind Palace as Pickford takes an Everton free kick and chips it on the wind into the Chelsea half, and it goes herring away from Jack Harrison. He can't keep that in play, and that'll be a Chelsea throw.
Do you know, if you're watching this on TV, you'll be thinking, why are they kicking the ball out all the time? Why are they not controlling it? But when you're here, you realise the wind is having such a massive effect on the game, and it is certainly affecting the quality. There's no doubt about that.
We've played 23 minutes in the first half on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Gusto loses his footing and wins a throw-in, not a free kick. He went down expecting a free kick.
I don't think the referee was wanting to give that there. Because Gusto did it, yeah, but that's only because the assistant referee closer to it gave it. But he wasn't giving it, because that's the second time that Gusto's done exactly the same ploy. I bet he doesn't get the next one.
Gusto's making that run again into central midfield. Chelsea have the ball here with Tosin inside his own half. Everton are backing off. Tosin in the bright blue Chelsea socks, playing in this off-white colour this afternoon with a blue streak down either side of the kit that runs from shirts into shorts. Here's Palmer, pops up on the right wing, tries to flick a little pass back to Neto. Last touch comes off Palmer as his pass was blocked and goes out for a throw into Everton in the left-back position.
It's so incredibly noticeable how much that affected the game. Just one player changing from left full back, making sure he's a lot further forward. It drags Harrison inside, and then suddenly Everton looked like a team that was playing with one up front and nobody near him. Now and again Doucouré, but everyone else is pulled back. It's really good technical decision by the manager Maresco.
Tough little fixture run for Everton at the moment. Got the 0-0 against Arsenal last weekend. Playing an informed Chelsea here today. Next up is away to Manchester City, then Nottingham Forest, who start today in the top 4 in the Premier League, are the next visitors to Goodison Park. We in fact will have commentary on that game. It's our 3 o'clock commentary on Sunday the 29th of December. Here's Caicedo in his blue boots, lays the ball off to Disassi inside his own half, and Jai is in his way, tries to turn away from him, finds Neto. Mikalenko is right over the top of Neto here, who loses his footing, picks himself up, then gets onto this pass forward into the Everton half, and suddenly Everton backpedaling. Palmer receives it, low cross, Jackson, great save by Pickford, and it's headed over the bar on the rebound by Gusto. Jordan Pickford saves Everton again.
Yet again he's done it, and a brilliant play there. I mean, the most important players for Chelsea are involved here. Caicedo's winning of the ball in midfield is ridiculous. He was third favourite in that challenge there, and he still won it and got it back into a position where Cole Palmer could run, and you knew Cole Palmer would put it into the right position after Neto gave him the ball. Puts it near post. It's just slightly behind Jackson, isn't it?
Yeah, he's hit it straight at Pickford, slightly behind him, and Pickford's just closed his legs in time, got his feet together to block the ball, and then the rebound, it was just too difficult for Gusto to keep the header down.
They've flicked a switch now, haven't they? This game was probably just Everton's up until about 20 minutes, 21 minutes, and then suddenly you see Chelsea are back.
Jackson racing onto another through ball. Pickford's off his line quickly and gets there first for Everton. Leicester 0, Wolves 1. Manchester United Bournemouth is goalless, as is Fulham Southampton, as is Everton Chelsea in front of Pat Nevin and I here at Goodison Park. Calvert-Lewin chases the ball downfield, tries to head it forward to himself, gets a little unlucky there, couldn't quite get the angle on it, and it bounces out for a throw into Chelsea. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, 2 goals so far this season, and looking for a first goal in 12 Premier League games. Gusto is waiting to take the throw.
I was mentioning the fact that Gusto, does that possession and goes into midfield and a little bit further forward, similar to Cucurella. Look, I know Pep was at this a long time ago. This is something that Pep Guardiola brought into the game, and other teams do it. Some with better success than others. When Chelsea do it with the left field back, then goes to a back three, they look so much better.
Yeah, it's clicking at the moment for Chelsea, but still 0-0. Oh, Caicedo's given the ball away. Calvert-Lewin suddenly hoved into view, wins it. Doucouré quickly onto Njai on the left-hand side. What can Everton make of this? Njai still dribbling across the Chelsea half. Idrissa Gueye is there, plays a 1-2 with Njai. Back to Gueye, who finds Ashley Young on the right. Young has to play it back into his own half. Jackson comes chasing for Chelsea. Tarkowski feeds it across to Branthwaite. Now Mikalenko infield to Njai, trying to turn Disassi. Disassi desperately trying to stick with him, but Njai gets it forward to Doucouré, laid off to Mikalenko, still inside the Everton half. Mikalenko slides it towards Calvert-Lewin, comes running to the ball, plays a 1-2 with Mikalenko. Calvert-Lewin again, inside his own half. Tosin's followed him all the way there. Tosin slipped as he made the tackle. Chelsea have won the ball. They can't keep it though. Gueye is there, and Branthwaite decides to come back to pick for Pat Nevin.
A wee bit more snap from Chelsea now. We weren't seeing that at all in the first 20 minutes or so, but getting a little bit more now in that midfield area. Mostly it's been set off by Caicedo there, but there's been a little bit more difficulty to play against Chelsea now, but that's again because you've got an extra man in midfield most of the time.
Remains 0-0. Here's Gusto, receives the ball inside his own half on the left, wide on the left, plays it to Colwell, and then goes trotting infield into that midfield role, and Jadon Sancho with a crisp packet blowing at his feet keeps that width on the left hand side. Colwell towards Gusto, back to Colwell, across to Fernandez. Colwell again with his left foot, chips one down the left hand touchline. Harrison wins the header. It falls at the feet of Sancho, surrounded by Everton players. He appeals for a handball against Gueye. Curling pass from Gueye, looking for Calvert-Lewin. Good defending by Tosin, gets his body in the way, gets to the ball first, and Calvert-Lewin has tripped him. Goal at Old Trafford, Mike Maine.
Bournemouth have taken the lead. It's Huijsen with the goal. He floated in, free kick from the far side. He flicked it on with his head over the goalkeeper and into the far side of the net. He did it against Spurs. He scored again. Huijsen's the name, and it's Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 1.
Young defender making a name for himself. Commentary continues on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Wolves 1 up at Leicester. Commentary of that game available via the BBC Sports website and app. It is still Fulham 0, Southampton 0. Pat.
I just took my headphones off there to see if these noise cancelling headphones were working well, but actually it's quite quiet outside as well.
No, I was thinking
very,
that.
very quiet.
Yeah, it is quiet.
I think people had a wee night out last night.
Possibly, Pat. Possibly.
100% they did.
Yeah, the Christmas market, actually, when I arrived, Pat, I got there, I was listening to the build-up to the Fury-Usyk fight, and the Christmas market was still in full swing in the centre of Liverpool when I got there, but I opted against the Glühwein and went for an early night.
Well, every Saturday night's a Saturday night special in Liverpool, but this one particularly so.
Fernandez across to Disassi. By the way, the 5 Live Boxing podcast is there with the Usyk against Fury debrief. Steve Bunce and the team are with that one in case you missed any of it last night. Here's Colwill towards Gusto. Good first time layoff to Fernandez, outside of his right foot. Pickford's come herring off his line. He's not going to get there. Jackson's there, hits the shot, and Pickford saves. He got the angle right. Jackson took a chance, and Pickford palms it behind for a corner.
Bad decision making by the goalkeeper there. We were talking beforehand about now and again there is a kind of slight madness to some of the decisions. No need to come out there at all. But I have to say, the ball was held up in the wind. It didn't run at its normal course, and then Pickford was basically spooked by that, and he was conned by that. So this is a good excuse for him on that occasion.
Talking about the Usyk fight, we were talking about it in the Commentator's View podcast earlier on in the week, and I had to go from Alexander Usyk to Alexander Isak in the same
Yes.
link, Pat, which is quite tricky, actually.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And that show of yours, that's the sort of thing you should be doing lots of. The
Exactly.
trickiest ones to discuss.
Yeah, that's another one. You can send us an email on tcv@bbc.co.uk. Okay, here's the corner for Chelsea into the near post. Good delivery. Bounces all the way to the far post. Somehow Jackson's hit the post. Pickford comes flying out to make a block on the rebound attempt. Gusto was the one hitting the shot. Pickford's got his arm in the air. At the moment, Chris Kavanagh's giving a corner. That was a rash challenge from Pickford, who came flying. I mean, how Jackson has missed the chance at the far post anyway, Pat?
Do you know what? Does Pickford get any of the ball there? I mean, he shouldn't miss that. It's a header. It come to him very, very quickly. He's come out to attack the ball. He's not trying to hurt the player, but does he get anything? Ooh, I think he might have just got something. If he gets nothing on the ball, it will be a penalty kick. But I think he does get something.
Yeah, I think you're right, Pat, because I think Chris Kavanagh has already had word from Graham Scott and the team at Stockley Park, and I can just see him making the gesture with his arms to the Chelsea players that they will not get a penalty for that. But Pickford's lucky, I think.
That's
there.
what VAR's for, and he got it right.
Corner for Chelsea, delivered by Palmer, blocked at the near post by Harrison. Calvert-Lewin is on the floor inside the Everton penalty area. Harrison is there again, clears with his left foot, chased by Doucouré. Caicedo is there, he's got it covered for Chelsea. Not masses on the back pass, but Sanchez, well outside his penalty area, gets there first. Lofted ball forward, the offside flag goes up against Nicholas Jackson. So Pickford's made the one save from Jackson when he shot from about 8 yards out. Jackson's hit the post with the header, and Pickford came very close to conceding a penalty. He was well off the ground as well, Pat, when he makes the challenge on Gusto.
Exactly. And he's just got the tiniest touch of the ball. Just the tiniest touch. Otherwise, that's penalty 100%, because he catches quite a lot of the player as well when he goes through. But you can see just over the last 10 minutes, more and more Chelsea are getting control and dominating this game. Everton have to do something about it if they're going to stay in it. And that is trying to use those long balls better than they are just now, which they're not, and trying somehow to get their wingers on the play in the final third, which they just ain't doing at all just now.
If Jackson had taken his 2 chances, Pat, he'd be a couple of goals closer to the potential 20 in the Premier League this season.
Exactly.
9 so far to his name, but he's getting the chances.
That's it. He always gets it. He will always keep on running. He's very, very fast. His running is becoming more intelligent than it was before.
Pickford's diagonal clearance is too long beyond Njai, who throws a right arm in the air at the ball because he knew it was clearing his head. It's gone out for a Chelsea throw. We've got 12 minutes remaining in the first half. Bournemouth currently 1 up at Manchester United. Wolves are 1 up at Leicester. Fulham and Southampton remains goalless, and we've got full commentary on Tottenham against Liverpool, which kicks off at half-4. Calvert-Lewin's trying to block a Tosin clearance here, gets there slightly late, and Tosin, as he clears, his right leg catches Calvert-Lewin, and Chris Kavanagh comes over to have a word. There won't be a booking for that. I mean, you see that happen all the time. Calvert-Lewin's got to go in and try and block that clearance.
If you're trying to get the ball, he's happened right over the Chelsea fans, and he's went down there. I have to say, I'm in Dominic Calvert-Lewin's side in that one. I don't think he was hurt at all.
Here's Colwill for Chelsea. Fernandez inside his own half, back to Colwill. Both managers, Enzo Maresco and Sean Dyche, standing on the touchline here at Goodison Park. Dugout's very close to the action. Sean Dyche has both palms out, arms spread wide, palms facing the floor, just telling his team to keep control of the game as best they can. Still 0-0. Disasi's floated ball down the right, or Neto flicks it over his own head and collects it the other side of Mikalenko, feeds Palmer. Palmer's tackled on the edge of the box. Mangala is there, gets his body in the way, but the ball runs to Palmer again, tries to knock it through the legs of Doucouré. Chelsea have got it back and they try and work it out to Sancho on the left. Young intercepts with his head and nods it out for a Chelsea throw.
It's so hard there, it's pinball in the middle there, because it's so windy, trying to get that first ball under control when it's zipped at you. Some of the players are really struggling with it just now. That kind of suits Everton, and with the three players they've got in there, Doucouré, Mangala and Gay in the midfield there, there's very, very little time for the likes of Cole Palmer to get on the ball and get his head up.
Fernandes and Sancho play a 1-2 for Chelsea, so this time Gusto holds the width for Chelsea and Sancho moves infield. Here's Tosin, crosses the halfway line, ball at his feet, just rolls a short pass here to Caicedo. Calvert-Lewin closes in, Chelsea working around him. Fernandes to Colwill to Sancho, back towards the halfway line. Here's Fernandes again, running across the Everton half. No immediate danger to Everton here. Then Tosin's low ball with his right foot, intercepted by Mikalenko. Goal at Leicester, Tom Gale.
Well, it's got even better for the visitors, Ali. Leicester 0, Wolves 2. Calamitous stuff from James Justin. A simple cross in. He ducks behind it. Leicester ball bounce. And Rodrigo Guedes is in there to challenge with the goalkeeper and nudge home his first goal for the club. It's Leicester 0, Wolves 2.
Starting very nicely for Vitor Pereira here at Goodison Park. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. What about events at Craven Cottage, Chris Wise?
Still Fulham 0, Southampton 0. Don't let this shock you, but Southampton actually looking defensively secure. They've limited Fulham to half chances. Harry Wilson and Alex Iwobi with them. So, with 9 minutes of the first half to go, Southampton have got a clean sheet. Fulham 0, Southampton 0.
Nicholas Jackson's gone down holding his face here. He's clashed with Tarkowski off the ball. They were wrestling with each other as Chelsea were playing it around inside their own half. They fell to ground together. We'll have a look at the replay in a second here, Pat Nevin. It may well be that Tarkowski has fallen on Jackson here, and Jackson is in some pain, but the game is stopped for now.
Yeah, they're kind of leaning up against each other. He has actually fallen down. I think Jackson's leaning into him, and he slips over. And because of that, Tarkowski falls over, but he fell over and leant his elbow into his head. Yeah. So I actually think there's a decent chance there is a bit of pain there. I don't think Young agrees with that.
Now then, that was cheeky from Cole Palmer. The referee's got his back turned to the action. He stopped the game. Palmer, I think, just to have a bit of fun with Ashley Young, went as if he was going to shoot from 45 yards out from the free kick with Pickford nowhere near it. Young actually, credit to him, Pat, was alert and was there to block it, and there was a nice little exchange between the two. But it shows you Palmer is always thinking, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's just his mind always goes. He thinks outside the box.
Yes.
That's the thing that he does, unlike other players. And the fact that he's not been stopped doing that at Chelsea is a great thing.
8 minutes remaining in the first half. It is still 0-0. Wolves are 2-0 up at Leicester. Bournemouth are 1-0 up at Manchester United. And Chris Wise telling us that Southampton looking more defensively solid at Craven Cottage. What a pass from Njai to release Doucouré. Chance for Everton here. They've got Chelsea on the back foot. Doucouré lays it off to Mangala. Might have been a foul there. Good shot by Mangala. Sanchez makes the save. Low to his right. The referee played the advantage. And then the offside flag goes up, so none of it would have counted.
But much better from Everton. The play over there in Njai was fantastic, wasn't he? Every time he gets the ball, he's got two players on him. I know that feeling. They know he's the danger there, so Disasi can't stop him. So Caicedo's right beside him, but he's done them both with one little bit of skill, and that's led to the danger there. And for Everton fans, you hear the roar, but they're not getting many opportunities to roar, are they?
No.
But then they are used to that this season, but that was a good move.
Decent strike as well from Mangala, forcing Sanchez into the save. All the show. Free kick for Chelsea. Everton fans getting into it now, didn't like that decision, and you can hear the reaction from the Everton fans. And in terms of the audio review of the weekend's football, Premier League review show available on the BBC Sounds app. On the Football Daily feed, Rick Edwards is hosting tonight. His guests are David James and Nigel Rio-Coker. So you'll get that after all the football later on today, or first thing tomorrow morning. Here's Disasi inside his own half. 6 minutes remaining in the first half at Goodison Park. Tosin looking for that longer ball again. This one is angled out to the right-hand side. Neto is able to keep it in play, faces up against Mikalenko, and Jai is back there to help with the defensive duties, and Neto tries to dart between the two of them and wins the free kick, and is getting extremely frustrated with the attentions of the Everton defenders, and Jai is booked for tugging him back, Pat.
Yeah, and he's not complaining much about it, so by that fact I suspect he probably deserves it. Really clever by Neto, go between two of them, and Jai knows that he's gone beyond him. He gets his arm on his shoulder and makes sure he doesn't get by it. Referee's got that one spot on.
Those are the interesting spots in this Chelsea team at the moment, because we keep talking about the sort of the A team for the Premier League and the B squad for the Conference League, but Madueke, who was in favour, is slightly less in favour in the Premier League now. So you've got Neto is back from suspension today. Jadon Sancho is playing well at the moment as well.
I'm quite surprised at how much people are reading into that. I think that just gives very good players in those positions, those wide areas, and they'll spell them.
Yeah.
They might look at this game and think Madueke will really be needed for the final 30 minutes when the space opens up.
5 minutes remaining in the first half. Danger for Everton here. It's a Chelsea free kick just outside the area on the right. Palmer goes for goal. That's headed straight up in the air. The ball's dropping inside the Everton box, blowing in the wind. Doucouré's missed his header there. Disassi just flicks it up in the air again. Oh, Tarkowski's barged over by Colwill. Pickford comes herring out to try and block, runs into Colwill. It's all going to kick off here inside the Everton penalty area. And Jordan Pickford, after his challenge on Malo Gusto earlier in the first half, I think Chelsea are taking exception to the way he's putting himself about inside his own penalty area. Referee Chris Kavanagh is calming it down. But actually, it's those kind of things, Pat, are actually getting the Everton fans more into this game.
Yeah, Colwill, first of all, as you say, takes Tarkowski out of it. And out comes the goalkeeper. And he knows the whistle's already been blown. That's it. He almost feels as if he's got a free hit there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Colwill understood that completely. Livened it up a little bit. But Everton are, again, now it's 20 minutes. The first 20 minutes, I would say, were slightly Everton's. Second 20 minutes of this half, definitely more Chelsea's, without them being completely dominant.
Colwill heads it forward. This is inside the Chelsea half. Calvert-Lewin chests the ball down. Half tackle, falls to Mikalenko. Prods it towards Doucouré. Works nicely for Everton. Here's Njai. Edge of the Chelsea penalty area. Right-footed curling cross is headed up in the air by Disassi. Sancho's got to be careful with his first touch. Does it beautifully. Gusto in support on the left. Outside of the right foot. Tarkowski blocks the pass forward that was aimed for Jackson. Goes out for a Chelsea throw. Back to Old Trafford. Mike Maine.
Well, Manchester United have had two big chances to equalise, not taken either. Bruno Fernandes with both. The first one, he dragged his shot wide, waiting on the edge of the penalty area. The second one, United caught Bournemouth napping at the back, charged forward 3-on-2. He tried to bend it across goal, and it was saved by Kepa. Still, with 3 minutes half-time, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 1.
3 minutes remaining in the first half at Goodison Park as well. This is Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Neto's on the ball inside his own half. Let's check back in at Leicester as well. Tom Gale.
Leicester 0, Wolves 2. Jamie Vardy just had one cleared off the line inside the penalty box. The ball was initially played behind him. He was able to turn and swivel, but Totti it was who kept it the clean sheet so far for Wolves. Wolves leading 2-0 here at Leicester.
Tosin on the ball for Chelsea inside his own half. No Everton player near him. He's able to pass easily to Colwill. Wide it goes to Sancho. Quickly on to Gusto. First time cross with his left foot. Mikalenko clears it on the half volley. Away it comes here to Colwill. Gusto plays it back in field to Sancho. Body swerving left and right there. Mangala's not falling for that. Blocks the pass from Sancho. Sancho then works it back to Colwill. Enzo Fernandez gets on the ball just inside the Everton half, drives his pass from left to right, bounces in front of Neto, chests it down, and Jai's got to be a little bit careful on the yellow card now. Neto holds him off, plays it back to Disassi, in it comes to Palmer, holds his man off on the edge of the box. Caicedo's now cross, comes into the penalty area. Tarkowski heads it away, bounces in front of Fernandez, runs into Tarkowski, and the decision has gone against Tarkowski, even though he's gone down holding his head. This is going to be a free kick Chelsea from about 30 yards in a second. Another goal at Leicester, Tom Gale.
Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Ali is their top scorer. Mateus Cunha, wide right, tight angle, shoot past Ward. Dream start for Vitor Pereira. Leicester 0, Wolves 3.
Crikey, real trouble for Leicester. Commentary on that game available via the BBC Sports website and app. What about that decision there, Pat? The free kick being given to Chelsea.
I don't think Tarkowski was acting that at all, but he got to the ball second. Yes, he did get hurt, but he still gave away a foul. I think the referee has got that one spot on. Well done, referee, because it was a tough one to call.
Yeah.
Because the way Tarkowski went down, you think, has he had an elbow in the face there? But no, he ran into the player's shoulder. So,
yeah.
Yep, got that right. Well done.
Tarkowski came off worse. But it was he who committed the foul. Cole Palmer is a danger man for Everton here. Last minute of the first half, 0-0. Palmer in conversation with Enzo Fernandez. The ball is in the inside left channel. It's about 30 yards from goal. Pickford standing in the middle of his goal. Here is Palmer. He's going to curl the ball in towards the far post. It's behind the on-rushing Chelsea attackers, but it stays in play, and Disasi collects it. Plays back down the right wing for Chelsea to Gusto. He's chased by Unjai. Here's Caicedo. Caicedo nearer the halfway line now as Everton push forward to try and put a bit of pressure on Chelsea here. And Gusto again has to play back into his own half. Caicedo is there again, and he's going to not use Robert Sanchez. In fact, he'll play across to Tosin, and we're about to have 1 minute of added time at the end of this first half. Chilly Merseyside afternoon. Everton under new ownership, holding Chelsea at the moment. Caicedo's diagonal finds Sancho. The offside flag stays down. Ashley Young wins the battle this time. Sancho drags the Everton right back to the floor. Everton fans love that. That is going to be a free kick for the home team. It remains 0-0.
You know, Everton are reverting to type what they have done more often than not this season. You know, they're not getting a lot of possession, they're dropping back, it's a 4-5-1 when they've lost the ball. They're incredibly hard to break through. They ask the opposition, go on, play the ball into the middle, you know, play it high in the middle. They've got Tarkowski there, and they've got Branthwaite there, they've got battlers in the midfield. It's not always pretty to watch, but at the moment, 0-0 is a score that I don't think Sean Dyche will be devastated by.
Jordan Pickford has just got a yellow card. He throws his arms out wide and shrugs and sort of directs his attention towards the assistant referee away to his left. Is that for the delaying of the game, or?
I find that stunning. I have no idea.
What's that
I'll certainly
for?
have a look at that one again. That wasn't clearly obvious. I mean, to me, I'm looking confused. Sean Dyche looks completely and utterly confused. And usually when it's the keeper, you think, oh, it's only the keeper, a yellow card, it's not a worry. But it's Jordan Pickford.
Well, Jordan Pickford doesn't even have time to take the free kick, so that's the last action of the first half. Referee Chris Kavanagh is going to be jeered from the field. Jordan Pickford was millimetres away, actually, from committing a really bad challenge in this first half. Came flying out to block a Gusto shot and got lucky. He got a very little something on the ball, otherwise that would have been the concession of a penalty. In the way he came flying in, it could have been a straight red. He's got a yellow late in the first half. He's made a really important save from Nicholas Jackson. Jackson has also hit the post with a header from close range. The yellow card, Pat, was for delaying the restart of the game. And at half-time, we're goalless. What do you made of it?
Well, first of all, that's a wee bit hard on Jordan Pickford. It didn't seem to that much of a delay to me, and certainly looked to me as if he deserved a warning first. But for the rest of the game, 20 minutes, Everton pretty much in the front foot, trying to get closed down, didn't really create a huge amount there. And then a little tickle with the tactics there from Maresco, and Chelsea, they were the dominant side, got themselves 2 or 3 half-decent chances there, without being brilliant, but a little bit snappier. But a long way from the best that I've ever seen Chelsea playing this season. Having said that, it's a good distance from the best I've seen at Everton as well.
Stalemate at Goodison Park at half-time, the weekend before Christmas. Everton 0, Chelsea 0.
Do you know, Pat Nevin, I was thinking of saying that it was a well-timed chat about the importance of Jordan Pickford before the game, but then you could have that before pretty much any game.
Yeah, just about everyone. To be honest, again, he's made a good save, but he could have been sent off, or not saying I've given away a penalty there, but then he had to go and attack that ball. It's a tough one for goalkeepers. I stand by them in those situations. He also came out at one point where he completely and utterly misjudged it. Could make an argument there for the win causing that. But there's always something that happens when Jordan's around, but he certainly has had one good save so far. But if you look at a lot of the games recently with Everton, 0-0 is not an uncommon scoreline at half-time.
Yellow card, Steve, for dissent. That's been updated. It was initially given on the app as delaying the restart of the game, but it's a yellow card for dissent for Jordan Pickford.
OK, thank you both. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. What a first 45 minutes for the new Wolves manager, Vitor Pereira, at Leicester City. Incredible first half. Tom Gale.
Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Steve, Vitor Pereira's name being repeatedly sung from the away end. Guedes' hook shot after 19 minutes got things started. Rodrigo Gomez bundled home his first goal for the club after defender James Justin let a ball go which he could have easily cleared, and then Cunha's shot from a tight angle which beat Ward, who for me should have done better. Vardy had a strike cleared off the line at 2-0. 3 shots on target for the visitors. Boos from the home support on the half-time whistle, where it's Leicester 0, Wolves 3.
Big as it stands caveat here, but as it stands on Christmas Day, Bournemouth will be above Manchester City in the Premier League because, Mike Minor,
they are up to 5th as they are leading Manchester United by a goal to 0. Really enjoyable half of football. Plenty of press, plenty of attacks, some big chances too. The one that counts was Dean Howson flicking on a looping header from a free kick on the far side, and Nana was flat-footed and only a bystander. Mind you, looking at the replays, so was most of the Manchester United defence. United should be level though. Bruno Fernandes in the final 5 minutes of the first half, a host of chances, one dragged wide, one saved by Kepa, the third a flying shot outside the box just wide of the left-hand post. Players doing plenty of running in this game, it has to be said. It's bitterly cold, so trying to keep themselves warm, and it's making for a really good game of football. At the break, Bournemouth 3 points off the top 4. United 0, Bournemouth 1.
There's your Christmas music. That's what we've been waiting for. Half-time at the Cottage as well in the Premier League. Chris Wise.
Bit of Christmas music here as well to lift the spirits. Fulham 0, Southampton 0 at half-time. First Premier League game for Saints after Russell Martin's departure. And the one point of note is they are not trying to play out from the back anywhere near as much today as we've seen from Saints for most of their games this season. They're minimising the risk. They haven't got a great deal going forward, but maybe that's the sacrifice that's been needed. Fulham have had the chances, but they've been restricted to half chances. Harry Wilson taking the ball down on his thigh, a volley over from the edge of the box. Another chance for Alex Iwobi, a shot with a bit of fade on it that just drifted past at the left post of the returning Southampton goalkeeper Aaron Ramsdale. But at the break, Fulham 0, Southampton 0.
OK, there's a game getting underway in the next 10 minutes in the Championship. We'll be there. Gallagher Premiership as well. We'll talk that, and we'll be back at the PDC World Darts Championship. All of that, and our first visit of the afternoon to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Spurs versus Liverpool coming up in full at 4:30. We'll do all of that after the news with Jill Mackenzie.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Germany's ambassador to the UK says there are questions about whether action should have been taken when a man, suspected of driving into crowds at a Christmas market, repeatedly posted Islamophobic comments online. 5 people died and 200 were injured in Magdeburg. Taleb al-Abdud Mohsen, who's originally from Saudi Arabia, has been charged with multiple murders and attempted murders. Peter Volter lives in Magdeburg and paid his respects at the market.
It's terrible. Just terrible. And above all, based on what has been investigated so far, it's astonishing that this person was still there. This is actually a situation for the future where you have to say, check who comes here. Otherwise, we would never have thought that Magdeburg could be in the headlines like this.
For the second day in a row, the Pope's condemned Israeli strikes on Gaza as cruelty. The territory's civil defense agency says attacks by Israel overnight killed at least 28 people. Israel says it's been targeting Hamas and accused the Pope of having double standards. The Archbishop of York, Stephen Cottrell, says he could have handled things differently after the BBC found he twice reappointed a priest with a history of sexual abuse allegations as an area dean in Essex. Mr Cottrell was the Bishop of Chelmsford when David Tudor's contract was renewed. Stephen Cottrell's previously said he was deeply sorry that he'd not been able to act before Mr Tudor was suspended in 2019. David Tudor hasn't commented. The Bishop of Gloucester is Rachel Treweek.
We need to ask what will best enable us to keep survivors and victims at the centre, and how do we in our leadership enable, support and free the church to be the church and build community at local level.
And around 100 flights to and from Heathrow Airport have been cancelled because of strong winds. An estimated 15,000 people are affected. Ferry services have also been disrupted across the Irish Sea and along the Scottish coast.
In 2024, we were here for the sporty ones.
What was the first time you actually played it or watched it and thought, wow, what is this?
With the latest sport podcasts.
Yeah, we're all agreed on that.
Yeah.
Match of the day, top 10.
He's best in the world in that position.
Game intelligence, isn't it? There's no one better.
Tailenders.
Do you get the same sensation we do, but cricket is upon us?
This is like the day before Christmas.
And Football Daily.
So many stories, so many narratives from this game.
He barely touched it. Ridiculous.
The best of 2024 is here. Listen on BBC Sounds. This is 5 Live Sport.
With Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
our times in the Premier League. Everton 0, Chelsea 0, Fulham 0, Southampton 0, Leicester 0, Wolves 3 and Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 1. Second half commentary on the way on 5 Live, Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and app. Of all 4 of those games, we'll get reaction shortly in the Scottish Premiership to the full-time score. Dundee United 0, Celtic 0 at the PDC World Darts. We've already heard on the programme from Luke Littler, and you should have a great afternoon ahead, James Craig.
Yeah, we're midway through the afternoon session, Steve. We've had wins so far for the long-haired Somerset boy Ryan Sill, the Latvian Madars Ramsar as well. On stage at the moment is the 23rd seed Joe Cullen and the Dutchman Vessel Neiman. The Bradfordian is a set-up. He's averaging well over 100. He nearly dunked out Luke Humphreys here 12 months back, so want to watch maybe this network next week or so, should he get through here. Luke Littler will have an eye on Richie Edhouse and Ian White. They're last on this afternoon, but the big hitters are all this evening. Ross Smith, who won a big title actually earlier on in the year. 2-time world champion Gary Anderson getting his bid for a 3rd Ali Pali crown underway as well. And the Belgian UK Open champion Dimitri van den Berg, Steve. It's only 3 p.m. on a Sunday, but it feels like it's 10 on a Saturday night.
One game in the Gallagher Premiership this afternoon about to get underway. Saracens, Northampton Saints. Adam Whitty.
It's a curious one, Steve, as it's the 2 best performing English teams in the Champions Cup, but domestically they're off the back of 2 straight defeats, each of them. 5th place Saracens won each of their European matches, but their loss to Newcastle 3 weeks ago in the Premiership was one of the biggest defeats in the league in the past decade. 4 changes for them. England hooker Theo Dan replaces another England hooker, Jamie Dodge. They could go 3rd with victory today. Defending champions Northampton are 8th. Their title defence stuttering somewhat. They'll hope their famous win in South Africa against the Bulls last week will help turn things around and give them a boost to catch the playoff chasing pack. England 9, Alex Mitchell makes his 100th league appearance. 5 changes for the Saints today. Kick-off a few minutes away at a cold, windy, pretty grim Stonex Stadium.
It's pretty much like that across the rest of the UK, I think. In the Championship, after seeing their 12-match unbeaten run end last weekend, West Brom look to start a new one at home to Bristol City. Aaron Paul.
Yeah, 3 points will be a welcome gift under the old proverbial tree this year for Albion fans. Plagued by draws this season, they'll be delighted that gaffer Carlos Corberán remains in position after he was touted as a potential Southampton replacement for Russell Martin. Albion are part of the playoff pack. A win and a 3-goal swing sees them back into the top 6. Styles and Grant drop out. John Swift and Mikey Johnston come in. McGuane and Twine come back into the starting 11 for visitors Bristol City. Fally Mayulu leaves the line. Naki Wells misses out. I don't want to be a negative Norman, Steve, but this reeks of a draw.
You've seen West Brom before. Thank you very much, Aaron. Let's get more on Dundee United 0, Celtic 0 in the Scottish Premiership. So Celtic's lead's now 9 points. United stay 5th. They're 1 point behind Motherwell. Here's the Celtic boss, Brendan Rodgers.
You're always disappointed when you draw a game that you feel you should win. I thought that we arrived into all the areas that we wanted to often enough. We had obviously high percentage of the ball. Probably we didn't work the keeper enough. I felt that we had, especially first half, we get into some really good areas and either didn't arrive in the right moments or just didn't hit the target. So second half we were relentless in our game and stayed in the half, but just lacked that little bit of instinct to finish or just hesitate on our finishing. But the players gave everything. I think we had to make a lot of changes in the game. I think guys like Stephen Welsh coming in, Tony Ralston, who haven't played a great deal, but come in and were really secure in the game for us, done ever so well, but really sort of middle to final third of the pitch we just didn't do enough.
That was Brendan Rodgers. Elsewhere today, League 2 Fleetwood Town have sacked manager Charlie Adam after less than a year in the job. They've only won 1 of their last 11 league games. And in cricket, England have recalled Joe Root to the men's ODI squad for the Tour of India and the Champions Trophy. Unsurprisingly, Ben Stokes is going to miss out due to injury. Pace bowler Mark Wood is also in the squad following his recovery from injury. Second half commentaries on the way in the Premier League at 4:30 in full from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Spurs versus Liverpool with correspondent John Murray and Clinton Morrison. Afternoon, both.
Yes, good afternoon. Everyone's full of festive cheer
Are
here.
they?
Yeah, very much so, with the prospect of what we might have later in the afternoon.
Well, you just don't know what to expect, Clinton, as we say time and time again. This is exactly the kind of game that Spurs might actually go and win.
Exactly. They're the most exciting team, I think, in the Premier League at the moment, because you don't know what to expect from Tottenham. So this could be anything. People are asking me coming into the ground, Crossy. This could be 5-4, 5-1. It could be anything. There'll be goals in this game, though. It'll be as good as the Chelsea game for sure.
We're going to hear John Murray from Ange Postecoglou a little bit later. He's been talking, unsurprisingly, about Fraser Forster this week after what happened in the Cup.
Yeah, we're just talking about it, and I know everyone has said since Thursday night that he's just not comfortable with the ball at his feet. He's not comfortable, but I was here on Thursday night. It came out of the blue. It was almost the only way that Manchester United had a way back into that match, and yet, I feel strongly. I think I said it on the night. If Son had not scored that goal from the corner, so if Spurs hadn't scored the fourth goal, I think a Manchester United third would have been inevitable. I think it would have gone 3-3. But I think, as well as Fraser Forster, there are a number of other interesting things about the team selection today. We don't know yet if Udogie is going to be fit. We think he probably is to play at left back. But if he's not, then who plays there? And I think similarly, Liverpool in defence, because Andy Robertson's suspended for this match. So who will play at left back? Because Tsimikas is back on the scene now, or will he go with Gomez, which would mean that Kwanzaa would be in central defence? And I think there's plenty to go out there for Tottenham.
I mean, there's 13 points between the two teams, Clinton, so I'm not trying to sort of compare them in that sense. But, one thing we have seen from Liverpool, which they might need to do again today, is show that without big names, they can still very much look like themselves.
Yeah, definitely. But they've still got the majority of their big names and their star players that they've had for most of the season. But I think Liverpool are outstanding. I think Slot's done a brilliant job. They've got quality in the final third. That's the difference. If you can rotate the defence and the midfield, but the strikers, I think they're fantastic. Even if someone comes out, you've got players that can come back. They got Diogo Jota, who's back, who scored a brilliant goal last week. So I think they've got fantastic footballers, Liverpool. I think it's Liverpool's to lose, Crossy. I've come to that decision now.
What, the title?
Yeah, the title. I just look at it now and I think they're in fantastic form. I wouldn't rule out Arsenal. I would never rule out Arsenal, but
Chelsea?
I do think it's... Nah, not Chelsea, just not for me at the moment, unless, Crossy, they do brilliant business in January.
Okay, well, I think they tend to do some sort of business, so we'll see. Thank you very much, both. We'll be back at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium from just after 4 o'clock to focus in on that game in more detail. Half-times in the Premier League then, quick reminder, Fulham 0, Southampton 0, Leicester 0, Wolves 3. If you want commentary of either of those games, you can get it on the BBC Sport website and app. Bournemouth are leading at Manchester United at half-time. Full commentary of that one on 5 Sports Extra. Here on 5 Live, teams coming back out of the tunnel at Goodison Park. It's Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Pat Nevins with Ali Bruceport.
So yes, Chelsea, as we said at the start of the game, looking for that win to take them top of the Premier League table ahead of that Tottenham-Liverpool game, which you can hear in full here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds at 4:30. And Everton starting today 3 points above the bottom 3, 0-0 at half-time. We're just watching, Pat, the two sets of players make their way back onto the field. Wind is still blowing. There's a sort of feeling of rain in the air, but it's not falling at the moment. Blue skies to the right, grey skies to the left. And there's been enough in that first half to keep us on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, and it's on the edge. I mean, if Everton score, it's going to be very interesting, because you suspect they will then sit back and it will be an absolute battle. Whereas if Chelsea were to manage to sneak a goal just now, that will open up Everton, and then we'll have a much more free-flowing game. So I suspect Chelsea actually have to push it. And I know Everton at home, but they would take a draw here. Absolutely, they would take a draw. Whereas Chelsea, where they are just now, a win's necessary if they're going to put the pressure on up top.
Yeah, well, we know all about Everton's football this season. Really tough start to the season. Lost those first 4 Premier League games against Brighton, Tottenham, Bournemouth and Villa. Conceded 13 goals. Have really tightened up since then. They've failed to score in 8 Premier League games themselves this season, but have kept 6 clean sheets. So defensive solidity. Struggling to score the goals, held Arsenal to 0-0 last weekend. There have been a few 0-0s recently. This one is 0-0. The second half is just underway. Chelsea in the cream kit, change kit with the blue trim and blue socks, playing from left to right in the second half towards the park end of the ground, and Everton in the bright blue shirts, white shorts and white socks, chasing the ball inside the Chelsea half at the moment. It's back with the Chelsea keeper, Robert Sanchez, who puts his right foot through the ball. It goes spinning high in the air. Branthwaite heads it forward. It comes off Caicedo's back. It drops loose inside the Chelsea half. Enzo Fernandez hooks it forward. Tarkowski is there, and he sweeps it back past to Jordan Pickford, who drills this one straight downfield. Toss in heads it forward into the Everton half. Mikalenko tries to nod it to Branthwaite. Neto's there, barged into by Branthwaite, goes down, no free kick. Long ball downfield from the Everton defender, is chased by Calvert-Lewin. Toss-in has flicked it up in the air. Sanchez takes a touch, and under pressure from Harrison gets the ball away to Malo Gusto on the left.
I tell you what, the keeper didn't pick it up there because he was worried in case it was a pass back. If that was a pass back, it's one of the best I've ever seen in my life. It was an overhead kick over his head, sliced one. That was a complete miss-hit. But it's interesting to watch Tosin there. He seems very confident in himself, doesn't it? Real belief in himself. And you've got Dominic Calvert-Lewin bearing down on you with that sort of pace. He just never looks flustered, does he?
Here are Chelsea with Disasi. 2 changes from their last Premier League starting 11 against Brentford last weekend. Disasi is one of those. Mark Cucurella suspended for this game, and Neto's come in for Madueke. I'll give you the 2 full lineups in just a second. A couple of minutes into this second half, Enzo Fernandez, the Argentine international, on the ball inside his own half. He's been in good goal-scoring form recently for the team as well. Disasi's little flick ball is blocked by Njai with his arm, and the referee, Chris Kavanagh, gives a free kick to Chelsea inside their own half.
But his heart was in his mouth just for a second, wasn't it? Because he's been booked already in Njai. It wasn't deliberate, it was chipped up towards his arm, but absolutely 100% free kick.
Yes, and Njai and Pickford, the 2 on yellow cards for Everton. Toss in, delivery from deep, diagonally out wide to Sancho, chests the ball down. Ashley Young is sticking to him like glue. Sancho's giving it away. Calvert-Lewin and Mangala try to work a 1-2. Sancho busies himself to win it back. Receives it from Gusto down the left. Mangala goes chasing for Everton. Sancho, low pass in field to Fernandez. Forward to Jackson. Laid back to Caicedo. And now Cole Palmer on the ball, 40 yards from goal in a central position. Gives it to Caicedo, who chips a pass over to the left to Sancho. He thought about the early cross. Now delivers that with his right foot. Nearly makes it all the way through to the far post. Mikalenko is there to block. Calvert-Lewin does well to keep it for Everton. Doucouré starts to drive forward. Good skill with his left foot to take him past his man. Then the pass to the left finds Njai. Neto is back defending for Chelsea. Njai is trying to hold him off. Little step over. Wide on the left-hand touchline. Just down beneath our commentary position. Beats Neto. Cross comes in. Too close to Sanchez, who grabs it for Chelsea.
Great piece of skill by Njai. Again, he's got 2 players on him. It's so obvious that what's been said, about Everton, their biggest danger when they're attacking is Njai on the left-hand side. And every time he gets the ball, 2 Chelsea players are right on him. They give him no space whatsoever. There was 2 on him there. He managed to get by both of them, got a cross in. Sadly for him, it was a poor cross straight into the goalkeeper's arms.
So Everton have Jordan Pickford in goal on the yellow card. Young, Tarkowski, Branthwaite, Mikalenko back 4. Mangala, Gay, Doucouré as the midfield 3. Harrison and Njai wide with Dominic Calvert-Lewin through the middle. Chelsea are Robert Sanchez in goal. There's Tosin playing a ball from deep. Mikalenko leaps, cushions a header in the air, which makes its way back to Pickford, who very carefully, right on the edge of his box, he's got his feet outside the line, but hands inside the line, catches the ball, and just nods to the assistant referee to say, I got that one right, didn't I? Disasi at right back, Malo Gusto left back, Tosin and Colwill the 2 centre-backs for Chelsea, Moises Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez in front of them. Here come Everton with Njai on the left-hand side. Calvert-Lewin making his way into the middle, and Njai's ball nearly finds him. Does find Harrison's shot. That's blocked by Sanchez. A really important save for Chelsea, who will now try and turn it into a counter-attack, because Malo Gusto is sprinting up to the halfway line with the ball at his feet. So both keepers now, Pat Nevin, have made crucial blocks.
But classically, that is the first time that Njai has got Disasi 1-on-1 on the left-hand side in his own, and he just walks beyond him. Puts a ball in there, and Everton should have scored. That is a great opportunity. They should have scored.
Rest of the Chelsea lineup: Neto wide right, Sancho wide left, and Cole Palmer playing in behind Nicholas Jackson. Chelsea have it just inside the Everton half, so that's livened up the Everton fans again. Just after half-time, lovely warming pie for us at half-time. We're packed in tight in the press box here, but you're not complaining about that this afternoon. But of collective warmth, lovely clever touch from Palmer, just feeding a pass on from Fernandez to find Neto, using his pace down the right, then chops back to try and beat Mikalenko, holds Mikalenko off, turns again, Neto gets away from him, keeps his feet as well, tries to get the cross in, and Njai's back there, blocks it, and it goes behind for the Chelsea corner. Then Neto turns to the referee and with his fingers goes 1, 2, 3 about the amount of times he feels he was fouled.
He was certainly fouled by Mikalenko there, but the referee played the advantage. It was the right thing to do. He got beyond Mikalenko. just great work by Njai there, gets in, sliding tackle. So the referee knows that was a foul there. He could have given a foul there, but he's got corner kick.
Neto in danger of potentially talking himself into the book there. Chelsea have a whole host of players lined up around the penalty spot. Cole Palmer will deliver the corner in from the right. 6 minutes gone in the second half. Palmer looks up, swings this one high on the wing towards the back post, beats everyone and goes behind for the Everton goal kick. Jordan Pickford ended up on the floor in the 6-yard box.
Wasn't a great ball there, but once again, you have to give players some excuses, because put that ball high up in the air there, it's blowing all over the place. On that occasion, he's trying to bend the ball in towards the goalkeeper, but the wind just took too much.
Attendance this afternoon, 39,338 inside Goodison Park, as we get another replay of the Robert Sanchez save with his right leg outstretched to deny Jack Harrison early in this second half. Bournemouth 1 up at Manchester United. Wolves under Vitor Pereira in his first game, going great guns at Leicester. 3-0 up at half-time in that one. Fulham 0, Southampton 0. Calvert-Lewin tackled wide on the left. The ball comes off Tosin and goes out for a throw-in to Everton. West Brom against Bristol City is underway in the Championship, as is Hearts against St Johnstone in the Scottish Premiership. Earlier on it finished Dundee United 0, Celtic 0. Jackson controls the ball inside his own half, manoeuvres away from trouble, chips one down the right. Branthwaite is there, clears on the bounce, and Jai keeps it in play. Jackson is there to try and make the tackle. It's clumsy from Jackson. That is a foul, and that is a free kick for Everton wide on the left. And now Jai is the one doing the complaining to Chris Kavanagh, saying that should be a yellow card for the Chelsea striker. If Jackson gets booked, by the way, he will miss Chelsea's next game. He doesn't at the moment.
Yeah, with Jackson, to be honest, that's a forwards tackle. I don't think he means to tackle it, it just runs into his ankle. So free kick there, and I think the referee's right not to get too carried away with that one.
So free kick for Everton, just down beneath us here. Tall white stanchion, which partially blocks your view of that penalty area away to the left-hand side. And this famous old ground, packed with fans, decked out in blue and white. Two-tiered stand away to the left, the famous Gladys Street end. Jack Harrison, short free kick to Gay, lofts it high in the air. Tarkowski down in the Chelsea box, holding his left leg. Disasi tells him to get up. Tarkowski does. He doesn't like it. Goes chest to chest with Disasi. Players from both teams then move in to try and separate everything. Again, it's going to be one for those at Stockley Park. Tarkowski's wagging a finger at Chris Kavanagh as well. He's now blown his whistle. I think he's going to call Tarkowski back towards him. There is a bit of edge in this game, Pat, isn't there?
I think that's not a bad thing for Everton, to give a little bit of needle there. And Disasi, he thinks there was nothing in that there, but it's the way he walked over the top of Tarkowski. I don't think that's a penalty kick, but he's turned around and kind of walked over and just clipped him away. He's not hurt him in any way. Tarkowski wasn't impressed with that at all.
Yeah.
But there's so little in it, and the referee has kept his cards in his pocket correctly.
Bit of testosterone flying around at Goodison Park. 9 minutes gone in the second half. 5 Live and BBC Sounds, full commentary here of Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Sports Extra has Manchester United, Bournemouth. Mike Maine's watching that one.
10 minutes into the second half, and Ruben Amorim's had enough. He's made the changes. Xherxes Ugarte off. Rasmus Højlund comes on, as does Alejandro Garnacho, to play in the Premier League for the first time since the 7th of December. They came on from a corner, instantly cleared off the line by Bournemouth. United 0, Bournemouth 1.
Strong challenge by James Tarkowski here. Got the ball. The throw-in has been given to Chelsea. The Everton fans are furious with that. Enzo Fernandez didn't mind the tackle, but again, just ratchets the tension up a notch.
Do you know what? And Tarkowski gets the ball there, but it's one of those ones, he's dived in such a way, had he not quite got to the ball, he was in massive trouble there, because his feet was off the ground. But it's lifted the Everton fans a little bit. We'll see if it's lifted the Everton players.
Yeah, thunderous noise now inside Goodison Park. Mikalenko side foots a pass to Doucouré. Doucouré turns inside the Chelsea half, gets away from Caicedo. Great feet here, still going. 3 Chelsea players in front of him. Eventually Caicedo wins the battle. Forward to Jackson it goes. Jackson running away from Mangala. Finds Sancho. Malo Gusto's busting a gut to get beyond him on the left-hand side. Gets onto the ball. Fizzes it back to Sancho. Sancho with those dancing feet. Skips past Ashley Young. Tackled by Harrison. And it goes out for a throw to Chelsea in an attacking position on the left. It's taken quickly to Enzo Fernandez. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. 10 minutes gone in the second half. The ball is at the feet of Tosin. Forward to Palmer. Palmer has dropped deep for Chelsea here. Back on the half halfway line, half challenged by Doucouré. Chelsea keep it, across to Tosin. Everton stand off for the moment. Enzo Fernandez strokes it forward to Malo Gusto in the midfield role. That pass intercepted by Jack Harrison. What can Everton do with this? Harrison holds off Gusto. Finds Idrissa Gueye into the feet of Calvert-Lewin. Thought he was getting away from Caicedo, who is there again for Chelsea. The game's opening up. Here's Palmer. Palmer, lovely measured pass, finds Sancho. Sancho easily beats Ashley Young. Young dangled out a leg. Sancho dances past it. Young catches him this time. That'll be a free kick to Chelsea. Let's check in on Leicester Wolves. Tom Gale.
Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Rudin and Nistelrooy made 2 changes at the break. Winks and Fast taken off brought on for Skip and Vestergaard. And just 7 minutes into the second half, he's hooked Justin and Alcanus and replaced them with De Cordova-Reid and Chowdhury. It's Leicester 0, Wolves 3.
Ashley Young booked here for that challenge on Jadon Sancho. Ashley Young will miss Everton's next game. Manchester City away. Everton will not have Ashley Young.
Do you know what? And it's a really stupid one, isn't it? Because he's lunged in at one tackle, he's got away with it, and he's chased back. And all you do then is slow the player down. But he's lunged in again. It almost looked like a player who wanted to get booked out. Not suggesting anybody wants any time off over the Christmas period.
12 minutes got in the second half. Free kick for Chelsea. Coming in from wide on the left. Fernandez with his right foot. In swinger to the far post. Jackson can't control it at the far post. That is going to be a goal kick to Everton, to Craven Cottage. Fulham Southampton second half. Chris Wise.
12 minutes into it here as well. Fulham 0, Southampton 0. A sight of goal for Saints. Adam Armstrong slipped in from the angle. Shot straight at Bernd Leno at his near post. We've seen Saints changes as well. Cameron Archer on at half-time for Tyler Dibling. And Leslie Ugachukwu has just arrived on the scene as well from the bench. Fulham 0, Southampton 0.
Jordan Pickford takes the goal kick for Everton here. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. That holds up in the wind. Tosin easily wins the header. Falls to the feet of Sancho. Malo Gusto in support on the left. Takes the ball in his stride. Harrison comes sprinting back to help out for Everton. Gusto holds onto it. Then passes to Fernandez. Infield to Caicedo in a central position. He's caught by Abdoulaye Doucouré. It's going to be another free kick for Chelsea. 3 o'clock kick-off in the Gallagher Premiership this afternoon. Saracens Northampton being watched by Adam Whitty.
7-0 after 12 minutes against Northampton. Kicking key in this game, it seems, in blustery conditions. Fergus Burke on the end of a delightful kick from Tobias Elliott down the right wing. Saracens have a deserved 7-0 lead over Saints. 12 minutes gone.
Penalty at Old Trafford, Mike Minay.
And it's gone the way of Bournemouth as well. Tricky play on the left-hand side. They link really well and they cut into the penalty area. Mazraoui takes down a player and it's given Bournemouth a chance from 12 yards to double their lead. Still 1-0 for now.
OK, Mike, when the ball's on the spot, give us a shout. Chelsea have a free kick here. We'll go straight back to Old Trafford when the penalty is ready to be taken. This is clearly not a set piece of that nature for Chelsea, but again, on the wing, could be tricky for Jordan Pickford, and Cole Palmer stands over the ball.
I mean, the player you want on that ball there is Cole Palmer. I mean, Enzo can hit it from those sort of areas as well, but Cole Palmer has got a wand of a left, he's got a wand of a right foot as well, let's be fair about it. But if he, similar to the first half, if he can get it up and down, over, bouncing before the keeper.
He's going to have a go with his left foot straight into the wall. The ball spins away to the left-hand side, bounces in front of Gusto, bounces twice, gets away from him, but he's happy to let that go behind for the corner to Chelsea. Cole Palmer's 50th Premier League appearance for Chelsea today.
Yeah, just a moment ago there, Doucouré was not booked for that tackle. He was very, very fortunate, by the way. I haven't seen it again.
Yeah, stretched out a long left leg, completely got it wrong, and actually made heavy contact on the ankle. Palmer making a run on the outside. He's overhit that cross with his left foot, I think. Back to Old Trafford, Mike Minay.
So it will be Justin Kluivert from 12 yards. He was the man fouled by Mazraoui. A lot of conversation between Bruno Fernandes and the referee in the aftermath of that, Craig Pawson. But now the ball's on the spot. Onana with his feet planted on his goal line, bounces around. It's Kluivert, 2-0 Bournemouth, straight down the middle. Onana dives down to his left, no chance of saving it. And Bournemouth are sitting currently 3 points outside the top 4 of the Premier League. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 2.
Commentary continues on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Justin Kluivert, of course, the man who stuck 3 penalties away in one game this season, has another today.
Just a moment ago there, Pickford took a short goal kick there, and even before I took it, I'm thinking, do not even think about that. In these conditions, with Chelsea players that high up, he thought about it and nearly completely blew it.
Hearts 1, St Johnstone 0. That was a 3 o'clock kick-off in the Scottish Premiership. Manchester United Bournemouth commentary is over on Sports Extra. Bournemouth 2-0 up now, thanks to the penalty. Calvert-Lewin's down, no free kick. Tarkowski trying to block the run of Jackson. That was risky, wasn't looking at the ball. Jackson battling for that ball on the edge of the box. Helped out by Branthwaite is Tarkowski. The ball is loose inside the Everton half. This game is really livening up in the second half. Hope you're enjoying it on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Neto, big white plastic bag billowing its way past Disasi as Chelsea play the ball across the Everton half. Lovely first touch from Sancho. Sees the run here of Fernandes, chased by Mangala. Fernandes stops in his tracks, corner of the box, right-footed drive straight at Pickford, who palms it out and then falls on the rebound inside his 6-yard box.
You mentioned just a few moments ago about the game opening up. You're kind of expecting that and wanting that to happen, but it's still playing absolute havoc with the players passing the ball to each other quickly. On that occasion, Fernandes, who's not had a great involvement in the game today, but that's one of the things you could say about that. There's nobody played brilliantly today. It's hard to play brilliantly in these conditions. It's about the battling, and when that mistake's made or when that half chance comes, you've got to be able to take it. It's not happened yet.
Ball is loose inside the Everton half. Palmer's little turn around the corner finds Neto. Mikolenko makes a block. The ball goes high up in the air from Mikolenko's clearance. No one can get on the end of that. Bounced twice before Calvert-Lewin wins the header. So tricky for the players here, and Jai gets the ball on the floor. That's where he wants it. He's running across the halfway line. Doesn't really see any other option than finding Ashley Young, his right back, down the right-hand touchline to Harrison, back to Young. Chelsea continue to chase here through Sancho. Young runs into the challenge of Gusto, wins the ball, and it goes out for an Everton throw, which they take quickly. Doucouré plays the ball back into his own half. Another goal at Old Trafford, Mike Maine.
Listen to this, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3, just like it was last year in this fixture. A game played down Bournemouth's left. They cut into the penalty area. Semenyo had it on a plate. His first goal since he scored against another Manchester club, City, earlier this season. Bournemouth 0, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3.
Some scorelines this afternoon in the 2 o'clock kickoffs. Wolves 3-0 up at Leicester. Bournemouth now 3-0 up at Old Trafford.
Do you know, we live in an alternate universe where Manchester City are having an utter nightmare and Manchester United are 13th, 14th? They're still looking up 13th. As opposed to down, I think.
Yeah. And this is Everton 0, Chelsea 0. All the goals, match of the day 2 tonight, BBC 1 half-10. Brilliant from Sancho, gets away from Ashley Young, gets his head up, gets this cross into the Everton box. Neto's going to try and attack it. Branthwaite is there, just held up on the wind, which enabled, in fact, Mikolenko to win the header, nods it out for a Chelsea on the right.
The ball was laid up there, but you could see him coming in, attacking it, thinking, where's it going? Because it was all over the place. We could see from here. We had a great angle for him. The ball just all over the place. There's no way he can take a first touch there. You just need to go and kick it down and then hit it. But Mikolenko defended very well.
Cole Palmer seems rather bemused he doesn't win a free kick there. He felt he was rugby tackled wide on the right in possession for Chelsea. They're attacking here with Enzo Fernandez. Great skill from the Argentine. Slides it through to Palmer. Sliding challenge on Palmer was not a good one on the edge of the box. It was outside the penalty area. Palmer is down hurt. He may need some treatment. Chelsea will get a free kick. It gives us time to get to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham-Liverpool. Full commentary at 4:30. John Murray has the team news.
Tottenham are actually unchanged from Thursday here in the Cup. Udogie is back from injury, but as a substitute. So Spence continues at left back. And Liverpool makes 7 changes from their Cup match at Southampton. But it's just 1 change from last week in the league. And that is McAllister back into the midfield for Jones, who is the substitute.
Thank you, John. Clinton Morrison alongside John for commentary of that one. Pat Nevin.
Panic stations there. That's the first time for probably about 40-50 minutes that Cole Palmer's got the ball to be able to attack the sort of D sort of area, and as soon as he gets the ball under control, you know, Mikolenko dives in there, thinks of nothing else, just has to stop him. Doucouré's in there, diving in there, make sure he has to stop him. They were always going to give a free kick away there. It's 19-20 yards out, and Cole Palmer cannot wait to have a go from here.
Cole Palmer, 11 goals to his name so far this season, 3 of those from the penalty spot. He and Enzo Fernandez once again deep in discussion on the edge of the box, and Jordan Pickford is leaning on his right-hand post, and I mean, he can't see the ball from where he's standing there, middle of his goal, because there's the Everton wall, 4 players in the blue shirts. There's a 2-man Chelsea wall in front of them. There's a whole clutch of players to the right as well. Palmer's got his hands on his hips. The whistle blows. It's Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Can Palmer find the magic? No, Enzo Fernandez hits it, glancing blow off the wall. And behind it goes to the corner. Jordan Pickford applauds the efforts of his defensive wall.
Yeah, the wall got it right there. Funnily enough, I thought the wall was lined up incorrectly. They had the tallest player on the far side to where we are. He should be on the near side, because that was the ball was going to go over. It didn't go over, but that's where it went. 25 minutes to play at Goodison Park. Palmer with the corner towards the far post. Hits a couple of bodies in there. And then the whistle blows. There was a foul in there on an Everton player. That is going to be a free kick to Everton. Apparently the Bournemouth fans at the moment at Old Trafford, Pat, singing just like last year. It's happened again. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3. It is absolutely extraordinary. I mean, do not forget how much money has been spent in that Manchester United squad in comparison to the Bournemouth squad. You should never forget that. Yeah. It's incredible that sort of stuff's still happening.
And also the words that Ruben Amorim said. I remember commentating, Pat, on their first home game, beat Everton by 4 goals to 0, but he's kept saying this is not going to be easy. This is not going to be quick.
You and I were together at that game, and the first half, Everton were the better team.
Yes. The ball is inside the Chelsea half here. Caicedo running away from Doucouré. Caicedo does his own bit of refereeing. Before the whistle blew, bent down, stopped the ball with his hand and said, I'm going to get a free kick for that. And he did.
To be fair, he's almost arguably been the pick of the players out there anyway. It's a day to do ugly stuff.
Yeah.
And he does ugly stuff very, very well. Yeah. And his covering's been great, reading the play's been great. We often talk about maybe the easiest position in the park to be that sitting midfielder. Well, have a look at what Manchester City are like without Rodri. It's not easy. You need to have a really good football brain. Caicedo's got that.
Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Caicedo receives the ball under no pressure, plays back here to Tosin. Tosin at walking pace across the Disassi inside the Chelsea half. Plenty of the Everton and Chelsea substitutes have been warming up, so we may see some changes soon.
Surprised that no one's on yet. 67 minutes, 67 and a half minutes. I thought Madueke, he was the obvious one for me, but Neto's done well.
Fernandez's pass slicing through the Everton defenders. Palmer on the dribble, still going. They couldn't get the ball off him. Eventually he's tackled inside the Everton penalty area. Fernandez is back there for Chelsea, gets a foot on the ball, knocks it back into his own half to Tosin. Tosin stops, rolls it forward to Gusto, right on the centre spot here, and plays back to Tosin again.
Do you know when you watch Palmer going through 2 and 3 players like that? And it's not like Hazard had a way of going through. He's like an eel. You just can't get near him. He just slips by players. It's a stunning skill he's got.
Moises Caicedo slipped as he played that pass, and it was still inch perfect out to the left, and it's found Sancho, double step over. Finds Enzo Fernandez, 25 yards from goal, curling low past the Disassi. Chelsea have switched this quickly to the right. Neto's one-on-one against Mikalenko. Early ball with the left foot, delivery to the far post. Young's header on the ball. Pickford goes scampering across the byline, but Harrison gets there first for Everton. Risky this, dribbling right down in that right-back position. Sancho tries to make the tackle. It's gone behind in the end for a goal kick. Everton 0, Chelsea 0.
Actually, that's really hard. Really good work there by Harrison, isn't it? The horrible position the ball was put into, and it goes over to the right-hand side there. He has to try and keep it in. He's under massive amounts of pressure, but it's the travails of the modern winger, isn't it? You have to play right full-back as well as right wing. Changes
are coming here at Goodison Park. The first player I can see getting stripped off. It might be a triple change for Everton here, but I can see Beto is getting ready to go. He'll be coming on for Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Just over 20 minutes to play. I can also see Jesper Lindstrom getting stripped off and getting ready to go as Pickford drives the goal kick downfield. Calvert-Lewin tries to win the flick on. The ball clears him. Colwill plays back to Sanchez. Sanchez, low pass from him, finds Disassi. Disassi sees lots of open space in front of him, charging forward with the ball at his feet, and Jai tries to stick with him. Across here to Neto. Neto running infield, just lays it off to Caicedo. Seamus Coleman's going to make a rare appearance for Everton in the late stages of this game too. Here's Caicedo, prods the ball into the path of Gusto, looking for Palmer. Gay makes the tackle on Palmer. Doucouré is there, lays it off to Njai. Back it comes to Mikalenko under a bit of pressure. Goes back to his goalkeeper. Pickford takes one touch, not taking any chances there. Clatters the ball downfield with his left foot, and Tosin heads it forward. Caicedo is there, passes to Gusto, and Gusto comes back to Robert Sanchez. Let's check in quickly at Craven Cottage. Fulham Southampton, Chris Wise.
Still 0-0, but we've just seen a great save from Aaron Ramsdale, the Southampton goalkeeper. Traore with a clip ball up to the far post. Harry Wilson coming onto it on the stretch, half volley. The reactions from Ramsdale, supreme to flick it over the bar. Fulham 0, Southampton 0.
Seamus Coleman's coming on for Ashley Young, 39 years old and on a yellow card, of course. Great dribbling from Jack Harrison on the right. Gets the cross in. Sanchez stretches, palms it away. Falls to Njai, decides not to hit it just yet. Has the ball at his feet, lays it back to the edge of the box and can't find a teammate. And suddenly Chelsea are coming on the counter. Cole Palmer striding away from Mikalenko, desperately trying to keep up with him. Palmer, ball at his feet. Branthwaite sliding in, wins that for Everton. Jesper Lindstrom is going to come on for Harrison, who just created a real moment of danger for Everton there. Here he is again. That is a good ball into the path of Doucouré. Doucouré's first touch just takes him a little wide, and Tosin comes across to cover. Doucouré runs at him into the box, chops it onto his left foot. Tosin gets a foot in and knocks it behind for the Everton corner. Pat Nevin.
It's amazing how lively Everton got since those three substitutes stood up there. Everyone in their blue strips thinking, I'm going to work hard, see if I can stay on this field. And they've really lifted it. Two brilliant breaks. Really decent chance there for Njai. I mean, obviously in hindsight, he should have had it first time, tried to take it inside and didn't get a chance. And in the midst of that, what a beautiful tackle by Branthwaite down in the left back area. He's got the one play you don't want running at you, Cole Palmer, and he's waited his time and dealt with him perfectly.
Now, this is what Goodison Park can be like. New executive chairman of the Friedkin Group, Mark Watts, is sitting down there beneath us, probably scribbling notes. We'll be reporting back. Was pretty quiet in the first half. It's got going in the second half. It is still 0-0.
Not many corners that Everton had. This is one of the few of the game so far. You have to make good use of it.
Tarkowski making a run for the far post. In it comes. Headed away to the edge of the box. Idrissa Gueye nods it powerfully to his left. The ball bounces beyond the control of Njai. Palmer's there, and Palmer just knocks one down the right-hand side. Mikalenko's got it covered. Beats Sancho to it. Knocks it into the stands in front of us. And that will be a throw into Chelsea. Here come the changes then, just to remind you. Beto coming on for Calvert-Lewin, Jesper Lindstrom coming on for Jack Harrison, and Seamus Coleman is coming on for Ashley Young. Sean Dyche applauding his players off the field, but he's also sort of mimicking that take lungfuls of fresh air. Come on, let's go again. Big 15 minutes to come here for Everton. It's still Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3. Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Let's check in at Leicester again. Tom Gale.
Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Scoreline the same as it was at the break, Ali. Both sides have hit the side netting in the second half. Vardy rounded the keeper, but the shot angle was too tight. Wolves defender Bueno saw his header flash inches wide. Leicester 0, Wolves 3.
And what about Saracens Northampton? Kicked off at 3 in the Gallagher Premiership. Adam Whitty.
And Saracens have got their second try. They lead 12-0 after 26 minutes. They're scrumming home for Christmas. They want a penalty against the head on the Saints 5-metre line. Catch and drive. Rhys Carré scoring the loose head. Saracens playing at a ferocious pace. They lead 12-0 with 26 minutes gone.
Very good, Adam. I've not heard that one before. Like that.
But we will be hearing it again, because we're all going to feel it.
Disasi waited to take the throw for Chelsea. NFL action tonight, by the way. Usual coverage, 9 o'clock on Sports Extra. Vikings had the Seahawks this evening. Chelsea player down hurt, wide on the right. At the moment, Chris Kavanagh's playing an advantage, and Chelsea have switched the ball to the left. 17 minutes plus added time to go. Chelsea looking, if they can get the win, to go top of the Premier League table ahead of our second Premier League commentary this afternoon, which is Tottenham-Liverpool, kicking off at 4:30. Palmer plays the 1-2 with Disasi. Back it comes to Tosin, under pressure from Beto. Across to Colwill. Colwill shifts the ball out to the left. Sancho's going to have a run at Coleman here. Brings the ball infield, then right-footed pass. Goes wide to Enzo Fernandez. Fernandez now running at Coleman. Crossing towards the far post. Neto tries to attack it. Glancing header. The ball runs wide to the right. Disasi gets there. Plays this back to Caicedo. Caicedo edge of the Everton penalty area. Finds Palmer. Palmer sees Gusto in space. Wants it back from Gusto. Here he is, and then tries to slide one in between the Everton defenders. And that will go all the way through for a goal kick to the Hawthorns. 3 o'clock kick-off in the Championship. Aaron Paul is watching West Brom, Bristol City.
West Brom 0, Bristol City 0. Driving rain down here in the West Midlands, but this game really hasn't hit the high notes. John Swift has had the best opportunity of the game. A long-range fizzer saved awkwardly by the legs of Max O'Leary. But as I predicted, this one, it's just a draw over, Ali. It really is 0-0.
Double change coming for Chelsea here. Nicholas Jackson is coming off. Christopher Nkunku is coming on. Neto's coming off. Madueke's coming on. What's happening at Old Trafford, Mike Maine?
United are chasing to get one back in this game. Garnacho's gone down the middle one-on-one, but his shot around the goalkeeper was weak and easy enough for Kepa. Hoyland's got a cross goal with an effort. Here is Garnacho in the penalty area again now. Sliding challenge comes in. Corner kick. Just a moment ago, Clivert, who got Bournemouth second, tried to round Onana, thought he'd done it, but the goalkeeper recovered, diving along the floor to smother the ball. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3.
Commentary continues on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Theo Walcott, a guest on the Monday Night Club tomorrow night. Gay nearly loses the ball inside his own half, keeps his footing and keeps the ball. Kelly Cates presenting the Monday Night Club tomorrow. Starts at 7 o'clock. 2 hours of football discussion following the weekend. Theo Walcott with Chris Sutton and Rory Smith here as Mangala has the ball on the right, bobbles his pass in on the right-hand side. Cross from Lindstrom, blocked by Sanchez, and Jai, his shot's blocked from 5 yards out. Somehow Chelsea got bodies in the way, and Jai is down hurt in the 6-yard box. Goodison was ready to explode with joy, and Madueke's running with the ball down the right, and Chris Kavanagh has stopped the game because Njai is down hurt. And you could see two of the Everton medical team racing down this touchline, thinking they might have to get on the field. Pat Nevins, you can unpack a bit of that.
Yeah, it was madness in front of it. It's a really good play there from Everton. Once again, it's a very good chance. I would say the second very good chance in the second half there. Played it on the right-hand side. The ball into there, it was impossible for the keeper to catch. He got a hand to it. But that's another chance for Njai to come in and try to see if he does enough.
Tosin.
I think he sees that there's a tackle coming in, doesn't he? Who was it? Was it Tosin? Yeah,
Tosin's block.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going in there, it's a 50-50 between Tosin and Njai. You kind of know who's probably going to win that one there.
14 minutes remaining in this second half. Goal in the Championship, Aaron Paul.
Albion 1, Bristol City 0. Really good ball in from the right-hand side from Tom Fellows, dinking into the back post, and there rising highest was Mikey Johnston to head home past Max O'Leary in the Bristol City goal. West Brom 1, Bristol City 0.
Busy 5 Live Premier League Sunday. Full commentary of Tottenham-Liverpool on the way. After that, Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage taking the calls on 6:06 from 6:30 through until 8 o'clock. Madueke, the Chelsea sub, tackled on the edge of the Everton box. Doucouré tries to take it past Disasi. Telegraph that. Disasi makes the tackle. Little 1-2 with Madueke. Are we going to get a winner in this game? Feels like a one-goal game potentially. Madueke's pass intercepted inside the Everton half. Gay back to Mikalenko. Here's Doucouré. Doucouré to Branthwaite. Branthwaite turns, plays back to Pickford. Pickford again swings a left leg at that, smashes it downfield. Tosin heads it away. Doucouré sticks a long right leg up in the air, and Nkunku is caught by Idrissa Gueye. That's going to be a free kick. Chelsea 10 yards inside the Everton half.
It's suspicion that Gueye does not agree with that. Just a moment ago, Branthwaite just cleared the ball. It's funny, we've not spoken about him a lot today, and he doesn't seem to have done a great deal. That's the thing about really good defenders. They don't look as if they're doing a hell of a lot because they're covering the right areas all the time, and they seem to waltz onto balls, and he's quietly had a very, very good afternoon again, young Branthwaite.
Chelsea have scored in their last 15 Premier League games. It's 0-0 here at Goodison Park at the moment. They're trying to work something down the left. Enzo Fernandez appears out there, plays the ball back to Colwill. Infield to Caicedo, 40 yards out in a central position. Disasi's ball forward to Palmer. Quicksilver turn from him, and he's stumbling forward. Not going to win a free kick for that. Tarkowski shovels a pass out to the left. Mikalenko just happy to clear that up in the air. Beto is battling with Tosin. Two tall men, strong men, shoulder to shoulder. Then Branthwaite's gone down off the ball. Everton fans have spotted something here. Chris Kavanagh's giving Everton a free kick. Cole Palmer could be in a little bit of hot water. We'll have a look at the replay monitors. 0-0.
As we're trying to see what's going on here, we've got the Everton technical people in front of us. They're trying to watch it. To be honest, there's a smile on Cole Palmer's face, and you get the suspicion there's not going to be a huge amount in it.
There's always a smile on Cole Palmer's face. Let's see what happened here.
It's just dragged Branthwaite over. It's almost like a wrestling throw, and with as much reality involved in it.
Cole Palmer never seems
like one who's going to get too het up about anything, which is possibly why he's as good as he is.
And as chilled, I think it is.
Yeah, exactly. Pickford's taken the free kick and it's arrived at the feet of Lindstrom. He's kept it in play. He's got Seamus Coleman behind him, so that's a completely new partnership down the right-hand side for Everton with 10 minutes to play in this second half. Full commentary of Tottenham, Liverpool on the way. Coleman chases this ball down the right. Sliding challenge by Gusto. It goes behind for the Everton corner. Cue another massive roar from the home fans.
They've got a wee lift down that right-hand side, haven't they, Everton? They've made the changes. Lindstrom's already got one very, very good cross in from that right-hand side. And Coleman, always willing to overlap. We know he's been like that all the way through his career, and it ain't stopped yet.
Everton have won 5 of their last 6 games against Chelsea at Goodison Park. Are they going to get a late winner here? We're into the last 10 minutes. 5 Live and BBC Sounds, it's 0-0. Everton trying to pull further clear of the bottom 3. Right old wrestling match going on now between Disasi and Tarkowski, just inside the Chelsea penalty area. Tarkowski's flat on his back.
It's not the first time that's happened, is it? There's a lot going on in that penalty box. The referee's having a word with Disasi, who has to be careful. He can look a little bit clumsy sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
And he's holding now. It's stupid.
Yeah. Here he goes. Tarkowski trying to make that run to the far post. Delivery into the near post is headed away. The great Bill McLaren would have described that as a little bit of jiggly pokery.
Yes. Not bad accent. I'm impressed with that. Very hoic.
Here's Mikalenko down the left for Everton, looking for Njai. Njai may have got a little shove in the back from Disasi. Turns away from Disasi and wins the free kick. Disasi is having a bit of a tough time of it here. He goes in the book, but more importantly for Everton, they've got a free kick in a really good position, just about level with the edge of the Chelsea penalty area on the left.
It's twice in the second half he's managed to isolate the defender, and it's not even close. You know he's going to get by him. It's whether he's going to get by him and get a cross in, or whether he's going to get fouled. That time fouled, and the referee's given a yellow card as well. Dangerous, dangerous area. It's all about the delivery now from Everton.
Just one win in their last 7 games. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3, Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Fulham and Southampton remains goalless.
I think Tarkowski's gone over to have a word with Lindstrom, and my suspicion, he said to him, do not give it to the goalkeeper.
Okay.
Anything but do not put it into the keeper's hands.
Although there's a tempting space there, Pat. Looking where Sanchez is standing, he's left the near post.
If you're a professional footballer, you should be able to put it into that gap.
Yeah. Now Sanchez is just moving to his right again. He's just checking. He's got one man there, and Kunku is trying to block that gap at the near post. And Kunku can't hear him. Now he does. Moves to his right. Another player down inside the penalty area. This time it's Disasi. So that's 1-1 then. It's like Furiusic last night, pal.
Honestly, they just roll over. You remember Weebles?
Yeah, that's right. They always bounced back up again, didn't they? Here's Lindstrom. Goes for that near post, headed away by Caicedo. Ball straight up in the air, and Kunku jumps, completely mistimes the header. Mikalenko nods it forward, edge of the box. First time ball was looking for Doucouré. Caicedo plays it back to Robert Sanchez, who clears with his right foot. We've got 8 minutes to play, plus added time. Enzo Fernandez chasing hard. Oh, he's won the ball for Chelsea. Takes it into the Everton penalty area. Seamus Coleman is trying to hold him up. Plays it back here to Sancho. Idrissa Gueye is back there, trying to block off any route to goal for Sancho, and Everton have just about survived it. It was Gueye's mistake. Fernandez took the ball off him. He just couldn't quite take it on as quickly as he wanted to.
And the reason being, nothing got to do with lack of ability. That was wind. It dragged the ball back. Pickford had gone to run out to take the play himself, but the ball just stopped in mid-air. So difficult sometimes for the players. Gueye almost caught it there. Everton get lucky.
Everton fans right into it at Goodison Park. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. 7 minutes remaining in the game. Here's Tosin. Low pass to the right to Madueke. Madueke rolls the ball infield to Disasi. Now Caicedo inside the centre circle. Back to Tosin. Walking pace.
Very funny down in the box there. John Dyche is shouting and bawling and screaming at Beto, who's been given orders before he came on, and had clearly forgotten them. They're shouting and bawling to go over and cover on the right.
Cheeky pass from Palmer, finds Nkunku. Palmer runs onto this ball. Tarkowski slides in. Clearance only finds Caicedo. Leaps into a pass, drives it to his right to Madueke. Back to Disasi. Chelsea pushing here, looking for a goal to try and win the game, to go top of the Premier League for the first time in just over 3 years. Last time, 2021, managed by Thomas Tuchel then. Ended up finishing 3rd in the Premier League. Tosin's ball through the Everton back line. Seamus Coleman is able to shepherd it out of play, and that goes behind for a goal kick to Everton.
It's a feeling I get used to here, certainly over the last 2 or 3 years, getting near the end of a game. And in times gone by, it was, right, push for the win, push for the win. It isn't like that around here, is it? There's a nervousness. It's hold on for the 0-0. I'm not saying the players, I mean, a lot of the fans talked to them beforehand, the Evertonians are saying, we'll take a point now. Absolutely take a point now. And with just over 5 minutes to go, I think they feel the same way.
Yeah, Jack Harrison had the one brilliant chance early in the second half. Robert Sanchez made the save. Jackson with some chances in the first half for Chelsea. Doucouré's being forced back to Pickford here, and Nkunku closes in. Pickford takes a chance, beats him though, then tries to clear with his right foot off balance, slices that a bit, but Coleman keeps it in play, still deep inside his own half. Chelsea are pressing here, and back they come to Pickford again. It is getting heated down on the touchline. Steve Stone, Everton coach, has also picked up a yellow card. Tosin's header to his left. Gusto's touch. Letson and Jai running at Chelsea defenders. Tackled on the edge of the box. Comes back here. Left-footed strike. Sanchez makes the save. It was Mangala who hit it first time with his left foot. But Sanchez is a big man. Spread himself well and covered it pretty easily.
He's got to save that one. But once again, the game, as you say there, it's opened up a little bit. Mistakes are beginning to be made. And certainly, Chelsea are trying to go for the win. But so are those Everton players, even if our fans, as I say, would take that point right now.
Here's Coleman, clears with his right foot. Pat Nevin with us at Goodison Park. Beto lets the ball run beyond him, hoping that might fool Colwell. It didn't. Here's Gusto. Gives the ball to Colwell across the halfway line to Caicedo. Here come Chelsea. Caicedo goes wide to Madueke. Up against Mikalenko. Mikalenko just jockeying for position. Madueke moves infield. Mikalenko gets a foot on the ball. It runs to Disasi. Back here to Caicedo. Caicedo plays back to the halfway line to Tosin. Tosin strokes it forward to Fernandez. Fernandez running from right to left. Jadon Sancho holding the width on the left. Here's Gusto playing back to the halfway line. And now Chelsea with Colwell into Caicedo. Everton fans watching with bated breath at the moment. Still Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Next break in play, we're taking it to the Hawthorns in the Championship. There's been another goal in the game between West Brom and Bristol City. Here's Sancho on the move though, down the left, getting away from Lindstrom. Coleman's out there to team up with his Everton teammate, and they've won the battle. It's gone behind for the goal kick. So Aaron Paul, who scored that next goal at the Hawthorns?
It's a second for Albion and a stunning second for Mikey Johnson, cutting in off the left. He received the ball, drove into the area and just fired in the most sumptuous shot, curled past Max O'Leary in the Bristol City goal. West Brom 2, Bristol City 0.
3 minutes remaining here. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Pat,
do you know there are some games a few minutes to go and we turn around and say there's going to be a chance before the end? There might be one here. I'm not saying there only might be one. It's not been one of those games so far, but the tension certainly in this ground from the Everton fans.
Yeah, that's Beto. Beto's gone sliding in on Colwell as Colwell was about to clear with his left foot. Heavy challenge, and Beto's the latest player to get booked. Saracens Northampton latest in the rugby. Adam Whitty.
Saracens get the bonus point in a fourth try before half-time. They lead 24-0 over Northampton. Fergus Burke scoring underneath the post. Saracens 24, a stunned Saints 0, 38 minutes gone.
You're definitely going to need the BBC Sounds app because you'll be listening to your 5 Live and Sports Extra and everything else on the move this Christmas. Smart speakers as well, just tell them to play BBC Radio 5 Live. Football commentaries will pop up there for you. This is Everton 0, Chelsea 0. You can go back and listen to radio again as well. I'm going to give you a little recommendation in a second for that, something that caught my ear on the radio this morning. Madueke's ball into the Everton box is easily dealt with by Jordan Pickford, the latest edition, Pat, of the Great Football Songbook, which had the Tijuana Taxi song that is played at Leyton Orient. What a brilliant story that is.
It's a fantastic story, and certainly every club, anyone that I meet going around the clubs and grounds that haven't been done on the songbook, they want to hear their song being done, and certainly that's a cracker.
Yeah, great feature, 10:30 every Sunday morning, so get yourself on the BBC Sounds app, click the stations and schedules, and you can go back and find that discussion this morning.
Who is it? It's Colin Murray and some
Colin Murray and
can't remember.
Yeah, some Scottish fella who used to play a bit of football. A couple of minutes of added time, that's all coming at the end of this second half. Looks like we're heading for another Everton 0-0, but as Pat has been saying, I think that's a 0-0 that Everton will take quite gladly, because a point against Arsenal and a point against Chelsea, considering the way Everton started this season particularly, would not be bad going. Long ball forward. Could this turn into something for Beto? Tosin has it covered. Tries to find Disasi. Under pressure from Njai. Disasi is strong though and holds him off. Doucouré comes racing in. Gets a toe on the ball. That's given as a Chelsea throw.
It's devastating for them because they thought they'd won the ball high up the pitch. They've not done that often, but they thought they had there.
Here's Colwill. Closing stages of all the 2 o'clock kickoffs you can listen to right now. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3 is over on Sports Extra. Sancho's chasing a long ball downfield, won't get to that. It bounces once inside the Everton box, and Pickford is there.
Yeah, he came out for a Pickford, but he's come out for 2 or 3 in this game and thought, well, actually, I better not come there. This occasion, he had to come. I've never seen him looking so nervous. But it's not because he fears his own ability, he's just scared of the wind, what he's going to do with the ball.
Beto wins a header, nods it straight up in the air. Tossing, 2 headers, gets it away. Misplaced header from Gay, falls to Madueke, just inside his own half. Gay goes charging in to try and win it back. 2 minutes of added time has just been announced inside the ground. Here's Gusto, forward to Madueke. Madueke, I think, might lose that to Doucouré. Gay tackled by Madueke and foul. That is going to be a free kick to Everton. Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Closing stages of that you can hear in full on the BBC Sports website and online, and Fulham and Southampton remains goalless. Pat Nevin.
A wee bit of a disappointment there for Everton. They did win the ball well there. Madueke, 3 players around them, but he tripped up one Gay when he was trying to get away. It's a real shame for Everton because there was a little half break on for them.
5 Premier League wins in a row for Chelsea coming into this one against Leicester, Villa, Southampton, Tottenham and Brentford. It looks like Everton have been able to stop them this afternoon, and that is a point, again, in terms of the relegation battle, gained on Leicester, who are losing at home to Wolves. Wolves gaining 3 points for the win, of course, as Pickford launches this high into the wind, looking for Lindstrom, and it's gone straight out for a throw.
As soon as he went, he's left his bit, I thought, you're putting too much on that.
Yeah.
You don't need to. There's a big gap behind that line. There's an easy area just to dink it in behind there. Anyway, Everton have chased up.
Half-time at the Hawthorns. West Brom are leading Bristol City by 2 goals to 0. We've got about 30 seconds, I think, to play here at Goodison Park, and it's Chelsea who are going to have the last attack of the game, it looks like. Madueke on the right. Disasi making a run for him. Wall of blue shirts in front of him. Madueke just didn't have anywhere to go. Comes back to Palmer on the halfway line. 15 seconds to play. Here's Palmer. Rolls it across to Colwill. Palmer just chasing Colwill there, wanting the ball back, but it goes wide to Sancho. Tries to dart down the outside, heading for the byline. Lindstrom makes the tackle, keeps the ball in play, and then slides it away, and that goes out for a throw to Chelsea. They'll take it quickly. Have they got time here to get an effort on goal? Palmer, clever turn, wide on the left-hand side. Everton fans baying for the whistle, which they get at Goodison Park. Chelsea will not go top of the Premier League this afternoon, ahead of Tottenham against Liverpool. Yet another 0-0 draw for Everton. A hard-earned point, as they say, but one that they will enjoy. Just 2 defeats in the last 12 games for Everton. They are very hard to score against. They are just struggling to score goals themselves. But a point against Arsenal last week, Pat, a point against Chelsea today, off to Manchester City next. It's a tough run of fixtures. That was a decent performance.
It's a very, very tough run of fixtures, but that's 2 in a row where you've got something out of that most teams would have thought, or most watchers would have thought they're not going to get anything from at all. Work rate for Everton today was absolutely spectacular. They deserve to get at least a point out of that. They went brown going forward. They had a couple of really decent chances. That's how they play. But structured, organised, all the things you think you get from Sean Dyche, they were there. The big man, he'll be grinning like a big ginger Cheshire.
The new era begins under the Free King group, and it seems slightly apt, given the way Everton have been playing this season, that it does start with a 0-0. The fans got into that in the second half. Jordan Pickford made a crucial block in the first half. Nicholas Jackson headed against the post. Chelsea felt they might have had a penalty in that moment when Pickford came racing out to challenge Malo Gusto. He did get a tiny bit on the ball. Robert Sanchez with a crucial save early in the second half for Chelsea. No goals, but good fun at Goodison Park. Everton 0, Chelsea 0.
And I guess, Pat Nevin, exactly the kind of performance from Everton which suggests it'd be pretty surprising if they ended up in real trouble, wouldn't it?
It's what I've felt since the beginning of the season. Even that really bad start with the heavy defeat here at Brighton, just looking at the way the team are organised, the manager, he knows how to do this. He knows what he needs to get out of these players and out of this team. It must be very, very difficult to beat. He built it from the back, and he's done it time and time again, and he looks like he's doing it again. Look, I'm not saying there's no worries, but I mean, I would absolutely back Everton to get out of it. His big worry, or Everton's bigger worry, is they must look up at the stand here and look up at the new owners. The new owners are thinking, well, that that wasn't the most exciting 90 minutes I spent in my life. We're making something better here. But let's be fair. Who's spent less than Everton Football Club on players over the last few years? There's nobody. So I think Sean Dyche continues to do an exceptional job. I just hope the new owners understand that.
Well, they're certainly applauding, or at least the executive chairman Mark Watts is from the stands at the minute. Thank you very much both. So Everton 0, Chelsea 0. There's no doubt where the story in the 2 o'clocks is. There's a couple of good ones, but let's go to Old Trafford. Mike Minor.
Where it has finished, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3. Loads of red seats in and around Old Trafford for the final 5 minutes or so, except to the dancing away end to my right-hand side, because Bournemouth tonight, with his 3-0 win, have gone 3 points off the top 4. They are fifth tonight in the top flight. Manchester United are going to spend Christmas in the bottom half of the Premier League for the first time since 1989. Damage done by Howson in the first half. His header flicked on past Onana, who was flat-footed. Clivert from the penalty spot, and Semenyo smashing home in the second half. I think United might feel a little hard done to, certainly at 1-0 down. At the end of the first half, loads of chances to get level. Bruno Fernandes at the heart of all of those. But both sides play with a good press, both sides with a good tempo. Bournemouth just capitalised on it. It is 2 wins in 6 Premier League games for Ruben Amorim since he took charge. That is the same record as the last 6 games in the Premier League for Eric Ten Hag. Is the grass always greener? Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3.
Mike, thank you very much indeed. We'll see what reaction we can bring you to that one between now and 4:30, when we'll be underway in the game between Tottenham and Leicester. Tottenham and Liverpool. Let's get the full time at Leicester. Tom Gale.
Today is that there are going to be many more twists and turns.
The new head coach bounced for Vitor Pereira as his side moved to within 2 points of safety. Goals coming in the first half from Guedes, Rodrigo Gomez and Cunha. Should have been 4. João Gomez free header inside the 6-yard box, which he dragged horribly wide. Just their second clean sheet of 2024. Honeymoon period is over for Ruud van Nistelrooy. Leicester looking over their shoulder at the drop. Back-to-back defeats, conceded 7, scored none, and Liverpool away on Boxing Day. Full time, Leicester 0, Wolves 3.
Just looking at Vitor Pereira as well, the new Wolves head coach has just been pushed forward by the players in front of the Leicester fans, and he's going absolutely crazy. We're still playing by the looks of things at Craven Cottage. Chris Wise.
We are. It's Fulham 0, Southampton 0. I mean, we must have seconds to play, and Ivan Juric, who is just over to my right-hand side, the new Southampton manager, not technically in charge today. I think he's about to see Southampton pick up what will be only their 6th point of this Premier League season, to take them 8 points from Premier League safety. It's not been a game that's been stacked with big chances. Fulham have had one right at the end for Adama Traore. There is the full-time whistle. That chance for Traore, a shot across goal, which might have just licked the frame of Aaron Ramsdale's post on its way through. But this is a big point for Southampton on a day where, in terms of their performance, they've showed less risk, more composure, and an oddity for Fulham, who in every game so far this season at Craven Cottage prior to today had both scored and conceded in the Premier League. But I've turned up at the 0-0. Fulham 0, Southampton 0.
Bottom of the Premier League table now looks like this then. Southampton bottom of the lot, 6 points from 17 games. Then Ipswich have got 12 points from 17. Wolves 12 from 17, and Leicester 17th place, 14 from 17. Top of the table, well, Chelsea's draw means they're still a point behind Liverpool. So Liverpool 1 point clear with 2 games in hand, the first of which is coming up at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in just over half an hour's time. And that other score, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3. Bournemouth 5th in the Premier League table at Christmas, above Villa, above Newcastle, above Manchester City, of course. And Manchester United will spend Christmas 13th in the Premier League table. Half-time in the Championship, West Brom 2, Bristol City 0. Half-time in the Scottish Premiership, Hearts 1, St Johnstone 0. So if it were to stay that way, that would be Hearts taking themselves off the bottom of the Scottish Premiership. In fact, they'd jump up 2 places above Ross County and above St Johnstone, who they're currently beating by 1-0. It would put St Johnstone bottom of the Scottish Premiership, which just leaves us with West Brom 2, Bristol City 0, which is a half-time score. Right, we will zone in on Tottenham versus Liverpool here on 5 Live after the latest news with Jill Mackenzie.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The German government's promising to investigate whether security services could have prevented a car ramming attack on a crowded Christmas market. 4 women and a 9-year-old boy were killed and more than 200 people were injured in Magdeburg on Friday. The alleged attacker has been remanded in custody. Rada Uka is one of the residents who've been laying flowers and lighting candles in the city.
I am sad, very, very sad. And there is no joy in this Christmas season for me. I'm glad that my family is healthy and wasn't affected, nor were my friends. But I feel very, very deeply for the families of those who've lost loved ones or been injured.
Pope Francis has again condemned Israeli strikes on Gaza, describing Israel's actions as cruelty towards children. Earlier, officials in Gaza said at least 28 people, including children, had been killed in attacks, including at schools and hospitals. Israel said Hamas had been using the school as a command centre. The Archbishop of York says he regrets his handling of a historic sexual abuse case. Stephen Cottrell was the Bishop of Chelmsford when a priest accused of sexual abuse was twice reappointed to a senior role in Essex. Mr Cottrell's due to temporarily take on Justin Welby's role as the Church's most senior figure for a few months in the new year. The editor of the Church Times, Sarah Mayrick, says choosing a new Archbishop of Canterbury will be very difficult.
Justin Welby, actually, although he's absolutely not flavour of the month, deserves a lot of credit for holding things together in a very difficult situation over the last decade. And the idea that somebody can come in and kind of sort that out seems to me wishful thinking. It certainly does feel a very dangerous moment.
And around 100 flights to and from Heathrow have been cancelled because of strong winds. Around 15,000 passengers are affected. Ferries between Northern Ireland and Scotland have also been cancelled, and DFDS is operating a reduced service between Dover and Calais.
Let's travel through time together this Christmas Day.
On Headliners, we travel back across the year and relive some of the best moments from the likes of Sir Trevor McDonald, Dina Asher-Smith and James Blunt. And I'll be time travelling back across 2024. Hear highlights from my chat with Russell Crowe, Gabby Logan, Dermot O'Leary and many more fab guests.
Okay, so we're not actually time travelling, but we do have all this and much more. You can join me for a festive breakfast from 7 as we get the big day underway in style.
This Christmas Day, ask your smart speaker
to play BBC Radio 5 Live. This is 5 Live Sport
with Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Full-time scores in the Premier League then. Fulham 0, Southampton 0, Leicester 0, Wolves 3, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3, and Everton 0, Chelsea 0. That means Chelsea are unable to be top of the Premier League for the first time since December 2021. Liverpool there with 2 games in hand, the first of which is at 11th place Tottenham. Full commentary on the way, and correspondent John Murray has the teams.
Yes, the teams are out down there on the pitch, warming up, and I can tell you, Steve, that with the team news, Tottenham have found some consistency. Shock, because Ange Postecoglou has named an unchanged team, the same side that started against Manchester United here in the Carabao Cup on Thursday night. So Destiny Udogie is fit, but he's only a substitute. Timo Werner as well is back among the substitutes, but the team is Forster in goal again after his difficult night on Thursday. Then Porro, Dragosine, Gray and Spence at left back. Then Sarr and Bissouma, Kulusevski, Maddison, Son and Solanke. And as for Liverpool, much changed from their cup win at Southampton on Wednesday night, when many of the first team, if you like, were left out. Robertson was suspended that night as well, so he's back in the team. So the Liverpool team, 7 changes from that night, but just the 1 change from the Premier League last weekend, and that is McAllister coming back into the midfield for Jones, who's on the bench. So Alisson in goal, Alexander-Arnold, Gomez, Van Dijk and Robertson, Gravenberch with Szoboszlai and McAllister, and then Salah, Gakpo and Diaz.
Clinton Morrison is alongside John Murray for commentary. I note the thing about a consistent lineup and no changes, Clinton. Of course, the problem for Tottenham fans there is quite a lot of those names who are still in the team wouldn't necessarily make their first choice team. Injury's still an issue.
Yeah, maybe you'd probably look and say probably the 2 centre halves for sure, and then maybe in midfield, but it's as strong as they can do at the moment. The only thing I was thinking is Ndoggy, but I think Jed Spencer's done well. He's come in the side and he's done well the last 2 or 3 games, so I'm glad he's kept his position. He's not a natural left back, but when he's played on the right, he's done ever so well, as you saw at Southampton. So it's still a strong enough team for Tottenham. I just worry about the 2 centre-backs. I like young Archie Gray. I think he's fantastic, but I don't think that's his best position. He's having to do a job. And against Liverpool's front three, they can cause a lot of good teams problems.
But I think, Steve, as well, with Spence, you know, I was here on Thursday night when he was substituted that night here in the stadium, which was quite buoyant at the time. He went off on the far side of the field. He was given a fantastic ovation walking around the stadium. So he walked all the way around behind the goal, in front of this stand as well. Yeah, he must have felt brilliant after that. And so therefore he keeps his place. 3rd consecutive start this will be for him.
I've got to say, Clinton, it's an incredible recovery story, that. This is Jed Spence's first Premier League start at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. He's not been injured, and he signed 2.5 years ago.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like every manager that's come in has not fancied him, and they sent him on loan, and they paid a good amount of money for him. I remember the loans. He had a loan at Nottingham Forest under Steve Cooper,
great, wasn't he?
And I thought he was outstanding, playing ever so well. And then you kind of lose your way when you go to a club like Tottenham and you don't get to play. You know, you start losing your confidence. You go on loan, you play. I remember him going to Leeds and not playing a lot of football there, but fair play to him. He's knuckled down, got on with it, and now he's getting his opportunity. Because as I say, Tottenham have struggled in them full-back areas, and Porro and Ndoggy have been fit for most of the season, but you haven't seen how they've been playing over the last few years. You haven't seen that recently with them too. So I hope he goes and grabs it with both hands, because he deserves it.
Jed Spence ended up in Italy playing for Genoa last season, but the first half of the season, as Clinton says, he was at Leeds. And what's quite a nice line, I think, Steve, is that on this corresponding weekend last season, Leeds United were playing Ipswich. It was December the 23rd that match was played. Leeds won 4-0, and the full-backs for Leeds United that day were Archie Gray and Jed Spence.
Oh, see? Well, let's wait and see, Crossy.
The reward for Jed Spence, Clinton, what a reward for that great performance, is up to 90 minutes against arguably the best right-hand-sided forward in the world.
Yeah, definitely, especially the best player in the Premier League at the moment, for sure. I think he's playing against the best in Mohamed Salah, and it's going to be a test for him. He'll want to go the other way. I don't think Mohamed Salah will want to run with him the other way, because Spence likes to get forward in this attacking check. But I think he have to pick and choose when he wants to get forward, because one thing that will happen is Salah will cheat, and he's up against the best. But it's a good test for him. Why not? I'd love it. I'd rather play against the best than not play against the best, and that's how he should look at it. His manager trusts him against the best, as you said, right-sided player in the world at the moment. So go out and enjoy yourself. Got nothing to lose.
What have you made, John, of Archie Gray? Certainly a player who a lot of people have been talking about, maybe not necessarily as a centre-back. He does have other positions.
No, exactly. And, you know, I like the look of him, I must say. And he's stepped in there, and it is a case of needs must, isn't it, for Tottenham? So he's shown himself already in his young career, and let's not forget, he's still only 18 years old. They played a lot of football with Leeds last season, and he's come in, and I like the look of him. He looks composed. He's got a classy touch about him, I would say, and I thought it was interesting as well, the pictures that I've seen since Thursday night, when Son at the end of the match was giving him a pep talk, wasn't he, Clinton? It was obviously, I would have thought, tactical kind of information about what he should be doing, what he shouldn't be doing. I quite like the look of that Son obviously realises that that's what Gray needs.
Yeah, definitely. And Son's the captain. You've got to help these young players, and you've got to guide them through. Crossy just said that's not his position, centre-half. I know he played a lot at right-back for Leeds, but I don't even think that's his position. Centre midfield is his best position, and that's where I think eventually one day he will play in centre midfield.
Clinton, sorry, just got to jump in there because James Tarkowski's live with Gary Flintoff after Everton 0, Chelsea 0.
Yes, thank you, Steve, and it's always an achievement to get Clinton Morrison to stop talking, but it's right that we do, because we have the Everton captain here, James Tarkowski. So a point at the end of the day. I'm sure you're happy with that, but I just wonder, is there a greedy side to you with the chances in the second half that maybe you think you could have taken all three today?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think we had a tough game away at Arsenal last week. Kept a clean sheet and didn't really create a lot. But I felt today we'd always get chances, and second half we did. So lucky not to take one of them at least. But another clean sheet on the board, and we're building at the minute, defending really well, stopping top teams from scoring goals against us, and we're always going to stay in games that way. So proud of the way we've worked again today against a top side. We're right up there, so yeah, good point, but I'd like 3.
I mean, how difficult was it out there? Because clearly the conditions played their part.
Yeah, wind in every direction possible somehow. Yeah, it was mental, honestly. Yeah, the ball was flying one way and then flying the other way. So tough for both teams, to be fair, but they're a ball that moved the ball well. Got some very good players, Cole Palmer especially. I thought we kept him quiet for most of it. And yeah, Shearing can take a chance.
And I know we've talked about sort of potential new dawns for Everton so many times over recent years, both on the pitch and off the pitch. Clearly, off the pitch, there has been movement this week. But did today sort of show what Everton is all about in terms of the spirit that you have here?
Yeah, for sure. And I think under this manager, we've really built something special. We've made progress over these last couple of years. Defensively, been really good for a lot of the period he's been here. And once goals start coming in the back of the net, we'll start picking up 3 points.
Well played today, and thanks for your time.
Thank you.
James Tarkowski live on 5 Live speaking to Gary Flintoff. I mean, that Clinton Morrison is multitasking. A live interview and a Clinton Morrison put down all at the same time.
Yeah, but listen, if Gaz is doing that, that means he really likes me. So he's mentioned me. And obviously, James Tarkowski likes me as well. I don't mind being.
We all like you, Clinton.
No, but I don't mind being interrupted by him because they've had a good result today. To go Chelsea to 0-0, he deserves to come ahead of me today. So I'll take that one.
John, I don't know whether or not you're getting the same wind effect as seems to be in every other football stadium, but I know that Arne Slot is out there already, so he's obviously feeling comfortable.
Yeah, it's actually quite enclosed. It was quite windy the other night, actually, but because it's so high, this stadium, and the roof is well above the top tiers of the spectators. Even though we can feel it up here, and we do sit very high in this stadium, we can feel it, but I think you do have a certain amount of protection.
Let's talk a bit more Liverpool then. We've just been speaking about Spurs injuries. Liverpool have had their own at different points of the season. Right now, though, things looking pretty quiet in their treatment room. Here's Arne Slot.
We've put a lot of effort in pre-season, although many of them were not there. We also made the choice to give them, in my opinion, quite a lot of days off. Maybe that's not the opinion of the players, but they had quite a lot of days off. And I still feel that we find the benefits of that at this moment, because I know in Holland some clubs only gave them 7 or 8 days off, and a few of these players got injured or as they say themselves, are very tired at the moment. Good thing for them, as they have a winter break now. But and again, I have to make compliments for the performance staff, because I fully trust them on that part, have managed that really well. But if I'm correct, I think it's only 2 players in red at the moment. That means only 2 injuries left, and of course a few of them are coming back from injuries. But I think we only missed 2 players on the training ground today, which is a positive thing.
Liverpool manager Arne Slot. Yeah, they've had times this season, Clinton, where they've had quite a bit to deal with, but what they have managed to do, can't necessarily say this about all of the top teams in the Premier League, is almost always look like the same well-oiled machine, almost regardless of who's out.
Yeah, but that's because the players that they've had missing are not the players of the spine of their team. If you
Alisson?
No, I get that. Let me finish.
All right, sorry.
Kelleher come in and done well. If you lose Van Dijk, what are you going to say then? Because there's no one else. They're missing Konate at the moment, who's a huge blow, but Joe Gomez has gone in there and done well. The only one that you can't really miss is Salah, because I think he's the one who gets you the goals. I know Jota's back now, they've missed him, but Nunes came in, Diaz, Gakpo's come in. It's them 2 players that I worry, Salah and Van Dijk. If they stay fit for the rest of the season, I think Liverpool win the Premier League, Crossy.
It's also, Liverpool is always an attractive club to go to, etc., etc. Of course it is, Clinton. But, Chelsea have just drawn. Liverpool are a point.
When you know, Gravenberch was able to settle in, and he's still a very young man. You know, don't forget about that. He's just 22 years old. But you know, this was a position that we talked about, didn't we, a lot. You know, who was going to replace Fabinho in there, and now that's the position that, when we're talking about Liverpool, we never talk about.
And I suppose, Clinton, that's kind of why I asked the question about January, in that Gravenberch has been a player who wasn't going to play as that sort of number 6, that holding midfielder, and only played there because they didn't get the man they wanted in the transfer market. In a position that involves that much fitness, that much running, that much action, do they still need some more cover there, or do they have enough already with Endo, etc., behind the scenes?
No, I think they need another one, a world-class one. They do. I think you're spot on, Cross. I think that's why they went for Zubimendi. I probably didn't think that Gravenberch was going to have the successful season that he's had in that position. I still think he's probably better going forward, but he's done a fantastic job. You're right, they still do have Endo, but I feel they still need a world-class one. You look at Man City, I know he's injured at the moment, they have Rodri. So I think number 6 is becoming such an important position on a pitch nowadays, even sometimes maybe more than a centre forward, because they see everything, snuff everything out. And you see it with Arsenal when paying big money for Declan Rice. Those number 6 are so important, but I think if the right player comes along for Liverpool, they'll buy him.
And just another little thing on Gravenberch is that, you know, I was just looking at the fact that he went to the Euros with Netherlands but didn't get onto the field. He was an unused substitute for them. You know, so he was there, he was ticking over, he was obviously being involved in Ronald Koeman's training sessions, but he didn't have the rigour of playing in any of the matches when they went deep into the tournament. And that, you know, that may well have served him well.
That links really nicely, Clinton, into what Arne Slot was just saying about player rest as well. I mean, Manchester City gave 4 or 5 weeks off to some players like Phil Foden and Kyle Walker, and for whatever reason that hasn't had the right impact. But in Gravenberch, Liverpool do have somebody who, as John was saying, hasn't had to go through what a lot of the other top Premier League players have in the summer.
Yeah, and he's fresh and he wants to prove a point. He wants to be successful at Liverpool. He wasn't a regular until Arne Slot came in, and now he is a regular. He's probably first name on the team sheet in that midfield role. So he's done a fantastic job. I was surprised that he didn't even play for the Netherlands that much for the Netherlands, really, because he's a top player, but he's proved now he should be a regular in that Netherlands squad. But yeah, I just think he's come on leaps and bounds, and I do think he's helped that Arne Slot's come in and found a position for him. And they kind of knew each other beforehand, and he's got the best out of Gravenberch. That does help. When you know a manager and the manager knows that the talent that you have, you can go on that pitch and express yourself.
So we've heard from Arne Slot. We'll hear from Ange Postecoglou before kick-off as well, which is 15 minutes away. Let's check back in that game in the Championship, the only game in the Championship this afternoon. West Brom, Bristol City. Aaron Paul.
West Brom 2, Bristol City 0. A first half brace for Mikey Johnston as Albion comfortably ahead here. The first, a downward header from a fellow's cross. The second, the most gorgeous of solo curl strikes, crafting the ball into the back of the net off his right boot. Liam Manning's side have had a solid opportunity at the start of the second half to pull one back. Feli Mayulu's strike saved by Palmer. Jason Knight couldn't convert the follow-up. West Brom 2, Bristol City 0.
Into the Gallagher Premiership, Saracens, Northampton Saints. Adam Whitty.
47 minutes gone. Northampton have a way back into the game. Saracens 24-7 up, and Tommy Freeman, the Saints in England wing, burst through the middle to get their first try. Mara Itoje is in the bin too for the next 10, so Sarri's down to 14. Previous to that, the Saints hadn't had a sniff. Saracens at their very best. 4 tries, a bonus point before half-time, and some great rugby. They're going third as it stands, but Saints currently camped in the Saracens 22. A second try here, which they have just scored, have the Saints, Steve. So it's going to be 24-12 with the conversion to come. We might have a game on here. Saracens 24, Northampton 12, 49 minutes gone.
Let's go back to the Alexandra Palace World Darts Championship. James Gregg.
It's a little quieter now, Steve, because the afternoon session is done and dusted. Crucially, Luke Littler knows who he's got in round 3 after Christmas. It's Ian White, 54 years old, calls himself Diamond, a proper journeyman. And without being disrespectful, he's the man that Littler would have wanted to play, despite the fact that there's 37 years more experience for White. Punters streaming out now. into the cold North London air. Tonight, a legend, Ali Pally and two-time champion Gary Anderson, who's also 54 years old. But as we've seen in this game in the last few years, age is nothing but a number when it comes to the World Championship.
Let's get our first bit of reaction to Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3 in the Premier League this afternoon. You can hear from one of the Bournemouth goal scorers, he's Antoine Semenyo with Mike Mine.
Antoine, that must feel good this afternoon.
Yeah, feels great. Back-to-back wins here at Old Trafford. My second time here and second win. So, I mean, as a team, everyone's so happy. I think we've done everything perfect to a T, and it got us the win and being clinical as well. So, yeah, 3 points.
What did win it for you today, do you think? Was it you taking your chances and United missing them, or was there something else out there that you thought?
I think the most important thing for us was getting the press right. It was kind of like we didn't know whether we'll go man for man or kind of mark the spaces, but I think we got the press right and we were clinical on our end, and you know, they were unlucky with their chances, but that doesn't matter for us. We just wanted to take ours and we did. So yeah, like I said, 3 points.
You probably won't want me to tell you this stat, but I was reading before the game you'd had something like 25 shots without a goal since scoring against City.
Yeah.
Something about Manchester clubs you just enjoy scoring against?
Listen, I'm just taking it game by game, really. To be honest, I didn't know that stat, but it doesn't matter. I just want to continue getting my shots away, and now I've scored. Hopefully that can continue.
Tell me about the feeling in the side at the minute, because I don't know what targets you set pre-season, but to be fifth at Christmas seems pretty special for Bournemouth.
You know what? It's just taking it game by game, really. We know we've got a good team, so I think it's taking it game by game, making it uncomfortable for all the teams and taking as many points as we can, and that's what we're doing, so we just need to keep going.
Fifth at Christmas, where can you go after Christmas?
I'm not going to say too much, don't want to jinx anything, but I think, like I said, just taking it game by game, making it uncomfortable for teams, and if we can get it right, who knows?
Antoine Semenyo, Bournemouth 5th in the Premier League at Christmas. After that, Manchester United 13th. Correspondent John Murray, Clinton Morrison inside the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Spurs Liverpool on the way in just over 10 minutes' time. It doesn't feel like 2 minutes, Clinton, since we were watching that same scoreline at Old Trafford, but it was Manchester United 0, Tottenham 3. I just wonder, we've had days like that for Spurs, and we've had days where things have gone horribly wrong for them. Do you think the fact that Ange Postecoglou now has them somehow into a League Cup semi-final is just going to take a bit of the immediate pressure off him with the swings they've had in the Premier League?
Yeah, I think it will, but they still need to get results, and it's against the big teams where I think Tottenham fans get disappointed. As I said, I was here a couple of weeks ago when they lost to Chelsea. It was a great game of football for the neutral, but not good for the fans of Tottenham, because you're just thinking every time Chelsea went forward, you thought they were going to score, but the pressure was on them in midweek, because obviously I think the cup competition is massive for Tottenham. It's massive for all the 4 teams that are left, but in particular Tottenham, because everyone, they talk about Tottenham is when you're going to win a trophy. When was the last time they won a trophy? And as Tottenham fans, and probably as the players and the management staff, they probably get sick and tired of hearing about it, but you have to start delivering. I think it's a big result for him, Crossy, because I think that and the Southampton game were massive, because results previously to that, they were nowhere near good enough.
It sort of felt, John, to me, that League Cup game like Spurs in microcosm, really.
Yeah, it did. It did. I said to Michael Brown that night when they were 3-0 up, when Tottenham were 3-0 up, I said, surely not even Tottenham could. I didn't finish that sentence.
My favourite bit, John, was when they got the corner at the end, just before they scored from that corner, and Michael Brown was saying, what are they doing? Why are they... Oh, it's gone in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. It sums them up. So 7 goals on Thursday night. Also 7 goals in the previous home match, which was Chelsea's 4-3 win. And this season, Spurs, with those 2 recent results, they've scored 4 goals in 5 matches, as well as the 5 against Southampton. So when they're good, they're very, very good.
Which is underlined in no better way, Clinton, than in this ridiculous goal difference in the Premier League this season. So after the Chelsea game this afternoon, right? So you've got Liverpool, Chelsea and Arsenal, the top 3 in the Premier League. They all have the same goal difference, 18. Tottenham are 11th, Their goal difference is 17. They're only one behind.
Yeah, because they score loads of goals, and if they didn't concede as much as they did, they'd be right up near the top. But it's defensively where they've not been good enough, Crossy. But that's because they've had injuries to the two main centre halves and also to the goalkeeper as well. And when you lose the spine of your team, it is really difficult. But we know they can score goals. They're attacking options. No one complains about that. They've got some talent in there. It's defensively where they need to sort it out, and in midfield, I do think they need a holding midfielder.
Let's go live to the King Power Stadium. What a start for new Wolves boss Vitor Pereira. He's live with Tom Gale.
Vitor Pereira, thanks for joining us live on BBC Radio 5 Live. A dream start. How impressed with what you saw from your team here today?
For a short time to work with them. What I asked them to be proud in the end of the game, to be proud of our work, and to make the supporters proud of our work. It means that creating the spirit after trying to in 3 days trying to organize the team, to give confidence to them to play, and that's all.
A really impressive first half, but is it perhaps more important a clean sheet, just the second time in 2024 that Wolves have stopped the other side from scoring in terms of your ambitions to stay in this division?
You know, it's normal that a team with when we want a result, we have it's like we have fear to be on the 3-0. You understand? It's like. But I believe that this team will be more comfortable with the ball, more possession, more creating more situations to score, to manage the pace of the game with the ball, not in a block to defend. Understand? This is something that I will create in this team, but takes time.
And last question from me: what you've seen in training and competitively here today. Is there enough in the current Wolves squad that they can stay in the Premier League?
I believe that we will stay in the Premier League, and we will play in the different level, better level than that we see today. But today I'm happy because the team shows the true spirit. I think the spirit that the supporters of Wolves wants to see.
Thanks for joining us live on 5 Live.
Thank you.
Vitor Pereira, the new head coach of Wolves after their 3-0 win at Leicester. So Wolves still in the relegation zone, 18th, but they're now just 2 points behind Leicester, the other side of the line, on 14 points. Leicester City 17th in the league. Right, we've got just over 5 minutes to go until kick-off at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Let's hear from Ange Postecoglou. You may have seen Fraser Forster, the Spurs goalkeeper, made a couple of great saves and also a couple of awful errors in that League Cup win over Manchester United. So will Postecoglou stop playing out from the back? Well, the answer won't surprise you.
What we try and do is give as many tools for our players to make good decisions out there. Ultimately, we can't control a game of football, managers, as much as we try to. I think Fraser could have made some better decisions out there. It wasn't because of us trying to play out from the back. We just made some poor decisions. I think other players made poor decisions that led up to the ball being back with Fraser before that. So that's where you go, okay, well, how can we help? We help them by showing them that, there were better decisions in the way we play. Fraser's a very experienced guy. He's, like I said, he was disappointed last night. He was outstanding for us before that and in the other games. So, you can sort of focus on those moments, or you can sort of wallow in the negativity or the uncertainty or whatever, but you just got to keep going. That's my attitude to most things in life. At some point I'm sure the people having some pretty bad days out there, but they've got to put their shoes on, they've got to put their work outfit out on and go to work. Of course, we'll help Fraser like we help all the players, but we've got a big game Sunday and we need him, and I'm sure he'll be ready for it.
And we're now looking at live pictures of that man, Fraser Forster, very much dressed for work as the two teams leave the tunnel at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And I tell you what, Clinton, it will be unavoidable. The first time he gets the ball to his feet with players around him, you will be able to feel the nerves in the stands.
Yeah, I'd be nervous for him just watching him, and let me tell you, Salah, Gakpo, Diaz, they'll be going to press him, because when someone's not as comfortable with the ball at their feet like Fraser Forster. He's a good goalkeeper, good shot stopper, but he's just not good with the ball at his feet. But that's how Ange wants his team to play, so he has to improve. That is the modern day goalkeeper now, Crossy.
Spurs need a win then if they are going to be in the top half of the Premier League table at Christmas. Liverpool know they're going to be top of the Premier League table at Christmas. This is the first of their 2 games in hand. They're already a point above Chelsea, and Clinton Morrison is with John Murray.
Yes, thank you very much, Steve, and welcome everyone inside what is the Premier League's home of entertainment, Clinton. This is the place to be.
You're right, John.
Inside the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, opposite White Hart Lane, which is across the road, and inside the ground they have lifted the lights to full beam. Before the match, as they often do here, it was dimmed to darkness and everyone put their lights on their phones, and also, you know, it's not quite absolutely dark yet, so the sky above the stadium had a sort of ghostly look about it, the Hound of the Baskervilles look, and up there the Tottenham cockerel is lit up, the golden cockerel on its plinth that protrudes out above the south stand below. So here we go. They're going to be very familiar, these 2 clubs, over the course of the next few weeks, because this is the first of 3 matches between them. They will meet next month and early February in the 2 legs of the Carabao Cup semi-finals. But this is Liverpool's next stop on their remarkable first season under Arne Slot, who, you never know, might have been the Tottenham manager if things had turned out differently in the summer of last year when Spurs were interested, but he stayed at Feyenoord, and instead Ange Postecoglou ended up here. And if you remember this match as well, last season it was highly eventful. This was the match when Luis Diaz scored the goal that was disallowed for offside, and it was a human error, as the officials later admitted. But Liverpool had 2 men sent off, Jones and Jota were sent off, and in the end it was an own goal right at the end of added time that decided it in Tottenham's favour. But right now it is Tottenham down in the bottom half of the table against Liverpool, who are still the leaders after Chelsea's 0-0 draw. So Liverpool will be top at Christmas, for whatever that's worth, Clinton, but it's better to be there than not be top.
Yeah, definitely. You'd rather be chased, and that's what everyone's trying to do, chase Liverpool. So you'd rather be top. I think they'd prefer to be there come May, John, and they've got a good opportunity. If they can get the 3 points today, they'll have a good Christmas, that's for sure.
So the teams, again, just to run you through them before we get underway, the 2 teams have been in their huddles out on the pitch. The BBC World Service listeners are joining us as well. I'm just looking down there, Fraser Forster getting a lot of applause, a lot of support as he takes his position in the goal in front of the south stand. So Forster in goal after his difficult night on Thursday. Porro, Dragosine, Gray and Spence continuing at left back with Dougie's on the bench. Sarr and Basuma, Kulusevski, Maddison, Son and Solanke. As I say, unchanged. Tottenham naming an unchanged team for the first time for over a year in all competitions. Sam Barrett blows the whistle, and it is the home side, Tottenham Hotspur, who get us underway. White shirts with the dark blue sleeves, dark blue shorts and white socks. They love a strong start, Tottenham, and they're already on the front foot. Spence to Son, ball into the middle, and Solanke with a little touch there that wasn't enough. I think it was the faintest glance, and actually it goes out of play. I thought it had gone for a throw-in.
Nah, because he was offside.
Oh, he was
Son was offside, yeah. Sonny was offside from the first initial pass from Jed Spence. But it was a good start from Tottenham, you're right, John.
Yeah, typical of them. And Liverpool with Alisson in goal, Alexander-Arnold, Gomez, Van Dijk and Robertson. Robertson served his suspension in the League Cup on Thursday. Then Gravenberch, Szoboszlai and McAllister, Salah, Gakpo and Diaz. So 7 changes for Liverpool from Wednesday night at Southampton in the Cup, but just 1 change from the team that played in the league last weekend, that exciting 2-2 draw, which I hope you were listening to last Saturday afternoon with Ian Dennis and Chris Sutton. It was a real thriller. And here it is Tottenham who win a goal kick as it's played by Porro onto Gakpo, and the ball bounces through for a goal kick. So Fraser Forster to take this, and he doesn't waste any time over it. He takes a quick goal kick for Dragusin to take it away from the penalty area, and actually strong challenge by Gakpo wins it back. Now here's McAllister central. McAllister through to Salah. A flick back to McAllister. Might still be McAllister, but no, Dragusin just steps in. It was very intricate from Liverpool, and it wasn't far off coming off.
No, it wasn't. You're right. And if Tottenham are going to keep playing out from the back like that, they're going to get punished, because Liverpool are one of the best teams in the Premier League that press.
Long ball from Van Dijk, but that's over Salah, and it's all the way through for a goal kick. Mo Salah, who, if he gets a goal today, he'll be at the top of the Premier League goal scoring list on his own. He'll be above Erling Haaland, and Forster has kicked it straight to Salah, and Salah shoots wide from the angle. Well, first opportunity for Fraser Forster in possession in his 6-yard box. He passed it to Salah, who was in the box 10 yards away from him, chested it down and shot wide, and that is a massive let-off for Forster and Tottenham.
Yeah, it's a big chance. Let's see if he does it now from the goal kick, because he's waiting. But this is how they want to play. It's got to be better. It's got to be comfortable. And if you're going to play out like that, John, overhit it. I'd rather you kick it out of play if you want to do it like that. But it's a great chance for Salah. I think it's just come too early for him. He really should be hitting the target.
And it's almost... You can barely believe that Salah did not get the shot on target. It was from an angle, right side of the penalty area, but he pulled the shot wide. I mean, there were defenders there as well inside the area, so it's a snap shot that, as Clinton says, maybe if we'd been more than 3 minutes into the match and Salah was in the groove, but that's an escape, and you know, in some ways that is Forster picking up from where he left off on Thursday night, unfortunately for him and Spurs, as Tottenham with Gray, Archie Gray clearing it away, throwing for Liverpool. Dragusin there heads it away. Gravenberch is over this. Now Liverpool with Alexander-Arnold, deep cross, all the way across the penalty area to Gakpo. It was above Diaz, then back to Robertson. Robertson's ball in, that's headed away by Dragusin. Spurs are on the rack here, and then Luis Diaz with the shot across goal. He was coming in, cutting in from the left-hand side, but the shot was wide of the far post, the low effort, by a couple of yards. So it's another goal kick, Clinton.
It can't get out, John, but I understand wanting to play out from the back, but sometimes try and get in your own half and get up the pitch, so you can at least get out the pitch and you're stuck in your half. But Liverpool are brilliant. The way they set up and are ready to go and press Tottenham, they're going to find it difficult all afternoon to come out.
Forster takes this goal kick square to Gray, who's in the area. Salah's all over him. I mean, Liverpool clearly have prepared for this, and you know, Tottenham look nervous. Forster looks nervous. It's not just me, is it?
No, it's not just you. You're right. He does look nervous. And I said, after making two big, huge mistakes, you are going to be nervous.
Now it's Liverpool, and Liverpool at the other end, Alisson, showing Tottenham how to do it.
That's a goalkeeper that is very good with the ball at his feet, but that's what he's used to doing it. Fraser Forster's not used to it.
That's rubbing it in, isn't it?
It is rubbing it in, you're right.
When Tottenham looks so nervous at one end, then it goes back to Alisson, who's almost blowing his fingers as he does that. Now Robertson tearing down the left-hand side, his cross hits Porro and it bounces behind. I think it's slapped in between the legs, Porro, and Robertson. I think they're laughing.
It's a sore one, isn't it, John?
Yeah, it's a sore one. That's what it is.
Oh, it's a sore one.
It's a sore one. And they have a little chuckle together, and there's a low five between Robertson and Porro. But it is a corner. So Tottenham have had their difficulties, haven't they, from set pieces? But Trent Alexander-Arnold, when he gets his delivery right, that would cause problems for any defence. And it's a packed 6-yard area. This is 5 Live and the World Service from the BBC on this cold December afternoon in North London, and we're looking down on Alexander-Arnold, who takes this into the near post. Oh, it missed. I think it was Gravenberch at the near post. It was over him, blocked by a defender, comes back. Alexander-Arnold up to him, but he's got too much on that. Cheers from the Tottenham fans, probably of relief as much as anything else, as it bounces through for a goal kick.
Yeah, you're right. It's a great ball in from Trent, and there was a big scramble at the front post, and they just managed to deal with it. Then second ball goes out of play.
So we'll have more reaction, more interviews from the earlier 4 matches in the Premier League that we've been bringing you today. Not a single home team has scored in the Premier League.
That's crazy.
It's in the 4 matches, 4 nils in the home column. As Dragosine downfield, Alexander Arnold's able to head that away. 2 matches continuing as well. Still Hearts 2, St Johnstone 1, which would leave St Johnstone bottom of the Premiership if it stays like that. And West Brom still 2-0 up on Bristol City in the Championship. Tottenham 0, Liverpool 0. We will hear from Ruben Amorim, by the way, I'm hearing. So the Manchester United manager will be on at half-time on 5 Live. After there, do we call that a shock defeat? 3-0 at home to Bournemouth?
Yeah, I think losing 3-0 at home is a shock defeat. If they had lost, no, it's not a shock because Bournemouth have been in good form, but not 3-0.
So it is Tottenham with Bissouma. And then little Pedro Porros quickly onto the ball. High pass. Son does well to keep that in. He was almost over the line when he chested it down, but now he's set up towards the penalty area, but he tried to slip the ball between the legs of Alexander Arnold. He was able to block it. And then Bissouma gets there ahead of Salah on the halfway line. And Tottenham have got it back inside their own half. I am going to go to the Saracens Northampton match. Normally you'd do this when the ball would go back to a goalkeeper, but because it's Fraser Forster, we better just hang on. And he's chipped it out. He's chipped the pass out to Jed Spence, and he gets a round of applause for it from the Tottenham fans in the south stand behind him. Spence is tackled by Gravenberg, and now it is Bissouma who's able to give it back to Archie Gray. Square from him. The left-sided central defender as he is for the time being, with Van de Ven and Romero both on that long injured list. This is Bentancur's last match, by the way, of his 7-match suspension, so he will be available, Bentancur, for the match at Nottingham Forest on Boxing Day. Again, good from Forster with a more confident delivery, and Tottenham building. Maddison now from Sarr. Out to the right, Kulusevski involved in the action, really for the first time. His cross, it's deflected to the back post, headed away by Alexander Arnold. Comes out to Maddison on the edge of the box. He gives it to Son to his left. Packed, Liverpool penalty area now. Son back to Maddison near the dead ball line, and then he gets a real shove in his back from Alexander Arnold, which sends Maddison to the ground. But referee Barrett says goal kick.
Yeah, Liverpool. I think he was looking for that James Maddison, and it was just inside the box. Oof, I've seen them given. I have seen them given, John.
It's right on the line.
Right on the line. Look, I think it's more of the shoving than the right foot, but it's not going to get overturned.
No. 9 minutes played. Tottenham 0, Liverpool 0. It's a Liverpool goal kick, so I think I'm on safe ground to cross to Adam Whitty.
Saracens have seen off the Saints come back. A 5th and 6th try. Jamie George and Ben Earl scoring them both have made it to 36-12 for Saracens with 70 minutes gone. George peeling off the back of them all. Earl powering through centre field to score under the post. Saracens 36, Saints 12, 70 minutes gone. Hopefully no mistakes while I've been talking, John.
No, you're right. You're on safe ground. Tottenham 0, Liverpool 0. And Liverpool with Alexander Arnold. Alexander Arnold's cross into the near post. Salah's up to this. Oh, little touch. Saved by Forster. Szoboszlai with a shot, and that was blocked by Sarr on the edge of his 6-yard area. There were 2 defenders there, Sarr and Dragosine. I think it was Sarr who threw his body in front of it. But that touch from Salah. Well, the pass, first of all, from
I'm glad
Alexander
you said
Arnold.
that, John. The pass from Alexander Arnold is fantastic. No one saw that in the ground, and touch from Salah's brilliant, but big save from Fraser Forster. Great block from Pape Sarr as well.
Yeah, and also, by the way, in the United Rugby Championship, it is Glasgow 33, Edinburgh 0 at Hampden. Liverpool with the ball inside the penalty area. It's laid back to the edge of the box. Bissouma just stretched and got there, and then Solanke, I think, was caught. He was by McAllister, who says he's claiming he didn't touch him, but it's a free kick to Tottenham halfway inside their own half. And that match, that Glasgow-Edinburgh match, being played in front of 27,000 supporters at Hampden. So seemingly, though, Glasgow on the way to a comfortable win. That was a 3 o'clock kickoff as well. 10 minutes played here in North London with the lights brightly on. Gomez heading it away. Solanke against his former team, one of his former teams, that Liverpool are able to play it downfield, and Spence running onto this, knows that he's got Salah behind him, and that's nice confident play. He thought about the ball back to Forster, but he thought again, Clinton, and then nicely took it out towards the flank.
Yeah, he started well, Jed Spence, so far. Comfortable in possession, getting in good position.
And now Tottenham moving away on the right-hand side, but the pass from Sarr was overhit. He was looking for Kulusevski ahead of him, but Alisson was quickly out after he overhit the pass. And then Porro, unforced error to head that out of play for a throw into Liverpool on the far side of the stadium.
If Ndogi was fully fit, I'd probably have played Spence right back and Ndogi left back. I just think at the moment in Pedro Porro, he's just short of confidence in his defending.
Well, it's another option now, isn't it, for Ange Postecoglou? Who, remember, he did say, didn't he, last season, Ange Postecoglou, that he grew up as a fan of Liverpool. And Tottenham, with Dragosin playing it back to Forster, who's going to get rid of this first time. Big cheer for that as well. Just the long pass, first time touch to the halfway line. Kulusevski battling for it with Robertson. And then Szoboszlai has Bissouma all over him, and that has given us the free kick to Liverpool.
He started well though, John, Bissouma. He's been aggressive, and you have to be when you're playing against Liverpool in midfield. He's won crucial tackles, and I think he started the game ever so well.
Yeah. That's Clinton Morrison, of course, with us here at the Tottenham Stadium. Clinton, goal scorer in the Premier League, international goal scorer for the Republic of Ireland. And one of our listeners, Clinton, Adam Thompson, Charlton fan, will be very happy that you're sitting next to me. He sent an email to the Commentator's View this week saying he's a big fan of yours. Here's Alexander Arnold playing it to
That's when I'm with you though, John. I think that's when I think he's a fan of both of us.
Don't undersell yourself. It's not like you.
I know it's not. I've changed since I've got older.
Son playing it infield. Madison bounces back for Liverpool. Alexander Arnold as well. He teases Madison there and took the ball away from him, and then a little one down the line to Gravenberch, who's going all the way cross field to Gakpo. Scored in both matches against Tottenham last season, Gakpo, and then his ball into the area. Spence does well against Salah, the two of them tussling together, physical, but it bounces through for a goal kick, which they take quickly.
Yeah, he gets his body in well. It's just the ball was just overhit, to be fair, and you can see Spence usually likes to get forward loads. He's not getting forward as much, John, because he knows Salah doesn't trap back, and there'll be space in behind, and he'll be one-on-one with Gray, but he's defended well so far.
Tottenham 0, Liverpool 0. 13 minutes without a goal. Shock. Here is Kulusevski down the right-hand side. He's got Van Dijk with him. He's going to use Sarr behind him. Then it comes back to Bissouma with his left wrist strapped. Oh, that's a poor pass though from Bissouma. Liverpool could be away on the counter-attack here. Szoboszlai to Salah, but it lacked a bit of pace, didn't it, the pass forward. So Tottenham, all of those white shirts are suddenly back in position. So no goals yet, but I have to say I do like the feel of the match.
Yeah, there's a good flow, John, you're right. there is a flow. Liverpool are dominating at the moment. Tottenham can't really get one or two possessions. That's why I think Maddison and Sarr are crucial to try and get on the ball, because Bissouma's doing a really good job protecting that back four.
Liverpool coming here with this 20-match unbeaten run behind them since their only defeat under Arne Slot, which was the 1-0 home loss to the excellent Nottingham Forest. We didn't really know it then, did we? But winning 1-0 at Anfield, that was a real indicator, wasn't it, of where they are this season. But since then, 20 matches unbeaten, and Liverpool, obviously, that was at Anfield, have not lost away from home yet under Arne Slot. Long ball forward for Diaz. Diaz has got the better of Porro. Now just a little touch back into the D, and then the shot from Gakpo, which was wild. It was set up for him by Diaz, but Gakpo sent it high over the top of the bar.
I say it, John, Porro, not strong enough. It's like one diagonal ball. Go and deal with the football. You've got to be aggressive in your defending.
And Cody Gakpo, who has scored 9 goals this season across all of the competitions. Ball forward for Kulusevski now down the right. Robertson's trying to catch him, but it's Kulusevski against Robertson into the area now. Still going. McAllister put a foot in there, and then it's back for Sarr with the shot, left-footed, which bounces low and wide of the left post as he looked at it. Alisson dived down to his right, but I think he was confident it was going wide from Sarr.
And that's what Porro is good at, playing those balls in. And it's happened twice now. Robertson's got to do better. It's like Kulusevski's coming short, sucking him in, and then going in behind. And it's good play from Kulusevski, because once he's in the box, you can't touch him. And it's a poor shot in the end from Sarr, but it gets the fans cheering and off their seats.
Yes, I was watching Ismaila Sarr for your old club, Crystal Palace, yesterday, who, even though even though Palace ended up losing that 5-1, they had their moments, Crystal Palace.
They did, John. They could have. Yeah, I just don't think they were aggressive enough with Arsenal, but they did have moments, and he's in good form, Sarr. You're right.
Yes, he is. So Sarr yesterday, Sarr today. As Tottenham, Kulusevski tried to flick it forward, but coming back from an offside position. But referee Barrett allows play to continue because Liverpool have got it, and it's Alexander-Arnold stepping well forward now back to Gravenberch. And the young Dutchman just has a little look up and then chips it onto the chest of Gakpo. He gets it down to those greeny coloured boots of his, and then Robertson back to Gakpo. Gakpo running at Porro, he's past him. Ball into the near post, missed by McAllister. Shot from Salah, that's blocked. Another shot, that's blocked as well. They had 4 men back in there, Tottenham, and sheer weight of numbers. Salah couldn't find a way past with either effort, and now they break away, Tottenham. Son's got his head down, and he's running into the Liverpool half, and he runs into Gomez, who puts it out of play for a throw.
Salah probably should do better, but you know what? It's great defending from Jed Spence. I think he makes 2 big blocks here. The first one, I'm thinking, yeah, it is him, and he blocks it twice. The first one, Salah doesn't, he kind of scuffs it, he doesn't put his foot through it, but good defending against Jed Spence. But it's too easy for Gakpo to get his cross in against Pedro Porro.
Jed Spence, he's blocking it twice. Tottenham give it away, and now Diaz. Salah again, it's very tight. He might find a way through. Hits the crossbar with a shot. There were 3 defenders there. Bissouma, Gray and Spence, and somehow the brilliant Egyptian found a way through. His feet were a blur, and it clipped the top of the bar on the way over.
Yeah, you're right. It's great feet. He's got Bissouma, Spence, Archie Gray. They can't get a tackle in, and he hits the bar. Great feet. But again, in midfield, John, they are so sloppy in possession, Tottenham. They don't have a midfielder who can get on the ball and dictate the football match, and that's why they keep giving it away.
Tottenham 0, Liverpool 0 remains the score here, but there is a significant goal threat all over the field for both teams. Here's Gakpo again. Gakpo cutting in field. There's the overlap from Robertson. Robertson, no, gets the cross all wrong. Overhits it over everyone inside the box. However, Alexander-Arnold keeps it in on the other side. His cross is deflected. I think it went behind the white line. Yes, it did, before Fraser Forster gathered it at the near post. So it's a corner for Liverpool from the right-hand side this time.
He has to track Kulusevski. He has to help Pedro Porro, because I know he wants to stay high, but one thing with Liverpool fullbacks, they love getting forward. So Son has to track Trent, and Kulusevski has to track Andy Robertson.
Already, still in the first 20 minutes, but for Tottenham, that's got trouble written all over it.
With a capital T, you're right, John.
Yes. Corner for Liverpool from the other side. So this is going to be taken by Robertson, and they are crowding Forster now very much. In comes the delivery into the 6-yard box, but onto the head of Solanke, who heads it away. Szoboszlai, whose hair seems to be getting longer as the season goes on, but I suppose that's what happens if you don't cut it. As Gray heads it out to Kulusevski. Kulusevski in field, and now Sarr is strong there as he had to be. And then a long pass by Maddison downfield, and Szoboszlai in on the challenge on Son, and Son goes down, but the ball had gone, but the referee says no free kick. That's debatable. And then Alexander-Arnold's ball through the middle. Diaz might have been offside. Still Diaz to his left to Gakpo. Gakpo's ball across. Oh, that's a brilliant
flag up, Lan. He's offside.
Yeah, he was offside.
Way offside. Put the flag, and the referee's a foul. Do your job. It's a foul. Son's gone past Szoboszlai, and it's a foul. He does catch him. They do frustrate me. I know it's a hard job being a referee, John, but come on. Everyone here can see it's a foul.
That was at the other end, when it was, Szoboszlai on Son, and Szoboszlai went to ground, and then Son tries to hurdle him and go past him.
It was the first bit of contact. It was the first bit. Yeah, he misses it. He catches him. It's a foul there, John.
All depends on angles, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
If you're the referee. We've just seen it there from 3 different angles.
Yeah, you're right.
That the referee hasn't done. But even so, from up here with one view, from our angle, it did look like a foul, but it wasn't given. And then at the other end, Archie Gray didn't know. He had to play to the whistle. That was a brilliant clearance.
Outstanding. You're spot on, John. He didn't know. He doesn't know that the flag's not going to go up.
Tottenham 0, Liverpool 0. Son now cutting in field. Little ball to Kulusevski, who might have broken back to Solanke if it had on the edge of the box. He would have had a clear run into the penalty area. Now a long one forward for Alexander-Arnold to chase. Alexander-Arnold for Salah to chase, but Archie Gray, the teenager there, was able to get there. Archie Gray against the great 32-year-old Mo Salah, and Gray came out on top. Now Maddison down the line at the other end for Son. Gomez, though, is able just to tap it with his right foot to Alexander-Arnold. End-to-end stuff, still 0-0.
It does look like Liverpool have an extra player, though. They've got so much time and space in midfield. McAllister, Soberslide, Gravenberch, and they're dominating in there at the moment. You do think it's only a matter of time, but Tottenham, the back four, they've defended well.
Liverpool, who will be top at Christmas now. So they'll be top after 16 matches played. Yet we always seem to place such importance, don't we? Well, they're top at Christmas, or they're bottom at Christmas.
Yeah, we do.
You know, if Christmas wasn't there, as Alexander-Arnold plays it, diving header, it's in! It's Luis Diaz! He had a look to see if the flag would be raised, but it wasn't. And Luis Diaz, who was denied here last season so controversially when Tottenham won, well, he's got his revenge here. A falling diving header in the 6-yard box, and it's Tottenham 0. The leaders, Liverpool 1.
Yeah, they can't deal with Trent. It's poor defending from Dragusin. I don't know how you're the centre-half and you've just let Diaz run off you, but it's a fantastic ball from Trent Alexander-Arnold, and an even better from Diaz. But Trent started this game fantastic, but poor defending from Dragusin. You have to stay with your man and you have to see him, but brilliant header from Diaz, great ball from Trent Alexander-Arnold.
But still the question is whether he was onside.
Miles onside. Dragusin doesn't know he's behind him. Between Dragusin and Porro, they've started the game terrible. The two youngsters, Gray and Spence, have started well. Them two nowhere near good enough.
Yeah, Dragusin and Porro are both on the right-hand side of the defence, but as Clinton said, that ball in from Alexander-Arnold, it was asking to be headed into the net, and that's exactly what the falling Luis Diaz did. Beyond the back line, as Clinton says, Dragusin was nowhere, and it's Luis Diaz who hits double figures for the season. 10 goals now in all competitions. He's actually not scored, Clinton, since his hat-trick against Leverkusen. But Tottenham at the other end break into the box, and Solanke's ball is slid behind on the interception by Gomez. Liverpool 1-0 up, but Tottenham with their first corner.
Yeah, good play from Solanke, but good defending from Gomez.
Corner is taken short for Tottenham. Porro gives it back to the corner taker, Kulusevski. Kulusevski on his left foot shoots a cross goal, and it flashes away beyond the far post and behind for a goal kick for Liverpool, who lead by 1-0. That Diaz goal coming midway through the first half. Corner is taken short for Tottenham. Porro gives it back to the corner taker, Kulusevski. Kulusevski on his left foot shoots a cross goal, and it flashes away beyond the far post and behind for a goal kick for Liverpool, who lead by 1-0. That Diaz goal coming midway through the first half. I think the full-time whistle has gone in the Championship at the Hawthorns, Aaron Paul.
It has. West Brom 2, Bristol City 0. 2 excellent goals from Mikey Johnston in the first half. Sent Albion 7th. They could have had more, but it has finished here at the Hawthorns. West Brom 2, Bristol City 0.
And also full-time in the Saracens-Northampton match in the Premiership, Adam Whitty.
Yes, Saracens into third, 39-24 victory, 6 tries, 19 points from fly half Fergusberg. Northampton have lost their last 3, and I tell you what, their title defence is hanging by a thread. Full-time, Saracens 36, Saints 24.
And also full-time is Glasgow 33, Edinburgh 14 in the United Rugby Championship. Tottenham 0, Liverpool 1. Luis Diaz, the goal scorer. And here is Gakpo. Another assist for Alexander-Arnold, who's sliding here to keep the ball in play, but as he slid off the pitch, the ball then rolled over the white line, and it's a throw into Tottenham level with the edge of their own penalty area. Spurs with Gray and Spence, and then back to the, not only does Liverpool have it again, Salah, that's nice, Luis Diaz left foot shot, Forster goes down to his right, gets his hands to it, just stuns it, kills the ball, and is able to get up and overarm it out to Spence. Jed Spence now, he's asking for options and has actually played it into Alexander-Arnold. And the Liverpool supporters, 2,500, 3,000 of them in the corner in great voice watching their team 1-0 up here.
Hiding, Tottenham players are hiding. I shouldn't say that, but it looks like Spence gets the ball, not one person's come and given them an option. They just look like they're devoid of ideas at the moment, and Liverpool have been outstanding.
25 minutes played. Well, that's a worry, Clinton.
It is a worry.
From a Tottenham point of view. But not for Liverpool, who've got their tails up. Salah into the penalty area. He's got those two young defenders there, Gray and Spence, and between them they've played it off Salah and out of play.
Two young boys have done well, John. The Gray and Spence. They've done well. They can be pleased with their work so far.
Tottenham with Maddison down the line. Did well to pick that pass past Gravenberch and Alexander-Arnold. And then Son back to Sarr. Here is Maddison again. And it's been a difficult last 10 minutes or so for Tottenham, during which time Liverpool have scored the opening goal. Liverpool, who are looking now to go, well, it will be 4 points clear as the ball is played over the top, but Maddison on the chase, it bounced through to Alisson. Gravenberch, Liverpool on the move again. This very much is what they do under Arne Slot, and they did it under Jurgen Klopp, didn't they? There's no let up.
Yeah.
They go 1-0 up and they're at you again. They're going one goal up, they're going for another goal.
Yeah, they're relentless, and as soon as they get the ball and start with Alisson, they just break, and they look, can we find our frontman?
As in comes a challenge to concede a free kick. Maddison, he is putting his palms up there to the referee. Gravenberch felt that. He's still on the ground. Just came in at pace. He took the ball, but he took the man as well.
Yeah, it was the follow through. Maddison does get the ball, but it's the follow through that catches Gravenberch.
So Liverpool getting the, I would hesitate to call it an all-important first goal because of the recent matches here in this stadium and how topsy-turvy they've been. But I can tell you that when Liverpool have scored the opening goal in matches this season under Arne Slot, 17 times, how many times do you think they've gone on to win out of 17 when they've scored the opening goal?
15.
It's 17, Clinton.
I shouldn't have known it was that. I was just trying to be clever, but I should have said it.
Alexander-Arnold, left-footed, Robertson, left-footed delivery into the box. That's headed away by Dragusin. Comes out to Szoboszlai on the edge of the area. Here's Salah on the right. Salah's ball across. Tottenham defenders jumping at it. Dragusin went for it, didn't make contact. Cleared partly away. Szoboszlai against Spence. Szoboszlai lifted it in all the way across the box. Volleyed back in. Solanke away. And it comes out for McAllister. Liverpool really going for that second goal here. Now again to the left-hand side. In comes the ball. And Gravenberch at the near post. Tottenham struggling to get it away. Pedro Porro then does get it down and he chips it forward to Kulusevski, who can't keep it in, and it's a throw-in to Liverpool. They're hanging on, Tottenham.
They are hanging on. Solanke's got a problem, I think, where he's just made a block in the box. He kind of got a bit of a head injury there, and he just needs to stay down because his team are under massive pressure. Just take a couple of minutes just to slow the game down.
Yeah, I mean, it was frantic, last-ditch defending from Tottenham.
Yeah, it was. Salah puts the ball in, and I think Solanke in the end gets it. Dragusin deals with it as well, and they keep it alive, Liverpool.
Tottenham 0, Liverpool 1. 5 live in the World Service from the BBC. Offside flag up against Liverpool, so it's a free kick to Spurs. There will be a 606 tonight, the final one before Christmas, with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. I'll let you know when the lines are open. They should be open at half-time. All of the day's football details will be on the BBC Sport website and at the football pages for all of the matches that have been played. Highlights, match of the day tonight on BBC One, anytime on the iPlayer. And of course the Football Daily podcast will be available to review the Premier League weekend. Here's Solanke now, down the left-hand side, a rare Tottenham attack. Solanke back in possession. And then the offside flag eventually comes and it's a free kick to Liverpool. on the edge of their own box.
Yeah, I just think Sarr and Basuma are so similar. They're two midfielders who just want to win the ball but never look to go forward or pass forward. And you can hear the Tottenham fans getting frustrated because they want their team to play at tempo. But it is difficult against a good Liverpool side who are in fantastic form.
Yeah, and they're doing it again away from home. 1-0 up. Only twice before, all the great Liverpool teams, only twice before have Liverpool been unbeaten away from home at Christmas in all competitions. Gravenberch now, forward with it. Here's Gakpo. Gakpo just a little interception by Sarr, and as Sarr was looking to break away, Gakpo, who was on the ground, just flicked the foot out, caught him, brought him down. It's a free kick, and it's a yellow card for Gakpo, the first Liverpool player to be booked. Incidentally, Gravenberch is a one yellow card away from a suspension, so he is, I'm sure, very much aware of that. So it's a free kick to Tottenham. Dragusin goes for the long pass downfield, looking for Son down the left wing, but Alexander-Arnold got up, headed that forward, and it's out of play for a throw-in that Maddison's going to leave to Jed Spence. Arne Slot down there, as I say, on this cold afternoon. He's got a sort of thigh-length black coat on, but it's open-fronted, no hat on his head, and there's a real edge of coldness in North London this afternoon, and that wind as well swirling around. I think it's worse in other parts of the country. Over half an hour played here. Jed Spence going to take this throw, just spinning the ball in his right hand, waiting for some movement. Son does make himself available, plays it back to Spence, and in comes the tackle from Szoboszlai, which deflected off Spence. It's a throw into Liverpool. McAllister centre field. So I hear some Tottenham fan down there shouting, "Wake up!" And I think that will be the feeling, frustration from some of the Spurs fans. They just can't. They can't put any sustained pressure on Liverpool because Liverpool are too good.
Yeah, they're too good. Listen, sometimes you have to hold your hand up and say you're playing against a team that is so superior to you, and that's what they are at the moment, Liverpool.
Yeah, building on the confidence that comes with a 20-match unbeaten run, and they've scored in every match this season in all competitions, bar that one defeat at Anfield against Nottingham Forest, continuing that run today. Dragusin putting his foot on the ball and playing it to Porro to his right, then back to Dragusin again, who just spins the ball on ahead of himself and then hits it downfield, but Gomez comes across, heads it forward. Dragusin again up to Kulusevski, who's scored in the last 4 matches. He's brought down by McAllister, and I think
he was in there.
The ball was played, but the referee had just said, "Hang on a moment," because Liverpool, McAllister had kind of looked to delay the restart. He was going to play the ball over the top for Son, but the referee's brought it back. The free kick is taken again. Sarr out to the right-hand side to Porro, who tries to curl it forward for Kulusevski, but that's asking an awful lot of him. Robertson gets there first comfortably. Robertson sent off against Fulham last weekend. Left-footed ball into the centre circle. Diaz, the goal scorer here this afternoon. Diaz gets it down, uses Alexander-Arnold, then Diaz makes an overlapping run around him down the right-hand side. Diaz, who is all energy. He has got some metabolism, hasn't he?
He has, non-stop. Everything he does is like 100 miles an hour.
Yeah. And Gomez now has really not been tested so far by Tottenham. Back to Diaz on the right-hand side. So for the time being, Salah's got a position on the edge of the box. Jed Spence just got a touch on that, so Tottenham have got it back. Son, though, suddenly closed down. Liverpool working incredibly hard. Son there, his options were immediately limited by 2 Liverpool players. But Spurs still in possession, as we've got 10 minutes to go of the first half. Long and forward from Sarr. This is for Maddison to chase, but it bounces down into the right-back position. Maddison against Gomez, who does really well. Comes in with a tackle, dispossesses Maddison, then plays it forward. Szoboszlai heads it back to the edge of the area, and then McAllister swings it to the left-hand side. You know, for everything they've done this season, this must be one of Liverpool's best performances.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah, you're right, John. They look brilliant. They 1 and 2 touches. The defending there. Maddison thought he had time. Gomez too strong, too quick for him. They've been excellent.
Yeah. And here's Alexander-Arnold now on the right-hand side. And not only that, they look as though they're enjoying it as well. 1-0 up. Difficult match, this. Unpredictable match. But they've taken it by the scruff of the neck. And now, Boslai receives it from Gomez. An excellent pass forward from Gomez. A touch. From Diaz. Now it's Gakpo again, running at the Tottenham defence. Plays it back to Robertson, lifts it in left-footed. Szoboszlai with a header, another chance, a second goal for Liverpool. It's headed in the 6-yard box. Alexis McAllister has doubled the Liverpool lead. And you have to say, they fully deserve it. Yeah. Tottenham can't live with them. Yeah, Tottenham 0, Liverpool 2.
You're right, John. It's not good. And I don't know if Fraser Forster could come out earlier and get this, because I think Jed Spence and Archie Gray go for it, but it's brilliant from McAllister. He's the one out of all the midfielders who react. I don't know where Basuma is, don't know where Sarr is, but they're non-existent at the moment. Even though people say it's an easy header, you got big Fraser Forster in front of you. Just a calm header.
So 1-0 becomes 2-0. 23rd minute from Diaz, 36th from McAllister. And it's very, very hard. And I know we've had the matches that we've had here over the course of the last few weeks. But it's very hard to see this Liverpool team in this sort of form, playing like this, letting this slip. As Gakpo actually passes it all the way through. Robertson was on his heels. And it's a goal kick for Tottenham. And the Liverpool supporters, I think, already celebrating the prospect of being top at Christmas, which they certainly will be. We knew that in advance of the match after the 0-0 draw for Chelsea at Everton.
It's too deep there, Maddison. I don't want my number 10 picking the ball up that deep. He needs to be closer to Solanke. That's why they can't get out.
Kulusevski, now Basuma plays the ball ahead of Son. Son will get to this, and Son's first time cross across the 6-yard box. There was only Solanke arriving. In any case, the offside flag is up, and it's a free kick to Liverpool. And it has been comprehensively Liverpool's first half, and eventually the goals did come. And Arne Slot down there, just with a couple of instructions for Mo Salah, who's standing 7 or 8 yards away from him. Ball back to Alisson, and then forward from Gomez. Dragusin actually wins it back from Luis Diaz. Maddison now to Son. Son shoots wildly as Alexander-Arnold just came in. I think leaned into Son as he was shooting, and as a result shot wide.
He has to be better. He hasn't been nowhere near it this season, John. I'll be honest with you, Son. He's the captain, the talisman, and you look at his performance, they've been really flat, and you expect better from him, and I've seen the same again.
Yeah, it's been flat all over the field for Tottenham. After the thrills of Thursday night, unchanged team. Here's Spence. Spence in an advanced position by Alexander-Arnold. I mean, Liverpool are winning battles in every part of the field. Basuma to take this throw. It's just another day in the life of Tottenham Hotspur this season, isn't it?
It is. You 2 steps forward and then 3 steps back. That's the story of their season.
Yeah, the proverbial roller coaster.
Yep.
And at the moment, after the high of Thursday night, they've gone down one of those big dips, and here are just being outplayed by the league leaders. 2-0. Dragusin to Basuma. Basuma just curls a pass to Porro. Tottenham do have it inside the Liverpool half here at least, but then through Basuma, it's back to Dragusin, and then Archie Gray. Basuma comes all the way back in between the two central defenders, gives it to his right to the Romanian Dragusin. Now it's up to the Swedish international Kulusevski, but Van Dijk was tight on him, got the ball, and then Szoboszlai rather carelessly gives it away, and it might open up here for Tottenham. They desperately need something, Spurs. Preferably before half-time, a goal back. Son attacking forward. If they do get a goal back and it's only 2-1 at the break, then that's a result for them with the way the match has gone. Madison on the edge of the area, slips it infield looking for Solanke, too many red shirts, and then the shot from Sarr, which was straight at Alisson really from 22, 23 yards. It was dipping, but Alisson just scooped it up.
No, but that's better. Some more positive. Madison playing closer to Solanke, and then you get an opportunity. Maybe you should slip it to Porro, but it's a shot at goal. Oof.
As Madison takes the ball up, and Madison with a chance, he scored! James Madison does give Tottenham the goal that they needed before the break. Spurs won it back.
Yeah, he wants a foul, McAllister. I think he wants the foul on Kulusevski, but I think Kulusevski wins the ball. I thought it was the foul the other way, but other than that, it's clinical from Madison. Van Dijk's not happy, but that's what they needed, these Tottenham fans. Yeah, Van Dijk is speaking with referee Barrett. It was Kulusevski who put a challenge in on McAllister. It's not a foul. He's made the right decision. McAllister took a bad touch. He's stretching over Kulusevski, and this goal will stand. Madison gets it and he just whips it into that far corner. It's a brilliant finish from James Madison, by the way. It was edge of the area. Picked this spot, bent it, and I mean Alisson actually, in the end, didn't dive for it. I think there were a couple of defenders perhaps in his eye line, but super finish, and the Tottenham players here are saying to the crowd, down on the pitch, the Tottenham players waving their arms up and saying, come on, give us a bit of support here, that's what we need. And there wasn't any prospect of it, but they've come up with a goal, Clinton. Yeah, it's a mistake. It's a bad touch from McAllister, and he's trying to stretch out. And once he stretches out, Kulusevski does well. And the finish from Madison, as I said, is brilliant. And now, though, Liverpool with an excellent ball forward. And this is for Diaz to run onto it. And he's in the area, and he shoots. Two defenders are there, and they block it. The offside flag was up against Diaz. And the Tottenham players, I think, are getting frustrated with these late flags. It's him, though. It's this linesman this side. That line over the other side puts it out early enough. I know if it's tight, John, you're meant to carry on, but that's not tight. He's about 4 yards offside. Yeah, it's Lee Betts who is the assistant on this side. So it is a free kick to Tottenham. And we have a scoreline. I think I would call it a surprise scoreline of Tottenham 1, Liverpool 2, after James Madison's 8th goal of the season, all of them in the Premier League as well. 8 Premier League goals, which is an excellent return before Christmas. That's good. Very good. Alexander-Arnold forward. Now McAllister with a touch, but back to Basuma, and back to the edge of the area. And now the Tottenham fans, suddenly there's a bit of belief around the place. But the crowd are like the team. They are. The other night at 3-0 up here, Clinton, they were singing Ange Postecoglou's name. Yeah. And suddenly it was 3-2. Here's Gravenberg. Gravenberg forward, Szoboszlai. And suddenly Liverpool have hit a rocky patch. And Tottenham here really have got to seize the moment. Carpe diem. Yes. Kulusevski. Take the chance because there might not be too many in this match. Kulusevski pulling it back. He's on the left-hand side here. Kulusevski, crucial contribution to the goal after his challenge on McAllister to win it back, and then Madison stepped in, sort of sidestepped on and hit that lovely shot from the edge of the area, but the Tottenham attack, this one breaks down and it's through for a goal kick. Yeah, he's been in the goals, hasn't he? Scored 2 last Sunday in the win at Southampton, scored 2 of the goals at Manchester City, didn't he? And he hasn't played a lot, he's been left out quite a bit, and listen, he has played a lot of football, but not as much as he probably would have wanted to, and getting subbed early on, but it's a brilliant finish. But that is when he's in that 10 row, John. Don't want to see James Madison picking the ball off the centre halves. Get in that 10 row where you can cause problems and score goals. Yeah, of his appearances this season, 6 of them have been as a substitute, and all footballers, you included, Clinton, all want to start every match, don't they? You do. Szoboszlai for Liverpool, bring it out towards the right, and then Basuma's in with a tackle. That's good again in terms of the effect that it has on the crowd, and Ange Postecoglou just a few yards away, in the right on the edge of the technical area, claps his hands as well. Tottenham 1, Liverpool 2. Stay with us, by the way, at half-time on 5 Live. We're going to hear from Ruben Amorim, the Manchester United manager, after their 3-0 home defeat to Bournemouth. Their supporters will be on the way home listening, I'm sure. Bournemouth 5th in the Premier League. 5th in the Premier League. Bournemouth. The highest they've ever finished in the league is 9th.
So what a season they are having. And Manchester United down in 13th in the table. I did have a look after you mentioned it. They are still 10 points above the relegation zone.
Okay, they'll be all right then.
But even so.
Exactly.
We've got 2 minutes of added time here. Alexander-Arnold did well to keep the ball in, actually, as it was played across to him by Gravenberg and then headed forward by Szoboszlai. Salah's under this. They've got 2 men over Liverpool. Salah slips it back to Szoboszlai, through the middle, under the keeper. It's 3-1. Liverpool re-establish their 2-goal lead. Ruthless on the break. I'm not sure where the Tottenham defenders were there. Liverpool were all over them. Salah could have gone one way with his pass. Cleverly, though, went to Szoboszlai. And a lovely finish from the Hungarian. Tottenham 1, Liverpool 3.
I'm not picking on him, but Dragoson's decision to go out and try and win the header against Szoboszlai, it's the wrong decision. Just stay there. Because if you stay there, once you've gone and you can't get back, because he wins the header and then Salah does brilliant little reverse ball to Szoboszlai. Great finish, but it's poor defending again from Dragoson. He's the most, probably him and Porro, the two experienced there, and them two have been the two weak links so far in the Tottenham defence. But unbelievable pass from Salah and a great finish from Szoboszlai.
Well, Tottenham were back in it for 7 minutes, I think.
It's a kick in the teeth, John, because you saw Ange just throw his hands in the air because there's 2 minutes of added time. You go in at 2-1, it's a different conversation in the change room. Now at 3-1, got it all to do again.
Yeah, the Tottenham roller coaster went up, and now it's gone.
And that is Tottenham, isn't it, John?
It is. Tottenham 1, Liverpool 3 now. And Szoboszlai in the area when he finished it, probably 12 yards out. Forster racing off his line, but he just cleverly slipped it under the dive of the goalkeeper and into the net. And Szoboszlai makes it 3-1. But Tottenham now well beyond what was given as the minimum amount of added time. But this attack comes to nothing, and boos from the Tottenham supporters.
Yeah,
there were
just a few boos, and I think if it had gone in at 2-1, it would have been a different reaction. But got to defend better, mate. Dragoson, you paid a lot of money for him. Nowhere near good enough defending. Nowhere near. Goes into areas where he doesn't need to go as a centre half, and then he gets punished. So it's little mistakes that are costing Tottenham at the moment. But Liverpool, John, have been outstanding in this first half.
Is that unfair of Tottenham fans to boo?
I don't think they're happy. I think they're just disappointed with the way these teams play. I think if you lose a football match, but you're on the front foot and you're pressing and they can see things going the way, but they have to realise they're playing against the best team in Europe at the moment, in my eyes, in Liverpool. So it may be a bit harsh, but fans pay their hard-earned money, John, and they're not happy.
Yeah, it looks very much as though Liverpool are on their way to their 21st win in 25 matches under Arne Slot, and it looks like Tottenham are heading for what will be an 8th Premier League defeat of the season. Liverpool excellent for the most part. Diaz, McAllister and Szoboszlai, their goal scorers. James Maddison got the one back for Spurs, which briefly made it 2-1. But at half-time here, Tottenham fans disappearing into the stadium, inside to the bars, and you can probably understand why. Tottenham 1, Liverpool 3, the score.
I imagine, Clinton, that the booing there, I mean, 3-1 in some ways is worse than 2-0 because of the fact that, as good as Maddison's finish was, they were gifted a way back in, and then just as quickly they have gifted a Liverpool a way out of it.
That's under 15s defending, that is, Crossy. It's nowhere near good enough. And you know what? You've just got back into it. There's 2 minutes of added time.
Yeah.
Just be nice and solid. Get to half time. You haven't deserved that goal, but you've managed to get back into it. So it's a different conversation. And then you're just so open. And he can tell me, Anja, it's entertaining football, but entertaining don't get you results at the moment. And it's not. And you're way too open. And you're playing against a Liverpool team. I understand if it's not but this is the best team in Europe at the moment they're playing against. So you've got to be a bit streetwise and a bit sensible.
And even, it says a lot about Liverpool, I think, doesn't it? Even having made a bad error. I mean, the fact that one team has conceded playing out from the back and it's not Tottenham is remarkable enough on its own. But they're just so slick. And I know Tottenham have created their own problems again, but they don't half make so many other teams look so average.
No, yeah, you got to give credit to Liverpool. They're playing. Liverpool are a top team at the moment, full of confidence. From the goalkeeper right up to the front players, they're fantastic. They've got 1 and 2 touch. The way they press, Crossy, I had to watch in the first half and thought, did Liverpool have an extra man? There's extra bodies in midfield, and the tempo that they play at is ridiculous. So huge credit to Arne Slot and this Liverpool team, because they've been excellent so far in this first half.
Now, I don't know John Murray, but I think you might not be a fan of X's top at Christmas. That's my read from that first half commentary.
No, it's not that I'm not a fan of it. All I'm saying is we attach significance to it, whereas, why should we attach significance to where a team is after not half of the season?
Well, I'd say you'll love this then, which I learned from our colleague James Horncastle, which one could apply to Ange Postecoglou. In Italy, they do the same thing for manager sackings. So they say, will manager X get his panettone or not? So that's how they do it, you see. So we're not the only ones, John.
Yeah, but some leagues do actually. Where is it?
Bundesliga, Halfmeister.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah, that's fair enough. You're halfway through the season.
Yeah, well, no, I see what you mean. I understand. Anyway, Liverpool 3, Tottenham 1. John Clinton, thank you very much. Obviously, we'll be back for second half commentary. Let's go back to the Alexandra Palace, shall we? PDC World Darts Championships. What's coming up this evening, James Gregg?
There's some big hitters coming in this afternoon session. You'll notice that all the sound effects behind me have completely gone because the arena is empty. The mass clean-up operation is kind of halfway through, I would say, at the moment. That's amazing to watch in itself. This evening, though, Steve, world number 11, Dimitri van den Berg, is last on stage against the 22-year-old Irish star Dylan Slevin. That could throw up an upset. That's my tip anyway. Prior to that, Dover's Ross Smith, who won a big Players' Championship title earlier in the year against the Filipino Paulo Nebrida, and a Geordie lad, Callum Wright, opening the evening against the German 22nd seed Martin Schindler. And the main event, the headline act, is two-time world champion Gary Anderson getting his bid for a third Ali Pally crown underway. The Musselburgh man is a big crowd favourite, so he's going to get this Sunday night crowd going, I'd suspect, Steve.
Thank you very much, James. Premier League scores: Everton 0, Chelsea 0, Fulham 0, Southampton 0, Leicester 0, Wolves 3, and Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3. We will bring you as much reaction as we can squeeze in before second half commentary at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, including Ruben Amorim on the way after the news on 5 Live with Jill McKenzie.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The 9-year-old boy who was killed in an attack on a German Christmas market has been named. Andre Gleisner died after a car drove into crowds in Magdeburg on Friday. 4 women were also killed and around 200 people were injured. The German government's promised to investigate whether security services could have prevented the attack. The suspect was reportedly known to authorities because of his social media posts. The Bishop of Newcastle has again said the Archbishop of York, Stephen Cottrell, should resign. It's emerged that while Mr Cottrell was the Bishop of Chelmsford, a priest accused of sexual abuse was twice reappointed to a senior role in Essex. Stephen Cottrell's previously said he was deeply sorry he'd not been able to act against David Tudor before the priest was suspended in 2019. He says he regrets his handling of the case. And around 100 flights to and from Heathrow Airport have been cancelled because of high winds. Ferry services have also been disrupted across the Irish Sea and along the Scottish coast.
On BBC iPlayer.
I'm going to share a story that barely seems believable.
Keanu Reeves tells one of the greatest underdog stories in Formula One.
You either push to the limit or you're nothing.
Brawn, the impossible Formula One story.
We push to the limit.
Watch on BBC iPlayer. This is 5 Live Sport
with Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Away from the Premier League, full times in the Championship: West Brom 2, Bristol City 0. In the Scottish Premiership, Dundee United 0, Celtic 0, and Hearts 2, St Johnstone 1. So Hearts off the bottom, replaced by St Johnstone. Manchester United lost 3-0 at home to Bournemouth for the second year in a row today. They'll spend Christmas 13th in the table. Bournemouth are 5th. Ruben Amorim has been speaking to Mike Minay.
After the result is a tough day for our fans, for our players, for all staff, for all the club. It's really hard as a club, Manchester United, no matter what context, to lose 3-0 is really, really tough. So we have to improve. there's some good things in the game that you create a lot of chances, different from the first game, different from Everton, and we managed to score 4, but then concede again, set pieces, and then you feel it since the first moment, the first goal kick, you feel the anxious, the supporters are anxious, the players are anxious. It's a really, really hard moment, but we have to face it, and we already knew that is a difficult moment, but we will try to win the next match.
Was it a case of taking chances this afternoon? Because at 1-0 down, right at the end of the first half, there were those 3 big chances for Bruno that he didn't take. Had he taken them, it might have been a different story today.
Of course, and you can feel it in the game. But then after the penalty, like similar from the game of Tottenham, they scored 2 goals like in 3 minutes, I think. And that kill us. In this moment, it's really hard, and then the rest of the game is suffering with the players, with the fans in the difficult moment. But of course, if you score just 1 goal before the halftime, the game should be really different. We don't concede much. You see the result. If you don't see the game, you think it's a different game. We have to manage to score some goals to calm down everybody, the fans and the players.
The statistic tonight is that Manchester United will spend Christmas in the bottom half of the table for the first time since 1989. Now, I know that's not on you. You're new to the club. So you've had 6 Premier League games. What's your assessment after those 6?
First of all, it's on me because I'm a Manchester United coach, so the responsibility is on me. And I want that responsibility. We already knew that is a big challenge. It's really hard for our fans. I know that, and we know that. So we have to improve, to think also in long term, but understanding that you are in Manchester United, you have to prove every day. So we will try to do that, and the best thing is to focus on the job and to focus in the next game.
Ruben Amorim speaking to Mike Mine. Lines open for 606, so you can call now. 08085 909 693. Once we're done at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, we'll be leaving you with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage. Afternoon, Rob.
How are you, Chris, Steve?
Chris?
I know, well, sorry.
What am I supposed to say? Oh, well, Robbie, you're better than that. That's what I say, isn't it? Yes, good, thanks. I mean, what about that at Old Trafford?
Unbelievable. We talk about managers having systems, sticking to those systems, but a 3-4-3 blatantly isn't working for Manchester United. They haven't got the players who fit it. Xerxes starts as a 9, I think, because I'm looking at the formation with Højlund on the bench. Xerxes, for me, is not a 9. I know he's got a few goals, but again, it's a manager coming into a league. Great success at Sporting, but just goes to show, Steve, how hard the Premier League is, and
how hard it is to come in the middle of the season as well.
Yeah, with those players, they might finish mid-table next season as well. So it's a massive, massive summer. How much money is there to spend? What players will go out? Because with that group of players, Manchester United will finish probably mid-table again next season. That's the difficult situation he's got. And then watching the Spurs game. So Chris, we'll have this debate on 606. Listen, I loved Ange Postecoglou's interview after the Manchester United game in the week. I thought it was refreshing. I thought it was brilliant. But do you think Spurs fans now, getting their cups of coffee and tea at half time and saying, "Oh, this is a brilliant game. We're really entertained, but we're 3-1 down. But do you know what? It's great. It's fun watching this." Listening to Clinton. Clinton was spot on. As a manager, as I currently am, 16 points clear.
Sure.
You're not in the game, and Clinton and John were spot on in commentary. You're not playing where you've got the goal. 3 minutes before half-time, right, just get into the break, reassess, 2-1 down, yeah? It was 4v2 in the attack in the last 2 minutes of added on time. Surely, you go against your principles, you go against your philosophy and say, listen, let's just get in at 2-1 down, reassess, and then we go again in the second half. Absolute ridiculous from Spurs.
So you're saying Ange out, Savage in? It sounds like that's what you said.
I'm not saying, listen, he's a good manager, but it's surely, why can't people see it? He's a brilliant coach. You've got to see it. But listen, Spurs fans are entertained. Chris Sutton's entertained. 08085 909 693.
Cheers, Chris.
Cheers, mate.
Robbie and Chris will be with you for 606 once we're done at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. More reaction. Sean Dyche's Everton held second place Chelsea to a 0-0 draw at Goodison Park. Here's the Everton manager with Gary Flintoff.
Well, Sean, there was a bit of the old school about that, but how proud were you of your players today?
There's no old school there. That's new school, defending like that, breaking passing lanes,
breaking attacks. You can't do it now from old, ways. You've got to do it with the modern tactical side and defending in our shape and working and being diligent to the shape. It would have been a tough one on them, I think, if we'd have nicked it, but we could have nicked it. That can happen. And equally, it would have been probably tough on us if they would have nicked it. So I think in the end, the point's about right for both teams today.
Of course, a big week for the football club off the field. I mean, you clearly are the gaffer, but in terms of the new gaffers coming in, have you had chance? Have you even had time to talk to them as of yet?
Yeah. I had a good meeting, very simple meeting, very casual meeting, sharing thoughts on their side, my side, what I've learned from being here. A nice bit of dinner with them, which I really enjoyed. Really nice people, and just sharing. I'm under no illusion. You've got to win games. You can be as nice as you want, and I can be as nice as I want, but you've got to win games. That's my business. That's what I've got to do. But they also made it clear they're fully supportive of me and the situation and what we've been through. So that was pleasing to hear.
And I know you won't change your ways, but clearly you're very clearly defined in the way in which you go about your business. But would you like to sit down with them and talk about your own future at some point soon?
No, that's all to be decided. I've never made a big issue of that. I'm still not. Everton Football Club, what we're trying to do here, that's far more important. Everything else lands on your lap in due course. But as I said, I'm under no illusions of any other than they've got to win games.
So Everton are 15th after that, 16 points, 4 points above Wolves in 18th. Chelsea, 35 points from 17 games, so they're second, 2 points above Arsenal, and they are going, as it stands, 4 behind Liverpool at the top, with Liverpool leading Spurs 3-1 at half-time. Let's hear from Enzo Maresca.
Yeah, the condition and also them, they are a tough game, they are a tough team. The way they defend is top. They don't concede many chances. And then you have to deal and you have to learn to play different kind of games, second ball, channel, set pieces, throwing. So I'm very happy with the point, especially because I expected this kind of game and this tough game always.
Do you think a lot of your players, particularly the younger players, have learnt a lot from this experience today?
Yeah, for sure. That's why I was a bit worried, because you have to learn to play this kind of game, that they are not just how good to play the team, but then you have to work hard, to show togetherness off the ball, and they were brilliant.
There is Enzo Maresca. One other score to bring you up to date with that full time in the Gallagher Premiership. Saracens 39, Northampton Saints 24. Looks like we're ready for the second half at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Clinton Morrison and John Murray.
Yes, the Liverpool players are doing their warm-up routine before the start of the second half, all round in a circle, high kicking, look full of energy, and the Tottenham players just gathering around into a huddle. I know that we've seen all manner of things from Tottenham this season, Clinton Morrison, but it surely has to be too much to ask that they can force a way back into this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult because this is a different Liverpool team. As I say, we were here a few weeks ago with Chelsea, but you just felt Tottenham could get a goal at any time. It was a mistake why Maddison scores, but the next goal, and this is big, if they get it, this place will start roaring, John.
It will. Tottenham 1, Liverpool 3. Thousands of people still yet to take their seats. Where are they?
Posh sandwiches, that's what they're getting.
As Delia Smith said all those years ago. So Liverpool kick off in the second half. Red shirts, red shorts, red socks, with the white numbers on the back, and Tottenham, their first choice colours, of course, here in their home stadium, the white shirts with the blue trim, blue shorts, white socks. Off they go on the first attack of the match, but Sarr claims that he was fouled centre field. Referee Barrett's not having that, and then Gravenberch is shoved over by Bissouma, so that's a free kick to Liverpool. Teams as they were at the start of the match. Forster in goal for Tottenham. Had one awful moment early on in the match when he presented the ball to Salah, but I think he's recovered himself somewhat despite the 3 goals that have been scored past him. Back four of Porro, Dragosine, Gray and Spence, Sarr and Bissouma, Kulusevski, Maddison, Son and Solanke. Liverpool on the attack. Dragosine just sets himself and clears it away on the edge of the area, volleys it to comparative safety. Liverpool, though, back in their groove already. Robertson, really lovely ball infield to Diaz, who tried to turn it back out to Gakpo, but beyond Gakpo and out of play for a throw to Spurs. And Liverpool with Alisson in goal, Alexander-Arnold, Gomez, Van Dijk and Robertson. Then Gravenberch with Szoboszlai and McAllister. Jones is on the bench for this one. And Salah, Gakpo and Diaz. And I think it is a little bit of a concern for Tottenham, who've got the ball inside their own box, but great as well. Actually turned into danger, but then turned back to safety, and left Luis Diaz on on the seat of his pants inside the penalty area, out of play for a throw into Spurs. The concern, I think, for Liverpool is that Salah is not yet on the score sheet. This is the man who's scored a Liverpool club record 9 league goals against Tottenham, and he hit the crossbar. He set up that third goal for Szoboszlai, and I know that what he'll be thinking, Clinton, as a ruthless goal scorer.
He wants a goal.
He certainly does. Long and forward from Alexander-Arnold. Again, Tottenham are stretched here. Szoboszlai gives it to Salah. Left-footed ball from him all the way across the 6-yard box. I thought Gakpo was going to latch onto that for a moment, but it's through for a goal kick.
Yeah, it is. I don't know where Tottenham's defence, they don't know whether to press high, drop off deep, and they're at 6s and 7s at the moment.
Playing out from the back, take a short goal kick. And Spurs, who are attacking towards the south stand, the attendance has been given, which is 61,439, but they're still not all in their seats by a long chalk. I think they've decided 3-1 down. We'll just finish this before we go back out into the stadium and endure a little more. You can't fool the people, can you?
No,
I suspect the Tottenham fans will understand and recognise that today Tottenham are being beaten by a better team.
Yeah, definitely.
And here come the better team again. Alexander-Arnold looking to Salah. Cold afternoon here. Cold wind that's blowing into the stadium. Breaks down for Liverpool. Tottenham, though, still in their own left-back area with Gray and Spence, the two former Leeds players of last season, this time last year, both playing for Leeds United. As the two of them combine again, and Gray plays it up there. Gravenberg concedes a foul on Maddison, so it's a free kick to Spurs halfway inside their own half. But Arne Slot pacing around down there. I mean, it's an astonishing start, isn't it? Particularly since he was taking over from Jurgen Klopp. To be able to slip into those literally enormous trainers and do what he's done this season is
superb.
It is.
It's brilliant. You feel after they lost to Forest at home, you're thinking, oh, is it going to be a season like that for Liverpool?
Yes.
But
I think the phrase "the honeymoon's over now"
yes,
was
exactly.
used.
But it bounced back magnificently.
But it wasn't. It was just a little break on the honeymoon.
Yeah, of course it was.
And here we are. It's English football's longest honeymoon. And he's now, if he's on his way to a 21st win out of 25, that's almost unprecedented. As Bissouma hoists it forward, Maddison heads it on, but Solanke can't get there. Van Dijk was able just allow it to bounce into his pass. However, that's given away by McAllister. Long and forward by Porro. Porro all the way out there to Son, who gets the ball down. Son taking on Alexander-Arnold. It runs to Solanke, but in the end, on the turn, he sort of shoots goalwards via a deflection, and he just caught Van Dijk there. Alisson was able to pick it up easily. It's also a huge... Is that a clump of turf? Oh no, it's a plastic bag.
I had to double check. Yeah, bags. Someone's threw their litter and not found a bin, John.
I was thinking, where did that come from? So I reckon, well, somebody needs to pick it up, I would say. So it is Liverpool. I think Van Dijk's okay, isn't he? That's a concern. Liverpool don't want anything. He's one, isn't he?
Yes.
Liverpool, when we talked before the match about who Liverpool wouldn't want to lose, you'd certainly put Van Dijk in that category. As Tottenham play it back to Forster, who clears downfield. This is 5 Live from the BBC. The World Service are with us as well here in North London just before Christmas. Watching Kulusevski break down the right-hand side. Liverpool, though, quickly back in numbers. And McAllister is right in there on Kulusevski. He goes in backside first, wins the ball. Kulusevski ends up on the ground. He's the big favourite as well, Kulusevski here, the way that he's playing this season. And McAllister just went in, won the ball, and off Liverpool going on another attack. And Kulusevski now, knowing that he's been beaten there by McAllister, he was quite clever, the Argentine, just took the ball away from him. He knew that Kulusevski was coming. Now it's out to Salah. Salah up against Spence, who got a touch on it, and Forster's able to come and gather.
He's done well, Spence, against Salah, you know. He has done well. I know Tottenham has struggled defensively, but he's actually did really well against Salah when in one-on-one positions.
Going back to Arne Slot, Clinton, and this is a great historical piece of information. It's come from Liverpool's club historian, Jed Ray, who tells me with 20 wins from his first 24 matches, he was the first man to do that. 20 wins from his first 24 as as Bissouma is pulled over by Szoboszlai, who is booked for that. So a free kick to Tottenham on the halfway line. Yeah, first to do that for an English top-flight club, new into management, since the very first season of the Football League. So we're going back to 1880. William Soudal, who was the manager of Preston North End, who won, remember, they won that Invincibles, the original Invincibles. Yes. And was also...
That's good knowledge, that is, by the way.
Well, I have to say, I have to give Jed the credit for that. But I did look him up, and he was also the man, William Soudal, who came up with the name The Football League. So that's the guy that Arne Slot is shoulder to shoulder with. So he's making his own history, this new Liverpool manager, the Dutchman from Feyenoord. 3-1 Liverpool lead. Another Tottenham attack. Sarr just peters out. McAllister got the ball back, come forward again. Liverpool strong in so many positions. Van Dijk forward towards Gravenberch. Yeah, Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton on 5 Live will want to hear from Liverpool fans again tonight. 08085 909 693. Top of the league, top of the Champions League, semi-finalists in the Carabao Cup. They'll come here again. The first leg will be here in the second midweek in January. You'll hear those on 5 Live as well. Maddison turns, pass down the line. Son's chasing this, but Gomez is going to get there comfortably first. Nice turn of pace from him as he clears it. Gravenberch now being put under pressure by Maddison, and actually Tottenham have got it back. Kulusevski through the middle, but in comes the challenge. Liverpool again on it. Robertson forward towards Gakpo. Gakpo now, he's got Diaz to his left. Tottenham defenders trying to get back. Diaz back through to Gakpo. Gakpo slips it across goal. It's slipped always by Szoboszlai and turned in by Salah. That's the fourth. Salah has got his customary goal against Tottenham. They were all over Spurs again. Once again they couldn't live with them. And when the ball falls to Salah in the 6-yard box, you know the rest. Tottenham 1, Liverpool 4, and Salah moves ahead of Erling Haaland in the Premier League goal-scoring stakes this season. 17 in all competitions, 14 in the Premier League.
I don't get Tottenham. Kulusevski's got the ball. You've got Pedro Porro, who is ahead of him. So he is out of the game. You see, Diaz plays a great ball into Gakpo. Gakpo puts it across. Archie Gray does well. You think Szoboszlai, he's unlucky, Archie Gray, because he clears it off the line. But it falls to that man, Salah. And good players know where to be, and he taps it in. But again, Tottenham, it's their own fault again. I don't know what Porro's doing. Why are you going so high up to go and support Kulusevski and leaving your side 2-on-2 or 3-on-2 at the back? Naive defending.
Or is he carrying out orders?
Maybe he's carrying out orders, but you got to see the game when you're on the pitch, though, John. You got to see the game, regardless if it's orders or not. You can't be going that high because you're going to get punished. This could end up getting out of hand for Tottenham. 4-1 after 55 minutes, and every time Tottenham go forward, it looks like Liverpool are going to score on the counter attack.
So Salah now is in on the act. Tottenham 1, Liverpool 4, and still a long way to go in this match. Well over half an hour. Salah dancing feet into the penalty area. Spence as well comes in. In fact, Liverpool fans in that corner feel that there might have been contact on Salah, or maybe even a handball actually as it bounced up, but referee Barrett ignores that. Here's one long forward for Son to chase, but Joe Gomez, who's quietly done very well, Gomez today, does extremely well against Son there, turns, plays it past him.
He had him in the pocket, mate. Son looks like he can't run anymore. That's what it looks like.
Salah, he can run down the right-hand side. Actually, Spence can run as well, fortunately for Tottenham, and he's able to get there first ahead of the great man. What are you thinking, Clinton, in terms of what happens with Mo Salah? I mean, none of us know. Only those who are involved know what's going on.
I think he signs a new contract. I think he signs a new contract, and I hope he signs it because it's the best news for the Premier League.
Long one forward for Liverpool again. Szoboszlai's away from Dragusin. He's through, he's round Forster, and he shoots wide on the fall. In the end, the angle was tight. He was off balance. Dragusin was sliding back along in front of him.
John, one pass from back to front cannot open up your centre-backs. It's nowhere near good enough. Nowhere near good enough from Tottenham.
And
Certainly, I think they're going to make double changes in Bergvall and Johnson, but it's defensively, I know there's not a lot of bodies that they have, but I'd be looking to bring on Ndogi for sure, but the game's over now.
Well, the game's gone.
Yeah, it's not worth it then.
They're not coming back in this one. And Johnson and Bergvall waiting to come on. And it's a throw-in to Spurs, and we will see the changes now. So it's going to be Sarr's going to be the first player to come off. Ange Postecoglou stands, clapping his hands, and it's Maddison as well who makes way. So obviously Kulusevski will move into a more. Well, where will he go?
I'm surprised at that, because I'd probably have took Son off. Son has had zero impact on the game. I know he's maybe the talisman, but not for me this season so far.
Yeah. So those the first changes in the match. Bergvall, the teenager, another teenager, coming on into the action. The 18-year-old Swedish international, number 15, blonde-haired midfielder who put in that challenge on Bayinda the other night that the Manchester United goalkeeper was so unhappy about. What did you think about that, Clint? I think I probably know the answer.
That's a goal. There was a slightness of contact. If it's given on the field, then I understand, but where it wasn't, I think it's a goal.
Yes.
And I'm glad there's no VAR anyway.
Well, that's another one. That's another conversation. As Tottenham played into Kulusevski. Kulusevski in the box, but Van Dijk was there. Ran into Van Dijk. Like a rock, just bounced off him, and then Van Dijk put it behind for a corner. I was with Mark Schwarzer at Selhurst Park last night for the commentary.
He's going to say that's a foul, isn't it?
You won't be surprised.
Exactly. The goalies, they get too much protection, John. Too much.
Yeah, everyone can have their opinion.
Exactly.
Corner's taken short. Tottenham, Bergvall and Son together. Bergvall dinks it in, right-footed. That's headed down and away by Gomez, and then flicked away by Diaz, but that's given away by Szoboszlai. Could easily have scored a fifth for Liverpool just now, and Diaz almost tricked his way very cleverly past Porro. If he pulled that off, that would have been a match of the day tonight. Don't worry about that.
Porro should have asked to get subbed if he did pull that off.
So 4-1 Liverpool lead. They are romping it on the way to victory here at the Tottenham Stadium. And Alexander-Arnold now, it's a long pass, a low pass forward for Salah to chase. Tottenham have got Spence back with him, defenders back as well. Salah works it almost through to Gakpo, just cut out and intercepted by Gray. And now Gray chips it out to Son. The Tottenham supporters want them to go for it, but actually Son, it just got caught up underneath his feet, and in the end Liverpool take possession back.
The reason they're frustrated is Son's got loads of space and he's not running. Go and run at him. Go and commit Trent Alexander-Arnold. He's just stopping and waiting.
Spurs with the ball inside their own half. Still over half an hour to play of this match. On 5 Live after that, once we've wrapped things up, be Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton on 08 085 909 693 taking your Christmas 606 calls. Forward from Gakpo, now Szoboszlai across, Salah's there again, and he side-foots it in. So easy for Liverpool. It's 5-1 now here, and the leaders are having a field day. Tottenham are wretched, Liverpool just playing through them. What a day for Arne Slot. Everyone said this was an unpredictable one. Well, Liverpool are making it look so simple. Tottenham 1, Liverpool 5.
Yeah, it's going to get embarrassing. You can see this stadium is emptying real quick and there's still half an hour to go. Just a simple pass. Soberside does well. And Jed Spence tries to come across. It's a great little reverse ball. And that man, Mo Salah, puts it into the empty net. But it's brilliant again from Soberside. He's been brilliant in midfield. The runs he makes from deep is fantastic. It is carving Tottenham open. But don't be surprised if he goes and gets a match ball today, John.
Well, he's got 2 goals now. So that means that he is well clear of Erling Haaland now in the Premier League Golden Boot standings. That is 18 in all competitions, 15 in the Premier League. He's extended his club record of Liverpool league goals against Tottenham. He's got 11 of those. He's now got 12 in 16 appearances in all competitions against Tottenham. That includes the penalty in the Champions League final against them in Madrid, by the way. And I could just keep reeling out numbers.
Yeah,
I could probably keep reeling out numbers about Mo Salah till the end of time.
You could possibly do that.
Bergval's dispossessed by McAllister. There might be more to come. Szoboszlai as well. Now it's Luis Diaz from a right angle. Shoots, deflected, bounces down. Szoboszlai only half cleared away. Still inside the penalty area. Gakpo, and then he runs into trouble. And Tottenham are able to clear it away. And Liverpool, with such a long time to play in this match, Bergval now fouls Gravenberg. That's a free kick to Liverpool, middle of the Tottenham half. You know, this could become.
It could get out of hand, John.
It could get out of hand.
It could get out of hand. It could. The game's over. It was over when it was 3-1 anyway. But you don't want to keep opening and committing and getting your fullbacks. Just stay nice and tucked in now. If you're Jed Spence or Pedro Porro, try not to concede another goal because the game's gone. It's gone, but you don't want it to get embarrassing.
I think losing 5-1 at home
is embarrassing, but it could get even more embarrassing.
It surely could. And the Liverpool fans are absolutely lapping this up. There are black seats appearing around the stadium, and still the vast majority, just to make it clear, are still staying on to watch this, but the Liverpool supporters in great voice. Top of the table, Alexander-Arnold shoots from distance, and Forster had to dive to his right to keep that out. That had a bend on it that really could have caught Forster out. Had to make the save.
Yeah, it was a brilliant strike from Trent Alexander-Arnold. It must have had swerve, whip and dip because he didn't make a meal of it, but it's a good save from Fraser Forster.
Corner to Liverpool from the left-hand side. I'm in danger of running out of paper here as well, Clinton. Such is Liverpool's dominance. Alexander-Arnold walks across to take this corner, which comes back to McAllister, who curls it in. Now Van Dijk heads it across. Gakpo's in there. Forster with a touch, and then the shot on the fall from Diaz, but he shot down into the ground and it bounced up, and Forster was able to gratefully grab it to his left.
For the life of me, I don't understand why he's not shot. I mean, headed it in, Van Dijk. He's trying to give it to Diaz or Gakpo to have a tap in. He has to be ruthless and just head that in. Another opportunity. Every time Liverpool go forward, John, it look like they're going to score.
Bergval as Tottenham vainly come forward. Porro chips it up towards the edge of the area. Solanke heads it down, but Van Dijk's there, having been in the penalty area at one end a moment ago, trying to set up a goal there. He just very calmly steps into the right place, plays it back to Alisson, and then McAllister is in tight, but Kulusevski's done well. Kulusevski a weaving run into the box, but Van Dijk is able to again just step in and block it behind for a Tottenham corner.
Yeah, he's been the one, Kulusevski, the one that the Spurs have relied on over the last month or so, and he's still the one that's keep pushing and pushing.
Corner for Spurs, and then Porro with the delivery that is headed away by Gakpo, comes out to Bergval, and then shouts for handball against Alexander-Arnold. Tottenham in possession. Referee Barrett says play on. Kulusevski to Porro. Porro plays it, blasts it into the side of Robertson, and it bounces behind for another Tottenham corner. Liverpool's biggest league win at Tottenham was 5-0, so it's not quite that yet, winning by a 5-goal advantage. Porro with the corner, hits Dragusin, bounces down to Kulusevski. Kulusevski plays it across the box, but there were two men in front of him. Alexander-Arnold then quickly, long pass away. Liverpool are on the break with Diaz and Salah, and Salah, it was just prevented from reaching him by a stretch and a header away by Spence. Bergvall through. Now Porro flicks it out to the right-hand side. Kulusevski has got some space now, but Liverpool's suddenly back in numbers. Kulusevski works it across, hits Solanke on the turn, cleared by Gomez. Excellent defending from him. Still Spurs with it in the D, played back to Bergvall. And then Bergvall goes back to Archie Gray, who's nearer to the centre circle. Bergvall finds Porro on the right. This is a rare, and for the home supporters, a welcome period of pressure on the Liverpool defence.
Yeah, it is. They still look so open, though, don't they, John? Every time they go forward. But you're right. It is something. At least they give us something for the fans to cheer about.
Porro to take this throw, which he does, and then Porro gets it back, gives it to Kulusevski on his left foot, beats McAllister, and then shoots, and it hits Van Dijk, and then at the far post, Alexander-Arnold turns it behind.
Son should be in there at the back post. He's there hanging out on the edge. You have to be looking off that back post. You've got to tap him, but it's that man Kulusevski again.
Corner to Spurs from the left-hand side now. Still got a quarter of the match to play here. And already 5-1 Liverpool. In comes the corner, punched away by Alisson. It's dangerously swung in by Son, but he wasn't going to do it by Inda. Alisson, he came strongly and punched for it, and then Son's in an offside position as Liverpool have a free kick, and Arne Slot's going to make his first couple of changes. Clinton 5-1 up, and Diogo Jota's coming on.
Yeah, and Curtis Jones as well for McAllister. Oh wow. That's the squad in depth that they have.
And Gakpo is off. He's been involved, Gakpo, but not on the score sheet. He's been involved in the goals. So Jota is on for him, and it is McAllister who is the other Liverpool player who is coming off. He is on the score sheet. McAllister got the second. For the record, one for Diaz, one for McAllister, one for Szoboszlai, and two for Mo Salah. And there's that is significant as well, Clinton, on the Liverpool all-time, and I mean all-time. I'm not talking about going back to 1992 here. On the all-time goal-scoring list for Liverpool, Mo Salah, with those two, has gone into fourth place on his own, and he's gone above the great Billy Liddell. So Salah is now 229, so he only has Ian Rush, Roger Hunt, Sir Roger Hunt.
How much has Ian Rush got?
Ian Rush has got 346.
I don't think he stays at the club that long to beat Ian Rush's record. But he's in some good... Most of them are all number 9s, I think.
And Gordon Hodgson was is the man who is in third place on that list. But to be ahead of Billy Liddell...
Ridiculous.
As it's played forward.
In the position he plays, John, as well.
Yeah.
He's not a number 9, a centre forward. He plays on that right-hand side. I know he stays up the field, but he's just breathtaking. And he's missed quite a few penalties as well.
Yes, yes. So 229 goals for Mo Salah now, but you're right, he's not going to catch Ian Rush. They'd have to give him a 5-year contract, which I don't think are going to do. As Johnson then plays it infield, Porro's pass. I think Liverpool actually have probably just finally, at 5-1 up,
took the foot off the pedal.
Have just finally taken their foot off the pedal. But that is to be ahead of. They're all legendary figures of Liverpool. But Billy Liddell was such an important figure for Liverpool. They used to call them Littlepool when he was playing for them.
That's how crucial he was.
Yeah, but this man's crucial as well, isn't he?
He is.
5-1 Liverpool lead. 5 live in the World Service. Jota now, his first involvement. Dragusin is able to be strong enough against him to win the ball back, and then plays it back to Archie Gray. And let's not overlook the fact that Tottenham have got lots of absentees, and crucially, as well as Romero and Van der Ven, there's Ben Davis as well from central defence. Bentancur is important for them.
Yes.
But even so, I'm not sure anyone could have lived with Liverpool today.
No, you're right. I don't think even with their strongest team they could. There's many teams that have tried, but yeah, it's been a struggle for Tottenham. But you're right. They've got loads of players missing, and everyone could say it's not making an excuse. It's not an excuse, because these are crucial players to Tottenham.
But with a performance and a result like this, Liverpool are just strengthening all of the time, not just their actual position, and this will take them 4 points clear of Chelsea again at the top of the table. But I think as well, psychologically, when the other teams see Liverpool playing like this against Tottenham, who'd rediscovered confidence with the 2 wins that they've had in the last week. And also, what about the League Cup semi-final between these two? As Robertson plays the ball forward, that Spence is going to head away, and then Bissouma just keeps his feet. Bissouma, then square to Bergvall. Groans from the home supporters. There were 4 options ahead of him, but he went square, the young Swede. Now Porro on the right-hand side, way down below us, and Bergvall will play it back towards the halfway line. And Tottenham just keeping possession. They'll be very grateful for that. Spence's pass forward actually loses possession, and now Alexander-Arnold with it, ball forward that was looking for Salah, who was right on the shoulder of Spence, but he was able to cut it out. So Kulusevski now. Kulusevski to Solanke on the edge of the area. Solanke chips it over the top. Kulusevski on the left foot to score a second goal for Tottenham. That was a wonderfully worked goal. What a ball from Solanke into the path of the volleying Kulusevski past Alisson. And it's Tottenham 2, Liverpool 5 now.
You know, when I came here today, I said to my friend, I said I'm coming to the game. I said this game could be 6-3. I did honestly say, I said there'll be goals there, because one thing about it, both teams score goals and one team concedes a lot of goals, but it's a brilliant goal. And he's probably been Tottenham's best player, Kulusevski, but the little ball from Dominic Solanke is outstanding, and the finish from Kulusevski is absolutely first class.
Well, I was listening on Friday night when you were on with Aaron Paul.
Yeah.
And I do believe you said that this would be the highest scorer.
Yes, I did say it. I called it. I did.
So that's another one. That's 7 goals now we've seen. So this is the 3rd consecutive match here that has had 7 goals in it. And that one scored by Kulusevski with, well, we've still got 20 minutes to play. So you are potentially 2 goals away from your 6-3, aren't you? And Tottenham have possession again on the edge of their own penalty area. Liverpool, incidentally, with the 5 goals that they've scored here, have now got 36 in total in the Premier League this season. But they're not the top scorers in the Premier League this season, are they, Clinton? Because that is Tottenham Hotspur.
Yes.
Who have now overtaken Chelsea. So they've got 38 goals in the league this season. Kulusevski takes the throw down the line, but the referee says that he wants it taken again, which they do. And suddenly again, the Tottenham fans, the roller coaster again. Spurs fans are thinking, well, if we get another one. As Spence has it on the left, and they're having their best period of the game here, we should say. Spence onto this ball. No, actually, Szoboszlai is in on the slide, and it bounces behind, and it is a corner. It's a corner. So Son goes over there, and everyone down in that corner, they're waving their flags and scarves, and they're saying, come on, Son, score again, direct from the corner, just like you did the other night.
Difference is Alisson's in goal.
Yeah. Well, it's a more difficult prospect.
Exactly.
However, it is a little bit windy.
It is.
So here he comes, Son from the corner, headed away though by Diogo Jota. So bounced over the line. Son fields it as it bounces up with his gloved hands on. Takes the throw himself. The score, if you've just switched on and you haven't heard, you might be doing other things today. Tottenham 2, Liverpool 5 is the score. And still 15 minutes and more for further goals to add to this. Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton waiting for your calls if you've been at any of the other matches today. 08085 909 693. Drag us in with a long pass, but that will just bounce through for a goal kick. And in those other matches, Everton 0, Chelsea 0, Fulham 0, Southampton 0, Leicester 0, Wolves 3. We've already heard from Vitor Pereira this afternoon on the programme. Also, big scoreline at Old Trafford, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3. It finished 0-0 in the Dundee United Celtic match as well. Celtic dropping points in the Premiership for only the second time this season. Jed Spence on a run through towards the edge of the box. Solanke tries to give it back to him. Kulusevski with a header, but that's cleared away by Gomez towards the halfway line, where Archie Gray gets his head to it, but then it's headed forward by Jota. Salah, one simple ball over the top. Luis Diaz is under this. Fraser Forster comes out. Luis Diaz lifts it over him, and it lands on the roof of the net. And Diaz puts his hands on his head. Quick hesitation from Forster nearly cost him there.
Once you go, you just got to keep coming, John. He stops and he hesitates. I think if he goes the first time, I think he can get the opportunity. But once he don't come, he's in no man's land. But Diaz will be disappointed, because once he gets in there, he does lift it over him, but it just hits the roof of the net. But another good break.
Well, the Tottenham supporters have... Oh, that's an awful pass from Dragosine. Out of play behind Spence. Just when Tottenham were turning up the volume.
Fair play to these fans. They're still sticking with the players at 5-2, because it could have got a bit nasty in here. Do you know what I mean, John?
Yeah. Also, by the way, Hearts won 2-1 against St Johnstone, so Hearts up to 10th. St Johnstone are now bottom, and West Brom 7th in the Championship after their 2-0 win against Bristol City. So all calls on all of those will be very welcome for Robbie and Chris later on 08 0859 09 693. Liverpool with Gravenberch. Little ball between Bergvall and Son from Szoboszlai. Then the cross from the right from Alexander-Arnold. Bergvall is in danger of being dispossessed. He has lost it. Salah just outside the Tottenham area. This Jota back to Szoboszlai, but Kulusevski is in there uncompromisingly, and Kulusevski strong, comes out with the ball against Jota, carrying it downfield, and then holds off Jota again and wins the free kick. And Jota does that thing that all footballers all over the world do. Stops in his tracks, sort of bends half down, puts his hands up on his head.
Goes, really? Me? Was it a pass?
What? How? That? But it's a free kick. He shoved him over. Although he was looking for it, Kulusevski. But you know, that's good from Kulusevski. It's a bit of spirit, isn't it? It's a bit of something.
He's good. I like him. I think he's a top player.
Yeah. Free kick then for the Tottenham. Pedro Porro to take this into the edge of the box. Attempted flick on by Solanke, but it actually bounces out to Robertson, who's able to clear it. And then back to Robertson, who passes it forward. And yes, remember, they've got to play each other in the Carabao Cup semi-final, the two-legged semi-final, with the second leg at Anfield. Here's Diaz infield. Jota then runs into Bergvall. He slipped the ball past him, and then he was blocked. And that's a yellow card as well for the teenager. So a yellow card.
He struggled a bit, Bergvall, in the last few games, and I know he's still young, so I'm not going to be too critical of him because he hasn't played a lot of football. But every time I've seen him recently, he has struggled quite a bit, and that's hard because you're not playing enough football matches and trying to get to the pace of the Premier League. But he is a talent.
5-2 to Liverpool. And here's Curtis Jones, the substitute who was sent off here. Both Jones and Jota sent off here last season. Both over the top. Dragosine's able to head that away. Got up high, hung in the air. Jota, though, plays it back out to the right. Alexander-Arnold in, and a stretch by Szoboszlai, throwing himself at it, but could only head it up and over and wide and behind, and it is a goal kick. Clinton Morrison.
Yeah, it's another great ball from Trent on the right-hand side. He just gets half a yard and he doesn't hesitate to whip a great ball. Szoboszlai, on another day, John could have had a hat-trick. He's missed some big chances, but that one was hard. He was always stretching.
Yes, he could. And you know, my mind as well goes back to that match here last season when Liverpool felt so wronged, didn't they, by so many things that happened in this stadium. You can bet, as Tottenham lose it again, Bissouma, Jota is onto this, gives it to Salah, Alexander-Arnold into the box, ball across, deflected, and Forster there had to change direction in the air to claw it around the near post, away and around the post, behind for a corner.
They've not been. Bissouma has got to be better on the ball. As much as he does all the hard work of winning the ball, but have to be able to find a pass. But it's brilliant break again. But good save from Fraser Forster because it was a deflection. It was going to loop over it.
The the chances that Liverpool have created in this. They've scored 5 goals.
And they could have had about 10 or 12. No word of a lie.
I wonder what this attempt, what the number of attempts actually is for Liverpool in this match. We'll try and find that for you, but it's got to be 20.
Yeah, it's got to be high.
Corner then for Liverpool into the near post. Bergvall is heading it out, but it's coming to Szoboszlai, shoots into the penalty, hit Van Dijk, then the ball across again from Szoboszlai, and Bissouma is able to clear that in the 6-yard box, and Spurs have been able to scramble it away. There's another 2 attempts from them to add to the list, as Kulusevski is then fouled again by Diaz, who wisely gets himself away from the scene of this, and Spurs are going to bring on another substitute in the place of Timo Werner. Well, and it is Son who's coming off, Clinton.
Yeah, it is Son. He's had a disappointing day, Son. They need him to get back to his best, because if he's back on his best, because Son is a top player, then Tottenham 9 times out of 10 will be successful.
It's a little surprising, wasn't it, what Ange Postecoglou said about Werner, was it?
Yeah,
or was it? After the Rangers game?
He has been frustrated. I was surprised though, because he could have probably called out numerous players, but he probably was the one that he looked at and thought he struggled the most.
5-2 to Liverpool, who are going to extend their lead at the top of the Premier League, unless Tottenham can produce something quite extraordinary. Werner, here's Bergvall. This is all on the left. Bergvall's ball high into the penalty area, headed across by Paul. Solanke scores! Left foot, edge of the 6-yard box.
Oh, wow.
And Spurs have now made it 5-3 to Liverpool. The comeback is on.
Let me tell you, that finish from Dominic Solanke is first class, John. It's the most difficult. It's good play on the left-hand side, but Brennan Johnson does well, beats Robertson in the air. But the finish from Solanke is outstanding, because he's stretching. He has to get in front of Van Dijk, and he does that. It's a great finish. Yeah, it's a great finish from Solanke on the half volley. Unbelievable finish. No, I'm not saying the comeback's on, because it's not on, but it's good for Tottenham fans.
Dominic Solanke, he reaches double figures in his first season as a Tottenham player.
Good signing. We all knew it'd be a good signing. Took him time to get his first goal at Tottenham, but he does more than that. He links the play, works ever so hard for the team.
So it's Tottenham 3, Liverpool 5. And now Liverpool attacking again. And Diaz with a chance. That's the save by Forster. Full length to his left. Comes out to Gravenberg. Gravenberg closed down by Bergvall. And then Alexander-Arnold back to Salah, back to Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold's ball in. Jota was underneath it and heads it straight up in the air. But he was in the middle of the goal, 8 yards out.
Yeah, good chance, but it's just too high for him. But it's the Diaz one where it's a good save from Fraser Forster. I need one more goal, John, for the 6-3. I need one more.
Yeah, too. Yeah. I could see it going 6-3 and then actually going more.
Yeah. Why does it have to end?
Yeah, and trying to catch up with the numbers of how many attempts on. I think it's actually impossible, because every attack, the number of attempts on goal is changing. Darwin Núñez is going to come on for Liverpool. Well, if ever there was a man to come on in a match where chances are being created every time a team comes forward, Darwin Núñez, see if he can get in on the act. But
Tottenham are the most entertaining team in the Premier League, John. I'm going to ask to come to every game here this season, because you're just guaranteed to see goals.
If you come here and you see a poor match, you are really unlucky.
Exactly.
Tottenham playing it forward towards Solanke, but Liverpool, Van Dijk was able to clear that. Now it's down the left-hand side with Diaz. Diogo Jota's onto this. Salah's absolutely desperate to get it. Szoboszlai does eventually give it to Salah. Back now to Diaz. Shoots across, goal and in! It's 6-3! Goodness me, what a game this is! This is the home of entertainment. And Liverpool now 6-3 up. And Diaz scoring across Fraser Forster and into the far corner. That's his second goal of the match. And Liverpool have now snuffed out whatever prospect there was of some crazy Tottenham comeback. And we have that scoreline of Tottenham 3, Liverpool 6.
Yeah, you just upset Liverpool and then they just turn it on again. They were like, we took the foot off the pedal, and then brilliant play. Salah sees Diaz, a great little reverse ball, probably the end for Diaz and Salah now, and a great finish from Diaz into that bottom corner. There's my 6-3, John, and there we have it.
That's it. There will not be a hat-trick for Mo Salah. The boos from the Liverpool supporters that Salah is coming off, and it is Diaz as well, as you said. Diaz and Salah who've just combined for goal number 6, and the other man who is coming on for Liverpool is Harvey Elliott, who's missed so much of this season, so any game time that he can get. I think he might have been in Lee Carsley's England squads actually this autumn, had he been fit.
Yeah, he's a good player, good young player. Had some bad injuries at Liverpool. Hopefully he can get a run of games now. Yeah. It's going to be hard to get into this 11, but he's a good player that you can bring off the bench.
Yeah, it's a foot injury that's kept him out for a large part of this season, so this is only his 6th appearance for Harvey Elliott. Tottenham breaking away down the left-hand side with Werner. Might be more goals yet. Werner's ball across. Kulusevski flicks it on with his head along the edge of the box, and then it was actually played by Brennan Johnson behind Porro, so it's over here on the right-hand side again. It's a match that you just don't want to end, is it? Kulusevski, Porro now into the area, Solanke. Johnson with a shot goal, good save, Alisson. One-handed, down to his right, that was sharp. That was bang on target from Johnson. That could have been 6-4. And now Spence back to the left-hand side. In comes the cross to the back post, and Robertson was underneath that and headed out of play for a throw to Tottenham.
John, that's a great save from Alisson. It's good play. Tottenham going forward are fine, John. You don't need to worry about them, but the save from Alisson's outstanding from Johnson.
Here's Kulusevski again on the right-hand side. Change of feet from him. Chips it across, but Van Dijk was there at the near post, and it is allowed to bounce out of play for another Tottenham corner. This is doing damage to Liverpool's defensive record this season. Here's Bergvall. Bergvall swinging it into the back post. Dragusin was there. It was just touch-headed away by Gomez. Comes out again for Werner. Werner in the other full-back position. In comes the cross. That's stabbed away by Robertson. And Jota gives it away. And Bergvall now. Lots of white shirts. Oh, and Bergvall couldn't find the pass. Over-hit it. Trying to give it to his right to Porro, and just put too much on it. Goal kick.
Yeah, he telegraphed it, Bergvall. He should have just... Everyone knew what he wanted to do because he was waiting. Just go and commit the Liverpool player, and if they don't go to Pedro Porro, you get your shot away. So, disappointing, but another great game of football that I've watched.
I'm still trying to keep up with the notes here. I've just about got to 5-2 because I'm making the notes. Here's Jota. Jota on the halfway line. It is 6-3 now. That's the score to Liverpool. And Darwin Núñez into the penalty area on the left-hand side. And Darwin Núñez waits and plays it across. Hits the legs of Dragusin, who raced after it, kept it in on the goal line. And then Pedro Porro was there to just chip it away to the halfway line again. Absolutely crazy, this, isn't it? 6-3. So the way that the scoring went in this match, 1-0 Liverpool, 2-0 Liverpool, then 2-1 with the Maddison goal just before half-time, then 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, then 5-2, 5-3, and then finally that goal from Diaz to make it 6-3. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the second set.
Exactly.
Here's Szoboszlai down the line. Szoboszlai right-footed it across all the way to Elliott, who takes that down. Elliott was challenged by Werner. That's what Ange Postecoglou wants from him, doesn't it? To get back and work so hard. We're in the 90th minute now. We'll bring you the live interviews, by the way, during the course of 6:06, so listen out for that. The ball steered out of play by Jota, throw into Tottenham. Yeah, the managers will be on live during the course of 6:06 on 5 Live. And tomorrow night, Theo Walcott will be joining Kelly Cates, actually, with the Monday Night Club, because, of course, Mark Chapman was in Saudi Arabia last night. If you want to listen back to the fight, by the way, you can go back on Sounds and listen again to how it sounded on 5 Live last night. And on the subject of things to listen to, as we move into 5 minutes of added time, I couldn't help but notice that this morning on Desert Island Discs, it featured Another former Crystal Palace legend, Clinton. The former England manager Gareth Southgate was on Desert Island Discs this morning, which I'm.
It's gone quiet, Gareth, doesn't it?
Well,
Hopefully he gets a job soon.
He wasn't. I would imagine. I wasn't able to hear it actually this morning. I was busy preparing for today, but I thought I'm going to leave that.
Yeah, save
listen to it over Christmas.
Yes.
But you can go back, listen to that. Look for it in the Radio 4 schedules. 10 o'clock. It was on this morning. So go into the stations and schedules at the top of the BBC Sounds app, and then you'll search for it there and find Gareth Southgate on Desert Island Discs. As Robertson plays the ball away, it's straight to Porro, and then Porro hits a blasts the ball into Bergvall. That gave him no chance, and then Bergvall tucks back Jones, and that's a free kick. And Bergvall's just got to be careful there on a yellow card.
Yeah, you can't pull back there. I was very surprised there, because usually that's an instant yellow card.
So 6-3, one of the craziest games of the season. But the thing is, though, you know, Liverpool, despite the Tottenham comeback, despite the Tottenham 3 goals, Liverpool were always going to win this, weren't they?
Yeah, they were always going to win. They're the superior team. They've got their full strength side out. Tottenham haven't, but it's just crazy. When you come to Tottenham Stadium, you know there's going to be goals. Not just 1 or 2, John.
Yeah. Well, now quite a number of the people who are inside the stadium have left and headed off into the London night. Johnson, though, crossing from the right-hand side, but then it's volleyed away downfield by Darwin Núñez. Tottenham have it again in the centre circle. Yeah, and what about the Tottenham approach then? I know Chris and Robbie will talk about this, and Tottenham fans will call in, and it's a recurring debate, isn't it, about Ange Postecoglou and Tottenham's approach?
Yeah, it is. I just think naive, but then I can't. The manager might be telling them to do it, but as a group of players, when I'm across that white line, 2 minutes to go, at 2-1 down when we got into the game, I'm not going everyone forward. I'm not going on. I'm saying just stay in there for a bit and let us get in at half time where it's 2-1. The third goal really killed the game for Tottenham.
Like I say, this is an 8th Premier League defeat of the season for Tottenham. They're going to be in the bottom half, just like Manchester United at Christmas, as this next Tottenham attack breaks down and Liverpool have got it. And we've had 2 minutes of the 5 that have been indicated. So 5 minutes of added time to be played, and we'll be wrapping everything up. And then it will be 6:06 with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton on 5 Live. I would imagine people might be listening and wrapping everything up as well. Here's Robertson. Robertson to Darwin Núñez on the left-hand side. 2 Tottenham players come across. Szoboszlai, and then Liverpool back to the halfway line again. And if Tottenham fans are listening, and if you know a Tottenham fan and you're after a late Christmas present, I must recommend David Pleat's book, Just One More Goal, which I'm about 3/4 of the way through, and I'm thoroughly enjoying. If you remember David's time as the Tottenham manager, it's well worth it. I think any Tottenham fan, probably of a certain age, will really enjoy it. Tottenham 3, Liverpool 6. Robertson forward towards Jones, and in comes Porro to win it back. Kulusevski's not giving it up. Tottenham aren't giving it up. Forward from Johnson, but that was overhit from him. Liverpool have it again, and now it's being brought forward by Gravenberch through to Elliott. Elliott with the outside of his boot to Szoboszlai. There's space out here for Szoboszlai. Porro again downfield and overcomes the ball, and Archie Gray gets his head to it to nod it on the stretch over the top of his own crossbar for a Liverpool corner.
Yeah, another good play. They're so open, Tottenham. Every time Liverpool go forward, you just look like they're going to score a goal, and they'll probably be disappointed they've only come away with 6. But to score 6 goals away from home is brilliant again from Liverpool.
Yeah. I would tell you how many attempts there have been on goal from Liverpool, but I think the computer's exploded. So a corner, perhaps a final corner. We are in the 5th and final minute of added time. Liverpool take it short, and then rather naively, Harvey Elliott gets it back, having taken the corner in an offside position. So it's a free kick to Tottenham, and I think that will probably be it. But that, 8 defeats in the Premier League. Last season they didn't lose 8 in the league until April.
Yeah, it's not good enough, especially where they want to finish in the top 4 as well,
yeah.
John.
But for Liverpool, it's a mammoth victory. A really impressive win here in the Tottenham Stadium. by a crazy scoreline of 6 goals to 3. But in the first half particularly, they were very, very good. And Arne Slot's Liverpool just get better and better, it would seem. They are top of the table, they'll be top at Christmas, they're 4 points clear again, and they continue with just the one defeat in all competitions under their new manager. And at times in the first half, I think they possibly played their best football so far under Slot.
Yeah, they did. The 1 and 2 touches from midfield to the front, I thought they were outstanding. Szoboszlai in midfield, probably one of the best games I've seen. The way he can just make that running behind, his finishing ability, where he can get his head up. I thought it was a professional performance from Liverpool, but you're right. In that first half, breathtaking.
So for the record, 2 goals from Diaz, 1 from McAllister, 1 from Szoboszlai, and 2 goals from Mo Salah as he went to the top of the Golden Boot standings for this season, but also moved into 4th place on his own in the list of Liverpool all-time goal scorers, ahead of Billy Liddell. And the 3 Tottenham goals from Maddison, Kulusevski and Solanke. But really, Liverpool have handed out a lesson to Ange Postecoglou and Tottenham Hotspur here today. Another great day for them in their season, their excellent season. And it's finished here, Tottenham 3, Liverpool 6.
Extraordinary, that, Clinton. I can't think of another word. An extraordinary 90 minutes.
Ridiculous. You always get it here when you
ridiculous
come to
is another one, yeah.
Yeah, when you come to this stadium, it's always ridiculous. It's an unbelievable game of football. I can't believe what I've watched, but yeah, did I come here expecting goals? Of course I did. And did I expect Liverpool to win? Yeah, I did expect them to win because they're just in breathtaking form at the moment. The only thing they'll be disappointed in is conceding 3 goals, but Tottenham can score goals. We know that. It's just defensively, it's a bit of a struggle for Tottenham at the moment.
The problem is, Clinton, I guess, that anybody could have seen on paper exactly the areas for Tottenham that would make it difficult for them against Liverpool. And yet, I suppose some people will look at the way Ange Postecoglou set them up and his approach to the game and think, well, you've not adapted at all to the opposition, even with the injuries, even with the issues at the back. You've basically put your players out there not thinking about what the opposition can do to you, and look what's happened.
Yeah, but he's not going to change. He said that many a time. This is his way. That's what he believes in. And do I think it's the right way? Sometimes no. I do when you're playing maybe the lesser teams, but not when you're playing the big teams about like Liverpool. You can't be open because you will get exploited, and that's what happened with Tottenham today. As I said, that the 3rd goal, Crossy, before half-time, that was the crucial goal. It's naive. It was naive from Dragusin and naive from the whole team. Surely you just sit in for 2 minutes, get to half-time, it's a different team talk, but that's how they want to play, and that's why they're the most entertaining team in the Premier League. You're going to get ups and you're going to get downs, but at the moment it is a down, and they're in the bottom half of the table. He says Tottenham should be challenging to finish in that top 4. At the moment, with all the injuries they got, they're miles off that.
And look, I know, Clinton, that the thing that is sometimes thrown at Tottenham fans is, but you said you wanted entertaining football and that kind of thing. Spurs fans are allowed to want entertaining football and also think it's unacceptable to be 11th. Like, they're allowed to do those 2 things.
Of course they are. Other teams that play entertaining football, and they're near the top half of the table. You look at someone like a Chelsea who are playing entertaining football, and they're in the top 4 at the moment. So yeah, of course you're allowed to have entertaining football, but you have to get it right. And first and foremost, you have to get it right by defending in numbers and defending well as a unit and being nice and solid and having leaders. I'm looking at Tottenham and I'm thinking, who are the leaders to say, get in here? There's a couple minutes to go. I don't really see that in the Tottenham team at the moment. As I said, Ange can set the team out however you want, Crossy, and your players, you have to stick to what the manager wants to do. But when you're across that white line, the pitch is totally different, and you can see what you see on the pitch, and they should be doing better.
This is a serious question, John, with a not particularly serious start. I don't know if either of you seen, but Michael Spicer, the great Michael Spicer, comedian, he sort of did an Ange Postecoglou sketch on social media the other day, whereby it's Ange Postecoglou is on MasterChef, and he's been told to make a chicken pie, but he says, I only make Victoria sponges, that's just my way. And it doesn't sound funny when I say it, but it is funny. But the point is, it is becoming a bit of a joke, that. And that's quite dangerous, isn't it?
Well, I'm afraid it's a bit like economics, isn't it? It is leading to boom bust, and that in economics is not a good thing, is it? And it's the same thing for Tottenham. So now they've they've scored 39 goals this season in the Premier League, but they've now let in, how many is it? 25.
Yeah.
They've let in 25. And as I say, it's led to 8 Premier League defeats. And if you're losing 8 matches, then your stated ambition of being in the Champions League, I mean, that's blown away by Christmas. They're going to do exceptionally well because one presumes that, in the words of Ange Postecoglou, they're not going to change. Therefore, they're going to lose more games as well as win lots of games excitingly. So that's where they are.
Equally, Clinton, even though Spurs didn't necessarily look like a team who were going to do a great job of resisting Liverpool, there were parts of Liverpool that were irresistible today.
Oh, definitely. As I say, from midfield, Soberside, McAllister, Gravenberch, I think Diaz is an exceptional player. This is the Diaz that we know. He went off a bit and then now he's come back. I think he's outstanding. Salah, his numbers are getting better and better. Top of the Premier League goal scoring charts now. And Gakpo, they're a threat. You can bring on the likes of Jota and Nunes. But when Liverpool are pairing like this, it's a joy to be here and watching them play 1 and 2 touch. Because let's be honest, Crossy, it was 6. It could have been 10. And no word of a lie, they created some big chances and missed some big chances as well.
Did you ever actually find out how many attempts that they had on goal, Steve? And while you have a look for that, I'm thinking that at times today, and believing your own publicity obviously can be a bad thing.
Yep.
But I think they look like a team today that now believes their own publicity. Everyone said what a good team they are now, and they've got that swagger, they've got the confidence that comes from what is now a 21-match unbeaten run this season. The fact they've only lost once, still unbeaten away from home and winning regularly away from home. And they had a little bit of something else today, I felt.
24 shots, 12 on target, John.
Very good. Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me.
There's Toulouse now. And I know we're not yet at the halfway point of the season, but obviously you do put a lot of stock, John, in who's top at Christmas. So,
well,
is it theirs Toulouse? Can we say that, or is it too early to say that, even though they've been this good?
In the last 7 seasons, when Liverpool have been top of the table at Christmas, do you know, Steve, how many times they've won the league?
I believe it's once, isn't it?
Once.
Yes.
That's right.
No,
Although I was also told today that the last 5 times that Chelsea have been top of the table at Christmas, they have won the league.
Really?
And in the last 2 seasons, Arsenal were top at Christmas, but didn't win the league. So, what can you read into that?
That sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't, and ultimately that means it's not that important. Yeah. No, I'm with you. Thank you both. Have a great Christmas.
You too, Crossy, mate. Top man.
Great stuff. John Murray and Clinton Morrison there. I think you might have quite a bit to talk about on 606 08085 909 693. Everton 0, Chelsea 0, Fulham 0, Southampton 0, Leicester 0, Wolves 3, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3, and then Tottenham 3, Liverpool 6. Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton waiting to take your calls after the news on 5 Live with Jill McKenzie.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The 9-year-old boy who was killed when a car drove into crowds at a Christmas market in Germany has been named as Andre Gleisner. 4 women also died and around 200 people were injured. The German government's promised to investigate whether more could have been done to prevent the attack, as the suspect was reportedly known to authorities. The Archbishop of York, Stephen Cottrell, says he could have handled things differently after the BBC revealed he twice reappointed a priest with a history of sexual abuse allegations. Mr Cottrell was the Bishop of Chelmsford when David Tudor's contract was renewed in Essex. The runway's been closed at Belfast City Airport after an Aer Lingus plane had an emergency incident while landing in strong winds. It's not thought anyone was seriously hurt. Meanwhile, around 100 flights to and from Heathrow have been cancelled today because of the wind, and ferry services have been disrupted in the Irish Sea and on the Scottish coast. And the winning number's been drawn in Spain's annual Christmas lottery, which gives out billions of pounds. The biggest prize is shared between tickets with the correct number, so this year's winners will get a share of £300 million.
All the goals as they go in there, and it's faster than anywhere or anyone else.
Don't miss a moment of football this Boxing Day with BBC Radio 5 Live.
Let the festive football begin.
Let's start at Anfield.
To Molyneux, the teams are out.
An early goal in Manchester.
It's a stunner, it's a super goal.
They've just kicked off at the Amex. How has it begun at St James's Park?
There's now been a goal at Parquet.
Here at the City Ground.
Penalty meanwhile at Rugby Park. Always a pleasure to have your company here on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Boxing Day.
Listen live. Ask your smart speaker
Play BBC Radio 5 Live. Are you ready to have your say? In the UK's biggest football debate, your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Welcome to 606. This is your football phone-in show, the number one football phone-in in the UK. Call us now on 08085 909 693. As the Reds are the Premier League's Christmas number one.
Back down to Diaz, shoots across, got it in! It's 6-3! Goodness me, what a game this is! This is the home of entertainment, and Liverpool now 6-3 up.
Christopher, Liverpool comfortable in top place, but this is real pressure on Ange at Spurs now, isn't it?
Is it real pressure? Well, let's hear from the Tottenham fans on what they want to see from their Spurs team. Do they play with enough balance? I get that. Today, Liverpool could have scored 10, should have scored 10. Liverpool, top at Christmas. Is it theirs to lose as well, Rob?
Liverpool fans, are you disappointed with only scoring 6? You could have scored 15. Spurs fans, call us now on 08085 909
Top scorers in the Premier League, Rob.
3. Earlier, it was a case of deja vu for the Cherries at Old Trafford.
Clips it in towards the 6-yard line and headed in. And Bournemouth have the lead. Cliver, slow runner with his right foot, sends Onana the wrong way. And Bournemouth lead at Old Trafford by 2 goals to nil. Through ball, Ouattara on the end of it, pulls it back, Semenyo, 3-0. What is happening at Old Trafford? Bournemouth are ripping Manchester United apart.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live terms for our terms of use and privacy notice.
Oh, Christopher, all of Manchester United's good work from the derby has disappeared as Bournemouth deserved their 3-0 win. Bournemouth, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, do you know what, Rob? I was at Old Trafford last year when Bournemouth wiped the floor with Manchester United. I still felt Bournemouth would win. I feel Ruben Amorim needs a lot of time and a lot of patience and a lot of windows to get things right at Manchester United. But let's hear from Manchester United fans. That was an embarrassment this afternoon. But Bournemouth, what a team, what a job Andoni Iraola has done. Give us a call.
08085 909 693. What about Dicey? 2-0 nils, Chris. Arsenal 0-0, Chelsea 0-0. What about Dyche ball?
I mean, that's not. I mean, it's not really entertaining, but job done from Sean Dyche, isn't it? The takeover happened on Friday, Everton fans, and it was a good point against Chelsea today. What do you want to see your new owners do first? We want to hear from Wolves fans. What a result for Wolves.
Wow.
Away at Leicester. Leicester are in a relegation battle, I think. And also Southampton as well, Rob. Decent point that away at Fulham. How are you feeling? Just quickly, how are you feeling? How are you feeling, Southampton fans and Wolves fans, about your new gaffers? Celtic dropped a couple of points up at Tannadice. I was there, a little bit flat today, a bug going through the camp at Celtic fans. Do you think that second place Rangers can challenge? And West Brom, Rob, good win for them today. Beat Bristol City and are 1 place out of the playoffs in the Championship.
Whoever you support, we're here until 8 p.m. tonight, so make sure you get your calls in now. 08085 909 693. So on Spurs, Chris. Listen, I loved Ange Postecoglou's interview after they beat Manchester United. I thought it was brilliant. But we all knew what was going to happen today. I think it was 5-2. My prediction was for Liverpool. We all know what's going to happen. Surely, Chris, I know he's going to play that way, but they are miles of it. They could have, listen, if this scoreline was 10-3, nobody would have said any different. You cannot concede 6 at home. What is going? Listen, it was great. I think this could be super. If Spurs played at 4 o'clock every Sunday, I think all the nation would be entertained. It's brilliant to watch. But there's got to come a point, Chris. It's madness.
Look, and I agree with that. In terms of that, there aren't many managers who are that bullish and back themselves. And you've got to say Spurs missing the best centre half pairing. Hang on a minute. Let me finish. Missing the number one goalkeeper, but in that respect, you do. Most managers would adapt, but Ange Postecoglou says, "Well, I'm going to play this way, like it or lump it." What do you think, Spurs fans? It is entertaining, but bottom half of the table at this moment in time, Carabao Cup semi-final, but up against Liverpool.
You can get away with it when you're managing Celtic in the Scottish Premiership.
No, don't start all that.
You can,
nonsense.
Chris. You can.
Rob,
You can.
you don't know what you're talking about. Have a little bit of respect. This is a guy who's won things, okay, in Scotland, in Japan,
you can get away with it, Chris.
in Australia. Don't be
Can't
arrogant.
do it in the Premier League.
Somebody who's buying their results at Macclesfield week in and week out. Come on, you're better than that, Rob.
Rupert, you're a Spurs fan.
Unfortunately.
Oh, there you go, Chris. Unfortunately, a Spurs fan. Wow, I didn't think I'd hear that on the show tonight. Unfortunately, a Spurs fan, Chris. What about that, Rupert? Go on.
It's because of a long history at the club, and it's to do with the ownership. I take people's points about maybe individual players in this game. I take people's points about Postecoglou and his refusal to kind of change from his view. But who hired him? Who brought him to the club? I think everybody knows that's the way he is. That's something he's renowned for. And to a certain extent, I've got respect for that. But even while he maybe should be accepting the realities on the ground at the club, it's the way it's been built. It's the fact that priority for ENIC is about making profit. It's about having NFL games. It's about having concerts for music. It's about anything other than making Tottenham a properly successful club, which requires years and years of investment. And you can look back over transfer deals that have gone on, go back to Gareth Bale, big lump of money we got, but that season I think we sold more and made money at the end of the season rather than invested properly in players. Even when we had, the great luck of finding Kane and others at the club, that surely should have been a time when we had a proper push for the title. We had the makings of a great team. You reinvest, and you reinvest again. And we didn't, and we never do.
But it's on that. So I understand what you're saying, Rupert. Okay, but and a lot of Spurs fans, I think, feel exactly the same way as you do about Daniel Levy. But also, and look, I'm a big Ange Postecoglou fan. But is there?
You would never guess that.
Well, I am. But is there, from a Spurs fan, do you want to see your team play with a little bit more balance when they come up against the very best? And that's
absolutely.
the argument today, isn't it? Where I mean, it was.
Liverpool.
Go on.
Sorry, go on.
Go on.
I was going to say, Liverpool is clearly a superior team at the moment, and you have to accept the reality of that. And I think Postecoglou needs to learn a lesson. I think this is, sadly he's doing it at Tottenham. But, I know you don't like it, Chris, but there is a difference to the Premier League. And he's clearly not taken some of that stuff on board. But like I say, who brought that manager in? Has he even been supplied
You can't play
with the
like you
players?
can't play that. You can't. You're right, Rupert. You can't play the same style Celtic played in Scotland in the Premier League. The amount of competitive games every single week. You're right, Rupert. I totally agree with you.
And equally though, where's the budget? Where are the players to make Ange's way of playing work? We don't have them. I mean, Son, great player, but he's ageing. He's coming to the end of his career, and at the end of the day, we're essentially relying on him to do a huge amount. Kulusevski, he stepped up to the plate. Outstanding player. But I tell you what, he's not going to be at the club much longer. If he wants to win anything or show those skills, like every other successful Tottenham player, he'll be on his way somewhere better.
So your message to the Spurs players who want to win stuff, leave. Is that right, Rupert?
Sadly, that's the truth, isn't it?
Oof, wow. Okay, thank you, Rupert. What about that, Chris?
It didn't work with. We thought Harry Kane would leave and win stuff.
I'm just saying, how many excuses are you going to come up with tonight? If this was Man City or Manchester United, you'd be hammering the managers right now. Excuse after excuse.
Not in a Carabao Cup semi-final.
Let's go to Mike, a Spurs fan. How are you, Mike?
Hello, Mike.
Hi, Robbie. Unfortunately, you've made most of my points for me before I even come up. Because
just to try and defend it, don't we?
Well, you've totally taken Chris to task for his ridiculous defence management ball.
What's ridiculous about that?
They just got beat 6-3 at home.
They conceded 6 goals at home today.
Yeah, it's one game. It's against the best team in the country.
It's not one game, though, is it? It's several games.
Who Nottingham Forest beat at Anfield. Carry on.
That's their one loss.
Well, yeah, the only defeats Liverpool have had all season, and they're top of the league at Christmas.
Chris just defends it. Chris will keep on defending it, Mike.
But it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't work, and unfortunately, it does sound kind of condescending to say that you can win the league with Celtic quite easily.
Where else? Hang on a minute. Where else did he win the league then, Mike?
Japan, maybe.
Yeah. So you're riding off any and.
Well, it's not the strongest league in the world, Chris, is it? Japan. It's not the strongest league.
Are we going to have this stupid English arrogance or Welsh arrogance?
League, is it?
So and where did it? And hang on, Mike. And when he went in to the J League, where was the team which he took over? They were struggling at the bottom.
Name me 10.
Okay.
Name me 10 teams in the J League.
So he has principles of play, and I'm not saying I agree with the way that he played today. Absolutely not. But it's so easy to be dismissive of other leagues and super arrogant when your team, for the best part of however many years, has barely won a thing. And you always have to go back to the start.
I agree, but I don't
what Spurs fans want.
I don't think even you, Chris, would dispute.
Just got to stop you there. Got to stop you there, Mike and Chris, because your manager Ange Postecoglou is with Andy Gillies.
Ange, I wonder if I could have your reaction to what's happened this afternoon.
Yeah, obviously, painful one for us when you lose in that manner, and credit to Liverpool, they were too good for us today. They were a very good side, and they were in a sort of great moment. They settled, and, in great form with great belief, and we kind of lacked a little bit of energy today, which I think is understandable, and we paid the price.
How much was that result down to Liverpool's performance? How much was it down to your team not getting to grips with the game today?
As I said, Liverpool were good, yeah.
And for the fans who are going home tonight, who will be
Hello everyone, welcome once again. Sammy SK Football here, bringing you Manchester United versus Bournemouth live stream Premier League EPL football match today, guys. Yep, you're gonna get real on-time scores, real on-time stats, play-by-play ball movement here, and my full-time match reaction for this fixture like that. Yep, people. So Manchester United, after a great win, a great victory against Manchester City, the rivals in the Manchester derby like that, they actually suffered an Carabao Cup exit, guys, in the midweek like that, which is really disappointing. Really disappointing like that. Many people, lots of positives to take from that Manchester derby win from them like that. Amad Diallo absolutely cooking right now, and the new manager Ruben Amorim is getting a tune. He has a style of play, and the players are actually they're delivering. They're improving. So people, let's see how it's going to play out here. They're facing a Bournemouth side that is actually in good form. Bournemouth are actually in good form. They're unbeaten in the last 4 matches like that, and they have taken points from top opponents in this year's Premier League like that. So let's see how it's going to play out here. Sammy SK Football got you covered. Please use the code SammySK on SammySKFootball.com to get 10% off our quality products like that, and also scan the QR code here so that you can get Netflix, YouTube Premium, and other streaming platforms for 70% off the price like that, guys. So this is really a good offer for you. So people, let's do this. Let's go right away straight to the lineups here for this one. So we have the lineups available right now. So we have so we have lined up here for Manchester United, and we have lined up here for Bournemouth, guys. So for Manchester United starting 11 here, we have Ugarte is there, Malasia is there, Jogo Dalot, we have Martinez, we have Maguire, we have Masraoui, goalkeeper Onana, Joshua Zexi, guys, Bruno Fernandes, and Amad Diallo starting here for this Manchester United side. Amad Diallo absolutely cooking. Meanwhile, for Bournemouth, we have Ivan Nelson is there, we have Semenyo is there, Clavert, we have Ouattara, we have Christy Adams, we have Kekes, we have Houston, we have Zabani, Smith, goalkeeper Kepa, Arizabalanga, guys, starting here for this Bournemouth side like that. Yeah, people, so you can see the lineups there for yourself. It's a strong lineup here for Manchester United, guys. It's good to see Amad Diallo, and yeah, the squad has not been rotated a lot. You know, Amad Diallo is starting here, the likes of Kobomeno, Ugarte in that midfield area like that, Masraoui and the rest. So, guys, let's see how it's going to play out. Some ESK football got you covered. Let's go right away straight to the arena right now. So, lineups here for you to see for yourself. There are some early images that are coming in here for this fixture like that. Kickoff is under 45 minutes, guys. So people tune in and let's do this. Let's go right away straight to the arena. And so it's going to be Manchester United versus Bournemouth live stream Premier League EPL football match today on YouTube. Sami SK Football YouTube channel, guys. So people tune in and let's do this. Let's go right away straight to the arena right now. Let's go.
Coleman's notes. There's a lovely image at the top of the page of the new stadium and a setting sun behind it, and obviously that is the future that Everton are building towards. Absolutely crucial that they stay in the Premier League, as we've just said, to do that. The messages come from the executive chairman Mark Watts, who's obviously going to be more hands-on than Dan Freakin, who's the chairman and flying his plane. But Pat is right. Mark Watts talks about the goals that they are setting themselves as owners, strengthening the men's first team squad through thoughtful and strategic investment. I won't read them all. Cultivating homegrown superstars, which is a strong word, through Everton's academy, and a crucial one, I think, respecting the club's traditions and keeping Everton at the heart of the community.
This fits nicely then. Let's hear from Sean Dyche, because Ali just mentioned Mark Watts, who's the president of the Friedkin Group. Dyche says he has been speaking to him already, and it is Mark Watts who's going to be responsible for the wider management of the club.
You know, made it clear, other than the obvious challenge of all managers winning games, they're fully supportive of me, the staff, the team, going forwards. I haven't really said too much about what I want. They just was really asking questions about the feel of what I've learned, you know, my time and the overall feeling of the club and some of my knowledge and the things I've learned, things that we can do going forwards. But most of the on-the-pitch stuff, he's kind of made it clear, you know, they're supportive of that and they want to be. It's not about them getting too involved with that side of things. Obviously, they've got the bigger picture of the club. So, yeah, as much kind of picking each other's brains and just a very casual conversation, nothing too heavy, but making it clear that the financial stability is very important to the club moving forwards and from their point of view. Understanding the recent years and how that's gone and correcting that, and also that there are still some, you know, kind of challenges with the PSR and things to get through. So there's a lot going on still. There's only so much that can be done with immediacy, which they know. The ongoing challenge is to correct things, you know, moving forwards into the bigger picture. But the immediate one in January is going to be dominated once again by the PSR position from the years gone by of, you know, what the club have been doing. Yeah, and I think, as their words was, bringing stability, you know, the immediate financial stability, and then pushing the club towards where everyone feels it should be. But he also mentioned it's going to take time to do that. So I think there's a longer view and a bigger picture to what they're going to try and achieve here.
That's Sean Dyche. Interesting, we were speaking about PR before. If you just go on the website of the Friedkin Group, just like their homepage, it's this like really highly produced video of some great Everton moments, some great Everton trophy lifts going back over the entire history of the club. So, okay, they're saying the right things, and they're saying the right things to Sean Dyche by the sounds of it, Pat. But these are all things that, of course, they're going to say, aren't they? There's a difference between that and what they actually do.
Yeah, it's just PR, and it kind of just washes over me. I just look to how people react. I remember when the Chelsea new owners came in, they said they wanted a new holistic approach to everything. And then you watched it for the next 2 years and went, yeah, right. It's just pure business. That's what it is. And there's nothing wrong with that as well. But you're not going to fall into any of that. What you're going to do is watch what they do. And the great difficulty is the real politic is, quite simply, come January, they need to add something a little bit more. You're going to have to get a point again between now, you know, and the end of the season to stay up. and it's how you do that with what you've got. You're going to have difficult decisions to make regarding particularly maybe Dominic Calvert-Lewin as much as anything else, and they're not going to change much purely down to PSR because there's just nothing you can do about it in that short term. But all the kind of nice words and all the rest of it, yeah, very good. I'll look at the actions.
We'll talk more about the wider relegation battle around some of our other games today in a second. It's half-time. Was half-time. Sorry, Dundee United Celtic is into the second half. Gavin Wallace.
Yeah, and to be honest, there's really not much happening. Celtic played against the wind this time. Dundee United look a little bit tighter, a little bit more organised than they did in the first half. And if I'm being really honest, there isn't much in the way of chances just now. The wind is spoiling it. It remains Dundee United 0, Celtic 0.
Yeah, you can hear it rattling along the microphone, can't you? 3 more Premier League games kicking off at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Choice of listening across BBC Sounds and the BBC Sport website. So on 5 Sports Extra, Manchester United versus Bournemouth. Mike Mayonnaise at Old Trafford.
Yeah, afternoon, Steve. All eyes, of course, when the team news came out, diverted on Marcus Rashford. Watch, he's not in the team again today, starting or on the bench. 6 changes from the Spurs defeat on Thursday for Ruben Amorim's Manchester United. Maybe perhaps Højlund on the bench with Xerxes favoured the standout of those. Ahmad, the Derby winner, back in the starting lineup too. Bournemouth keep it simple, 1 change with Adam Smith coming back to captain the side in replace of Lewis Cook. And the Cherries, you'll remember, did win this fixture 3-0 last season. It is Christmas, so keep your eyes perhaps on the following players who might want a little time off. Harry Maguire, Justin Kluivert, Lewis Cook and Marcos Senesi, all 1 yellow card away from suspension. Although with the vile weather here today, I think they might regret not taking that a week ago, to be fair. Yeah, United Bournemouth on the way from 2.
Thank you, Mike. On the BBC Sport website and app, Fulham unbeaten in 4, face bottom of the table Southampton on the eve of a new era. Chris Wise.
Yes, Southampton have named Ivan Juric as their new manager. That happened yesterday, but he actually hasn't got his work permit yet. So he's watching from the stands today. And the reason I know he's watching from the stands is because he's 10 metres over to my right-hand side and he's been here for the last 15 minutes. So Simon Russ, the under-21 manager of Southampton, in charge again today. Juric, though, a really intriguing appointment. A Croatian, a steady hand in his 3 years at Torino, but fresh from that spell, as Jules was talking about earlier, that lasted less than 2 months at Roma. In terms of the teams, Aaron Ramsdale back for Southampton after a month and a half out. Sugawara, Walker-Peters and Armstrong also into the side that lost to Liverpool in the EFL Cup. And from the Fulham team that drew at Liverpool last week in the league, 5 changes. Bassi and Kearney back from suspension, Castagna in for the injured Tete, Muniz for Jimenez up top, and a first Premier League start for 17-year-old midfielder Josh King.
For Wolves, it's day 1 of their new era. They're away at relegation rivals Leicester. Tom Gale.
Festive greetings, Steve, from a chilly East Midlands. Wolves acted quickly to replace Gary O'Neill. Portuguese head coach Vitor Pereira tasked with turning around their form. Their second bottom, 4 straight defeats and 5 points adrift of safety, where we currently find Leicester, who are unbeaten during Ruud van Nistelrooy's 2 home games so far. He's forced to change goalkeeper Danny Ward's first league start since March 2023, with Mads Henderson unavailable. Sumare and Ayew return to the 11. Harry Winks is back on the bench. Wolves make 4 changes. The goalkeeping flip-flopping continues with Jose Sarr back in. João Gomez returns from suspension, plus starts with Rodrigo Gomez and Gonzalo Guedes. Top scorer Mateus Cunha does play. We still await his punishment for ripping the glasses off an Ipswich security guard last weekend.
Commentary of that one on the BBC Sport website. If you're listening via a smart speaker, you can literally just say, play Leicester versus Wolverhampton Wanderers, and the commentary should kick in for you. So bottom of the table looks like this. 4 of the bottom 5 playing this afternoon. Southampton bottom, 5 points from 16 games. Then Wolves 9 from 16. Ipswich have 12 from 17. Other side of the relegation zone, Leicester 14 from 16 and Everton have 15 points from 15 games. Let's hear from the new Wolves manager Vitor Pereira on how he plans to get them out of trouble.
In my opinion, it's time to give confidence to them, to guide them like GPS, tactical GPS, you understand? To put them in same direction, to connect them and to face with confidence, to play with courage. This is what I want. Tactical quality, technical quality, because I like my teams, I like that they play good football, but with tactical organization and courage to play our game. My idea is to create identity, a tactical identity. The first training, we started to work for this identity, the way of play, model game.
Vitor Pereira. Wolves are 19th, Pat, so you just put North in the sat-nav and they'll be all right, won't they?
Yeah, it's kind of really weird, this one, because just look at that bottom area there. You kind of feel the teams that are going to be in it, and your game against these two is absolutely extraordinary today. If you get 3 points in this one, as I mentioned before, just about a point a game for this season's probably going to be enough. If you manage to win this game, if you're Leicester, you've got 17 points. What a gap that would give you. It doesn't get you absolutely away from it, but it gives you a massive, massive change. So I'm not saying they will decide it today, but what a difference it'll make this game to whoever can win it.
So just thought we'd have a bit of a wider chat about the relegation fight. And Pat, Naden, Rob, you've all been there, you've all struggled against it, you've all had times when you've beaten it, you've all had times when you haven't beaten it. How hard, Naden, is being in a relegation battle, especially around Christmas?
How hard?
Emotionally.
I think it depends. I think it depends on the nature of the club itself. It depends on whether the club was one that was always going to be in and around it, or whether you're having such a bad season that you're now caught up trying to figure out why you're even down there. But I think one thing for sure is that as you get to that halfway point in the season, you've lost a lot of games of football. And in reality, like, I don't know if the guys would agree, but when a team is winning, it can cover up so many different things. You've got players from all around the world at clubs for different reasons, but when you're winning, everything's fun. All of a sudden, when you're losing every week, you start to have doubts. Some people have doubts in themselves, they have doubts in their peers, doubts in their manager, doubts like, am I in the right place? Agents are contacting you saying, oh, we're going to try and get you out. So that all of a sudden you can start to feel quite unsettled within a particular situation. But again, it depends, because when it happens, say for myself at QPR, the longest serving player outside of probably like 3 or 4 people is probably 6 months, you know. So it's not necessarily like everything's so stable that you know what the next season's going to look like, because so many people had clauses in their contracts where if they went down this, if went down that, would the club have to change? And it's a very, very stressful situation to be in, especially when you know that you could be doing better and that you should be doing better. But you go into every game, and this is the naive thing. I don't know if you'd agree, Rob, but even like at QPR, there's a belief that we're going to win the next game. We're going to win the next game. We're going to win the next game. And then before you know it, you arrive in these big games like we see today with Wolves, for example. And if they lose this game, the gap is, I think it was 12 points potentially to, it'll be some 9 or 12 points to Leicester. And you're thinking, well, how can they be that far behind Leicester? Can they find that much form to be able to do it? You can't help it but think there are certain games where you genuinely believe you're going to win. So when you lose them, honestly, it crushes you. But again, for the other side of it, perspective-wise, I was around 2014. This time, Leicester were bottom of the table, and I thought they were done. A year later, they won the Premier League, so I'm always a bit reluctant to say anything too much on this situation.
And it is that if you are in touching distance, within 3 points of safety, you have such belief. It's a desperation within yourself, but there is still that belief that you think just next week, if we just grab that win, and if it is against someone around you, even better. But there's 2 things. One, that line. If you are over that line, that relegation line, you are constantly telling yourself, we'll be okay, we're over that line, we'll be all right. The other thing being, if you get back-to-back wins, they are like gold dust in there. And to have teams around you, to have those games, and you look at someone like Wolves now, and you're looking at that Leicester side going, right, this is our lift, this is our moment, start afresh, back-to-back wins now, and we're giving ourselves a huge chance. If you get to 4, 5, 6 points and they're out of reach, it becomes unbearable and it's desperation. So it is at the moment, at this moment in time, at this moment in the calendar, it is all-consuming, it is desperate stuff, and it's critical today for both sides.
Do you know, I had a horrible, my version of it was almost like a nightmare. Round about Christmas time, I think we were top 6.
Oh, wow.
And flying, top 6, cruising, had been top 6 for 2-3 seasons before that, absolutely fine. And then utter meltdown. That must have been some Christmas party, I'll tell you. But it was complete meltdown after that, and went down, and eventually we ended the season 7 points clear of relegation, right? But we still got relegated.
Oh, the playoff.
Yeah, we were dragged into the relegation playoff. So 3 teams went down and a team from above, and there was 1 point between us. In fact, we were level in points with 2 other teams. So the madness of it. And the one thing that I can remember more than anything else in that run-in, I knew I was leaving anyway. I could have ruined Julian's life because I was just about to sign for PSG.
I know.
And it was right at the end of the season, and as every game went by, more and more players didn't seem to want the ball. And I'm thinking, where are all these brave big guys I was playing with? Come on, you take a chance. You might be the one that gives the ball away, that gets blamed for relegation in the end. It doesn't matter. You have to take risks. You have to be brave enough. You have to accept that there's a lot of bleating from the stands. You've got to be big enough and bad enough to do that. And that's what I look around now in all the teams that are playing at a lower level. Who's still doing that? How many players in your team are working together on that sort of, right, okay, I'll be the one to get us out. I'm the one that will take the chances. I'm a risk taker to the level of, yeah, I could save us as well as I could put us down. But the amount of times I got the ball at that period of time, looked up and all I seen was numbers. And that's a horrible feeling.
Yeah, Rob, I can't name names, but there's someone we played with once.
Yes, you can.
No, I can't. No, I'm not on this occasion. I'm just going to protect them for their own sake.
Fine.
But I think the point that Pat made was a really, really good one, because when it comes down to these sort of like relegation scraps as well, and you're losing a ton of games, like some people try and distance themselves from it. Like, the team's so bad, but, look how bad this person is, look how bad that person is. I want nothing to do with it. And there was a game in particular, we were playing Swimwear QPR, and we were playing in the derby, one of the derbies against Fulham, and we were losing shock horror. And somebody was playing possibly one of the fullback positions. And
we're getting there. We're getting there.
You played fullback that season.
Yeah, I was centre-back. I was centre-back. But in this instance, he wouldn't go up to support the winger because he was so disgusted by the fact that he thought the winger's just going to lose the ball anyway. Yeah, he just stood there. I'm like, come on, insert name here. Come on, go forward, go forward. He's like, no, look at it. It's a disgrace. This is so bad, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, like, come on, man. Like, the very least, like, the people... If you're a team that doesn't believe that they should be down near the bottom, one thing you realise is the teams that are down there who almost expected to be there, their effort levels are on 1,000. You know what I mean? And if you then have quality but don't have the effort, you're worthless. You're literally down there for a reason, but the bigger the task becomes, the more you start to see who's willing to fight through it. But unless you have everybody doing the same thing, your chances are limited. You might still find a way. There might be a bit of magic. There might be a spark. But in reality, like, you're down there for a reason. And when some people start hiding, and like, as I say, and I mean this, honestly, they distance themselves from the failure even though they're a big part of it. Before you know it, then you can't really bring it back.
It's over then.
In a twist of fate, I was at West Ham and we were down the bottom by 1 million points. I can't remember how many it was, but we had someone pull a meeting and said, how many of you think we can stay up? And 3 players put their hands up out of the whole squad. And so
that is incredible.
You're looking around the dressing room, and the belief just goes. Conversely, come the end of the season, we won. I think it was 8 out of the last 10, something like that. We thought we were invincible, and it is just such a short-term thing within there. Like Nedham's saying, once it starts to go wrong and that bandwagon starts to go down that road, people jump on it and disappear. If it goes around, turn it around. You can grab everybody on board, and it is such a strange thing to be in amongst that. You sat there walking into a dressing room and go, I have no idea whether this is going to be going one way or the next, down to the people who are in that dressing room.
Did you put your hand up?
I was one of the 3.
You were one of the 3.
That was more out of desperation than anything else.
But do you think the manager expected all the hands to go up?
It wasn't the manager asking.
Yes, please.
We had a sports psychologist come in. He asked the question, and I won't say his response, but he's effectively said we're finished.
Excellent.
You get surprising, shocking attitudes in football clubs from the outside. I mean, I didn't understand it before I came into professional football. I can remember very early in the game down south, and I had to play for the reserves for the first few weeks, and the news came through that the first team had won 5-0. And everybody said the most, well, basically they all swore, and all got disgusted that the first team had won. And 2 of us jumped up to shout, yes! And you think, outside the game, people don't understand that concept. The selfishness of some players, and large numbers of players, is extraordinary. And that is selfishness, and not an ability to see beyond yourself and what the team would do and what then would help you. That's what it's like sometimes in teams when they're struggling.
Yeah. That's why the hardest bit is to create that team unity, right? And that mentality, because at the end of the day, you are all, I mean, Steve and I not so much, but the 3 of you, it's a very egocentrical industry.
And I think there's a lot of egos there. There's a lot of selfishness, exactly like Pat just said. And I think if there's a point where that
no egos in presenting,
takes over.
It's just because there's no one else here. It's just you.
It's just you. You can't lose.
That's my favourite line of the day so far, Steve. I love that line, mate. So barbed.
But I think that's when it's over then, because if you can't create that unity and everybody is putting their own thing on their own, not going and supporting the player in front of them, for example, or not playing for the teammate next to them, then I think that's when it's gone.
Yeah, football is, and to be fair, sport in general, team sport in particular, is a very, very interesting place because this is an important week in the year because it's Christmas time, There will be people who will be losing games of cards, Monopoly and so on, who will be flipping tables come Christmas Day. Furious. Like, losing can bring out the worst in a lot of people.
Exactly.
If you can find a balance to where a loss inspires people to make sure it doesn't happen again, that's the right direction. But to find that without actually putting them in that situation to begin with, I think that's a skill in itself.
Pat, just to finish on this, I'm also really interested to know if it goes the other way in terms of, we're talking about how surprisingly not everyone might care as much as other people, but those that really care, and actually more towards your time when you were heading up the PFA, whether or not you would have players contacting you, especially around this time of year, which is the last time you want to feel lonely, really struggling with it as well.
I'll be absolutely honest with you. I knew this question was coming. I did think about it. I'll just tell you the truth. There were different times. People were expected just to deal with it. Had they come to the union, which some did, few did, but some did, particularly those that had addictions. But, you know, we gave them help, and the help was there. But in those days, the expectation was you dealt with it. You were a strong enough personality. And, you know, there's a part of you that thinks, yeah, you have to be a strong personality to get through in football. But there's another part of you that realises if you don't give psychological help, some people can find themselves in really dark places. So it's finding the right balance there. But back in those days, I'm afraid people just weren't expected to deal with it most of the time.
Would that also be true, Nedum, as a captain, even as recently as sort of 5-6 years ago as well?
Yeah, I think you'd like to think that your captain selected for, you know, a very specific reason, that you should be able to sort of handle the highs and the lows in a slightly different way to somebody who's perhaps a bit more emotional. And I think trying to keep people on side is very much a skill in itself, and it's not one that I think you can master, because every situation you arrive in can be a new one. And the makeup of the team, maybe it's got some people over 30 who experience, maybe it's got some people 18, 19 who are feeling it for the first time, and knowing how to get the message across to them is obviously going to be key. But I think Pat's right, like, there are so many struggles you can have within pro sport. Like, I'll be honest, when I was at QPR and we weren't doing well, that drive across to Shepherd's Bush was tough, because the grief and stuff you'd be getting, like, playing at Loftus Road was great when you were doing well, because the fans are a metre away from you. Playing badly at Loftus Road is tough because the fans are a metre away from you. You can hear everything, and understandably for them, if they're not seeing what they want, they'll, you know, so a lot of people support you, but enough of them let you know. And I remember when the team was struggling, I was captain, I took the brunt of not all the criticism, but a lot of it, because of saying I should be making these players do better, and it felt they could come to me, and in some ways I'd rather they came to me than went to the other players. But it's a tough time, and let's put it this way, at the start of every season, it doesn't matter how much you want to be successful in the Premier League and how hard you try, 3 teams will always go down. And I think at times we think, well, just do this or just do that and this will solve your situation, but it forgets to mention the other teams are all striving to do the same things at the same time. But, you know, it's just football, isn't it?
It's really interesting, and we got 4 of the bottom 5 in action this afternoon. 2 of them, Leicester and Wolves, playing each other at 2 o'clock. Southampton at Fulham, both of those games on the BBC Sport website and app. And of course, Everton at home to Chelsea. We're bringing you full commentary at 2. Much more build up to all of those games on the way. We'll also be at the Alexandra Palace, where the PDC Darts World Championship is ongoing. So we'll do all of that after the news on 5 Live with Jill McKenzie.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Germany's ambassador to the UK says there are questions about why a fatal attack on a Christmas market wasn't prevented. 5 people were killed and more than 200 injured when a car was driven into crowds in Magdeburg. Miguel Berger says there were warning signs on social media. Talib al-Abdul Mohsen, a doctor from Saudi Arabia, has been remanded in custody. Bethany Bell reports.
The head of Germany's Federal Criminal Police Office, Holger Münch, told German TV that the authorities in Saudi Arabia had warned them about the suspect a year ago. He said the police had taken appropriate measures, but the threat wasn't deemed specific enough. The German ambassador to the UK said there were serious questions to be answered, but the authorities needed time to investigate. He also suggested that the tech entrepreneur Elon Musk had questions to answer about the role of X in the attack.
The Archbishop of York, Stephen Cottrell, says he could have handled things differently after the BBC found a priest with a history of abuse allegations was twice reappointed to a position in Essex, where Mr Cottrell was the Bishop of Chelmsford. Some have urged Stephen Cottrell to consider his position. Michael Ipgrave is the Bishop of Lichfield.
And do you think it is for the Archbishop himself to decide what he needs to do in this situation? I know that Archbishop Stephen is a conscientious and honourable and prayerful man, and he will have been thinking deeply about what his best course of action is. We're going through a difficult time in the Church of England at a national level.
The Israeli military's carried out attacks across Gaza. It's hit targets in Gaza City, Rafah and Khan Yunis. Gaza's Civil Defence Agency says 28 Palestinians were killed. And around 100 flights to and from Heathrow Airport have been cancelled because of high winds. Up to 15,000 people could be affected. The airport says the vast majority of passengers should be able to travel as planned.
Football on BBC Radio 5 Live.
5 Live delighted to be bringing you even more commentaries than ever before over the next 4 seasons with the Premier League.
Listen to exclusive live commentaries from the Premier League, Champions League and more with the 5 Live Sport team.
Stay on top of everything football every day with the Football Daily podcast.
Champions League and La Liga winner Patrick Kluivert.
The noise is amazing. To give you such a boost, it's breathtaking.
Football on 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is 5 Live Sport
With Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Any sign of a breakthrough at Tannadice in the Scottish Premiership? Gavin Wallace.
Oh, we were so close just a minute ago, actually, as Adam Vida played the ball round the corner to Kyogo, but Jack Walton came out really smartly, really well down, got it well, but that's all we've had, really. Dundee United with a half chance, which is what all the noise is behind me, but it is still Dundee United 0, Celtic 0.
Loads more football to come. Let's do darts now. Luke Littler made a winning return to the Alexandra Palace last night. He was so overcome with emotion afterwards, he was actually unable to speak on stage, but after that he did speak to James Gregg shortly after.
Luke, congratulations. Just describe how you felt coming off the stage there. I know you looked a little emotional, but that must have felt great overall.
Yeah, it was. Obviously, I drank my water, said to Abby, I'm okay. And then as soon as the question come, boom, tears. I'm like, what are you doing? But yeah, the fans were good then, but just a bit too much to try and speak on stage after that.
It's a long wait, isn't it? 6.5 days the tournament's been going. I just wonder, what have you been doing in the last 6.5 days? How much of it have you watched? I know you're a darts aficionado, you love watching the game. So how much of it have you soaked in and how much have you just tried to forget about it completely?
Yeah, I've watched probably near enough every session. Obviously missed the session when Ryan played Fallon because I was at the Young Sports Personality. But obviously I've seen the result, knew I was playing Ryan, but yeah, other than that, I was practice, watch the darts and just see who was playing.
And you know, when you reflect later on that last set that was just an astonishing 140 plus average, how will you think about that? Is that one of those sporting moments where it feels like an out-of-body experience in some ways? Because that was darts from the gods.
Yeah, it's probably going to be in the headlines already, but if someone asks me, that last set against Ryan, I'd be like, don't even mention it. I don't want to know anything about that last set. All I want to know about is that win.
Luke Littler speaking to James Gregg after his win over Ryan Meikle in round 2. James is with us now. I thought it was really, really interesting, firstly, to see him so emotional with that victory, given what we've sort of seen from him so far in his very short but very impressive career. It's almost that he's totally unflappable and unaffected by everything.
Yeah, look, afternoon, Steve. Yeah, he didn't really fully explain that, because I don't think he could. But I think the way he carried himself 2 minutes after that in the press conference, after he did walk off the stage and basically was unable to speak in front of 3,000 fans who were all purring for him, by the way, I thought it was brilliant. I think the fact he had waited 6 days, he'd watched every session, whether that's the right thing to do or not, I think that's up for debate. He is the favourite, he's the poster boy, he is the main event. He had David Beckham follow him on Instagram in the week. He's had a lot to kind of just keep a bit of a lid on, hasn't he? And he's no longer playing here on house money like he was 12 months ago. but he answered thoughtfully, with grace, with calm, and with lots of intelligence as well. I thought he was excellent, not just once he started hitting the straps up the hockey, but I think the way he dealt with all the questions as well afterwards, I thought he was absolutely brilliant. I do just worry about him watching every single session.
Just for those who don't know darts inside out, like me, 140.91 as a set average is spectacular, isn't it?
Yes, that is bonkers. So, as you know, I don't cover darts all year round. You know, I've kind of popped up here and had to brush up on it myself. So I was asking some of the guys who do follow the circuit. I said, look, you know, give me a context here. So it's the highest average in World Championship history for a set, and there has been a lot of sets. If you think there's been nearly 60 matches played just this championship, all containing at least 3 sets in each, that's pretty remarkable. But it's one of the highest ever on record anywhere in any tournament around the world by any player. So that is stunning stuff. I mean, every visit seemed to be a 180. He had 10 180s in the match. It took him a while to get to that level, by the way. It took him about 4 legs to hit his first 180. He was missing doubles all over the place, looking not nervous, but like he hadn't quite got himself ready for the occasion. He shouldn't have won that first set. He lost the second, and then he just really started to get to grips with it. Maximums flying in from all over the place, and it's just so different to anything that we see in terms of what I call dartistry off any of the other players, you know, because the TV director doesn't even know which double or treble to zoom in on, because you don't know what route he's going to take to make a check out. He just has fun with it. And that last set was frightening. I mean, he hit the wire on double 12 for the 9-darter. He did get himself to within 3 darts several times, actually. That's why I asked him about the out-of-body experience there, because it was just unbelievable.
43. What about the wider tournament now, then? It sounds great. What have you got coming up?
So, yeah, look, a lot of the big names are through safely. It's the way that they talk about it, the players, is almost like they treat it as a qualifier kind of pre-Christmas, just to get themselves into, you know, the thick of it, the business end after Christmas, when it all starts really ramping up with, you know, the quarterfinals, etc. coming. So it's just a case of not falling at the first hurdle, like we saw Raymond van Barneveld do, a 5-time world champion. We had the world number 2, Michael Smith, get knocked out earlier on in the week. And James Wade went out on Monday. So we've had a few big names slip up against lesser names, which the crowd love, by the way. They love an underdog. In terms of today, we've got Gary Anderson, the man from Musselburgh, a 2-time world champion. He's got Jeffrey de Graaf of Sweden. Dimitri van der Berg, he's last up tonight, the world number 11, against Dylan Slevin, who is the 22-year-old who breezed through on Friday night. He's an Irish lad. And also Littler, if he's watching every session, he'll be keeping an eye on the 41-year-old Richie Eddowes and the 54-year-old Ian White. The winner of that one takes on the Prince of the Palace in the next round.
Thank you very much, James. So James will keep us up to date all afternoon. We have got under 15 minutes to go now until our 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League. So just a reminder, Leicester Wolves, Fulham Southampton, BBC Sport website and app, Manchester United Bournemouth, 5 Sports Extra here on 5 Live. These are the sounds of Goodison Park for Everton versus Chelsea. Pat Nevin is there with Ali Bruce Ball. We've got Rob Green, Nader Manua, Julien Laurent all with us. We thought, Rob, we might zoom in on the goalkeepers. Just seen this from an Everton fan on the BBC Sport website. Without Jordan Pickford, it does not bear thinking where our football club would be right now.
He's just surpassed 300 games for them, and he is incredible now. So I think maybe where he started there, the jumpy nature of him, the animated nature of how he is, to how steady he is and how much of an assurance he is for the whole of that club. With so much going on around with Everton and everything like that, the one thing they've got going for them is that they had Jordan Pickford. I think they're at a stage now, the fans, where they can't believe they've still got him. And he's been brilliant for them. Yes, we know him with England, and yes, we know when you don't watch him every week, when you look at the results that they have, if they have a good result this season, 9 times out of 10, Jordan Pickford's heavily involved.
Jules, do you think people actually, let's keep it really simple, do you think they actually think he's really good?
No, I think there's still a lot of people who are not too convinced about him, which I think is interesting, because I think people would judge him a lot on England, I think, and he's done a lot of really good things with England, and I think you play well for your club usually, and that gets you a call-up for whatever your national team is, and then it's down to you to play well with the national team to and with your club to keep that place. But it feels to me that him doing well with England at times has really helped him for the Everton form, which when usually it's the other way around. You do well for Everton, you play for your national team, that gives you the confidence to do well for your country. For me, because Everton have been through some difficult seasons, it seems that every season is tough for him. That England have been really a breath of fresh air, where doing well for England has helped him massively for his Everton form, in a way, and I found that really interesting instead. But I think there's a lot of people who don't really rate him that high.
Yeah, I think he's really good, and I think maybe some people don't rate him because he's playing for Everton, because Everton in the last few years have been down closer to the bottom, and in some ways you could argue they're not a club that people are really tracking on a sort of week-to-week basis overall, unless this is just me projecting. But I think he is really good. I think Rob makes a very good point that if Everton have had a good result, within there, there'll probably be some great saves by Jordan Pickford. And best of all, I think for the situation that they're in, he's up for the fight. So when you have goalkeepers, for example, they're up for the fight, before you know it, you're now linked to the back four because they need to be up for the fight as well. And you've got everybody sort of going through the same emotions together, not somebody having a different set of expectations about what's needed to win a game of football. You know, he marries that up, and I think one of his biggest strengths is he feels like he's always available. You know, that isn't, to me, obviously bad fortune exists, but he's going to be putting the work in to be available, to be reliable, to be doing what's required for his team, understanding the moments for the side as well. When they do need him, like, shout out to Rob and all the other great goalkeepers I've played with in my career. When they make a save in a moment where you think you're doomed, the feeling you have within you as a defender in particular is amazing, and Jordan Pickford has had those. If I'm out five and a goalie, it's because I love him. Just remember that, yeah.
Can I make one possible suggestion of the difference between him and others? Because, you know, since the kind of the better check days and all that sort of thing, keepers have become very sensible, generally. And he still looks as if he's managed the box of frogs. And that is one of the things that is noticeable about him now. He looks like an outsider within that clan. And I think what you expect now is a very calm goalkeeper, somebody who will take it comfortably with his feet, you know, do the normal, natural things, and be a very professional-looking goalkeeper. Whereas Jordan, you know that every now and again you're going to get something